Aye, aye, aye.
If you hear them all in Jamaica, all in China, all in Africa, a Trini girl ballin', she live America. She say, oh la corona, shell down the canker.
I think the secrets to what we want in this world are all locked within Carnival. And just think, we Caribbean people have the secret map. I think creativity for me is resilience. It's how we come back from anything, how no matter what the world throws us at, we find a way to come out of that corner. We're never held down because of all the ideas that we can come up with. And notice I keep saying we, because Carnival is very much a collaborative thing. It's community coming together to create, coming together to communicate a message, coming together to call for compassion, to say, you can't ignore me, look at me, see me, hear what I have to say. Also a call to themselves for self-compassion, because as far as I'm concerned, Carnival is a mental health festival. This is how you look after yourself, and then how you call for everyone to look after each other. So when I think about community, compassion, communication, collaboration, and creativity, Carnival is the future.
To Carnival. Boom, 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 boom. A culture in rhythm to its beloved Carnival. The mass reflecting the quintessence of music and engagement through steel pan, calypso, soca, chutney, competition, fetes, street theatre. A people intertwining, infused with energy and movement, animated, fun-loving, creativity in play. Here they come on parade, filling the streets, DJs jamming, music trucks blaring, sounds of brass, jump, prance, step and chip, gyrating spontaneously. Bon Dieu, ça y est. A costumed array of dynamic innovation, sizes and shapes, portraying sultry, elegant, dignified expression. Proud, welcoming island revelers. Quality ambassadors for the culture.
Aye, aye, aye. If you hear them all in Jamaica, all in China, all in Africa, a Trini girl ballin', she live America. She said, oh, la corona, shell down the canker.
I think the secrets to what we want in this world are all locked within Carnival. And just think, we Caribbean people have the secret map. I think creativity for me is resilience. It's how we come back from anything, how no matter what the world throws us at, we find a way to come out of that corner. We're never held down because of all the ideas that we can come up with. And notice I keep saying we, because Carnival is very much a collaborative thing. It's community coming together to create, coming together to communicate a message, coming together to call for compassion, to say, you can't ignore me, look at me, see me, hear what I have to say. Also a call to themselves for self-compassion, because as far as I'm concerned, Carnival is a mental health festival. This is how you look after yourself, and then how you call for everyone to look after each other. So when I think about community, compassion, communication, collaboration, and creativity, Carnival is the future.
Ode to Carnival. Boom, 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 boom. A culture in rhythm to its beloved Carnival. The mass reflecting the quintessence of music and engagement through steel pan, calypso, soca, chutney, competition, fetes, street theatre. A people intertwining, infused with energy and movement, animated, fun-loving, creativity in play. Here they come on parade, filling the streets, DJs jamming, music trucks blaring, sounds of brass, jump, prance, step and chip, gyrating spontaneously. Bon Dieu, a costumed array of dynamic innovation, sizes and shapes, portraying sultry, elegant, dignified expression. Proud, welcoming island revelers, quality ambassadors for the culture.
Aye, aye, aye. If you hear them all in Jamaica, all in China, all in Africa, a Trini girl ballin', she live America. She said, oh, la corona, shell down the canker.
I think the secrets to what we want in this world are all locked within Carnival. And just think, we Caribbean people have the secret map. I think creativity for me is resilience. It's how we come back from anything. How no matter what the world throws us at, we find a way to come out of that corner. We're never held down because of all the ideas that we can come up with. And notice I keep saying we, because Carnival is very much a collaborative thing. It's community coming together to create, coming together to communicate a message, coming together to call for compassion, to say, you can't ignore me, look at me, see me, hear what I have to say. Also a call to themselves for self-compassion, because as far as I'm concerned, Carnival is a mental health festival. This is how you look after yourself, and then how you call for everyone to look after each other. So when I think about community, compassion, communication, collaboration, and creativity, Carnival is the future.
Ode to Carnival. Boom, 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 boom. A culture in rhythm to its beloved Carnival. The mass reflecting the quintessence of music and engagement through steelpan, calypso, soca, chutney, competition, fetes, street theatre. A people intertwining, infused with energy and movement, animated, fun-loving, creativity in play. Here they come on parade, filling the streets, DJs jamming, music trucks blaring, sounds of brass, jump, prance, step and chip, gyrating spontaneously. Bon Dieu, ça y est. A costume array of dynamic innovation, sizes and shapes, portraying sultry, elegant, dignified expression. Proud, welcoming island revelers, quality ambassadors for the culture.
Aye, aye, aye. If you hear them all in Jamaica, all in China, all in Africa, a Trini girl ballin', she live America. She said, oh, la corona, shell down the canker.
I think the secrets to what we want in this world are all locked within Carnival. And just think, we Caribbean people have the secret map. I think creativity. Creativity for me is resilience. It's how we come back from anything. How no matter what the world throws us at, we find a way to come out of that corner. We're never held down because of all the ideas that we can come up with. And notice I keep saying we, because Carnival is very much a collaborative thing. It's community coming together to create, coming together to communicate a message, coming together to call for compassion, to say, you can't ignore me, look at me, see me, hear what I have to say. Also a call to themselves for self-compassion, because as far as I'm concerned, Carnival is a mental health festival. This is how you look after yourself, and then how you call for everyone to look after each other. So when I think about community, compassion, communication, collaboration, and creativity, Carnival is the future.
Ode to Carnival. Boom, 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 boom. A culture in rhythm to its beloved Carnival. The mass reflecting the quintessence of music and engagement through steel pan, calypso, soca, chutney, competition, fetes, street theatre. A people intertwining, infused with energy and movement, animated, fun-loving, creativity in play. Here they come on parade, filling the streets, DJs jamming, music trucks blaring, sounds of brass, jump, prance, step and chip, gyrating spontaneously. Bon Dieu, a costumed array of dynamic innovation, sizes and shapes, portraying sultry, elegant, dignified expression. Proud, welcoming island revelers, quality ambassadors for the culture.
Aye, aye, aye. If you hear them all in Jamaica, all in China, all in Africa, a Trini girl ballin', she live America. She say, oh la corona, shell down the canker.
I think the secrets to what we want in this world are all locked within Carnival. And just think, we Caribbean people have the secret map. I think creativity for me is resilience. It's how we come back from anything, how no matter what the world throws us at, we find a way to come out of that corner. We're never held down because of all the ideas that we can come up with. And notice I keep saying we, because Carnival is very much a collaborative thing. It's community coming together to create, coming together to communicate a message, coming together to call for compassion, to say, you can't ignore me, look at me, see me, hear what I have to say. Also a call to themselves for self-compassion, because as far as I'm concerned, Carnival is a mental health festival. This is how you look after yourself, and then how you call for everyone to look after each other. So when I think about community, compassion, communication, collaboration, and creativity, Carnival is the future.
Ode to Carnival. Boom, 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 boom. A culture in rhythm to its beloved Carnival. The mass reflecting the quintessence of music and engagement through steel pan, calypso, soca, chutney, competition, fetes, street theatre. A people intertwining, infused with energy and movement, animated, fun-loving, creativity in play. Here they come on parade, filling the streets, DJs jamming, music trucks blaring, sounds of brass, jump, prance, step and chip, gyrating spontaneously. Bon Dieu, ça y est. A costumed array of dynamic innovation, sizes and shapes, portraying sultry, elegant, dignified expression. Proud, welcoming island revelers, quality ambassadors for the culture.
If you hear them all in Jamaica, all in China, all in Africa, a Trini girl ballin', she live America. She said, oh la corona, shell down the canker. Yeah, she ball. Long time, she ain't have a nice time, nice time. Aye, aye, aye. If you hear them all in Jamaica, all in China, all in Africa, a Trini girl ballin', she live America. She said, oh la corona, shell down the canker.
I think the secrets to what we want in this world are all locked within Carnival. And just think, we Caribbean people have the secret map. I think creativity for me is
Good morning, and good morning from the University of the West Indies, Faculty of Humanities and Education. We are live from St. Augustine this morning, and we are tuning in to, you've tuned into the third and final day of our Carnival Symposium. And on behalf of Dr. Heather Cato, Dean of the Faculty of Humanities and Education, we'd like to welcome you to day 3 of our Panchayat, the Massive We Reclaiming the People's Space. This is our final day of our Carnival Symposium, sadly. We have had a lovely first 2 days. This final day is themed resistance, following on the first day when we celebrated Mass, and the second day when we celebrated music and history. We invite you to stay with us today from 9 a.m. through 4:30 p.m. Atlantic Standard Time. View our panels in the morning and afternoon, our roundtables in the afternoon, our film and video during the morning and afternoon, and a special screening of The Revenge of King Jab Jab through the courtesy of Brown Cotton Theatre at lunchtime. Throughout the day, you may submit questions and comments via Facebook, Instagram, or Twitter at #TheMassivWe, and have a chance to read them on air and responses to them. Now, we would like to begin our exciting journey with our first panel today. I turn you over soon to Dr. Suzanne Burke, lecturer at the Faculty of Humanities and Education, who will chair this first panel today. Dr. Burke is the originator of our signature theme for the symposium, our Panchayat, and she wrote the seminal call for papers. We're delighted to welcome her today on the final day of the Panchayat to chair the first panel. Dr. Burke, welcome, and over to you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Murray, and welcome to our panelists and our viewers all over the world. It is my pleasure indeed to chair today's session. So as Mr. Murray said, the theme of this morning's session is resistance and restoration in Carnival performance. And of course, in this panel, we hope to examine Carnival not just as a place for display and escapism and transgression, but we hope to underscore the critical space that Carnival provides for everyday citizens to push back, to talk back, to remember, and to rebuild ourselves in ways that allow us to sustain ourselves, our spirits, and our communities. And if it's anything that this last year has taught us, is the importance of Carnival as a space for psychic renewal, not just physical renewal, but psychic renewal. And so we have with us this morning a very exciting panel, all women, as we said, of practitioners who are willing to share with us their experiences, their thoughts, and their feelings about the role of Carnival as a space for resistance and reconstruction. So what I would do this morning is introduce the four panelists, and then we would have their presentations. We're asking each panelist to keep to their time of 10 to 12 minutes, and then we'll open up the floor for discussion. So our first panelist is Matilde dos Santos, and she is a historian and doctoral student in art history at the Université des Antilles. She works at the intersection of art history and cultural studies with a focus on identity in Caribbean performance art. She has a strong interest in life stories and collaborative work. Our second presenter today is Stephanie Leach, and Stephanie is a writer, a performance artist, and feminist activist from Trinidad and Tobago, where she employs her intersectional praxis to pursue various aspects of Carnival as an indigenous ritual. And of course, this includes her characterization of the baby doll, which most of us know as a traditional masquerade character, but she's taken it a bit farther. She has improvised and uses it as a grounded methodology for addressing gender oppression and other central questions around the impact of contemporary expressions as both affirmations of and resistance to history and culture. Welcome, Stephanie. Our third presenter is Onika Henry, and Onika is a trained educator, facilitator, counselor, and theater artist with university qualifications in theater arts, psychology, and human sexuality. Onika is a Fulbright scholar, no easy task, and a strong proponent of theater for development, which uses the arts as a tool for social and behavioral change. She delivered an address, which is very popular on YouTube, at the 2019 TEDx Port Spain, entitled Reclaiming Sexual Identity Through Carnival. Welcome, Onika. Our final panelist is Adiola Duis. Adiola is originally from Trinidad and Tobago, but she's left us and gone somewhere else, but her heart and her roots are still here. She's an artist and researcher who is interested in carnival, masquerade, and ritual, and the ways in which we perform fragments. And that means our expressions of identity and belonging in the diaspora, to the creation of sacred spaces and the reimagining of multiple self-articulation. Her work engages performances of transformation, and it explores ways of representing self. Her life and experiences as a mother and Caribbean immigrant have informed all aspects of her practice, and I might add praxis, and continues to contribute to the ways in which her work develops. Welcome, Adiola. So ladies and gentlemen, you see we have a very distinguished panel. So we look forward to a very informed and rooted conversation around this notion of carnival resistance and restoration. Yes, so we now take it over to Matilde dos Santos, whose presentation is entitled Of the 7,000 Components, I Am I. And this presentation deals with the democratization of performance in the blocos during Brazil's celebration and marks a shift away from the individualism to communal rites of passage. Matilde, over to you.
Thank you, Cher. Am I sharing my screen? Is it okay?
Not yet.
Not yet. Also, stop a minute. Yeah. All right.
There you go.
Okay.
There you go.
Thank you. So thank you, Cher. And hello, everybody. I am really happy to be here and share some thoughts with you about Carnival as resistance and restoration. The Carnival of Rio is very well known, as well known as those from Trinidad and Tobago, and the Carnival of Rio that we know are the schools of samba. But there are not only the schools of samba in Rio, and there are many carnivals in Brazil. You have carnivals in Bahia, which are very close to our African ancestors' rights and religious rights, like from the Yoruba tradition. The carnival of the schools of samba is a little bit different than this. And I am a historian, so I have to do it like a historian. So I have to come back to history and talk about a little bit of a history. Most of the carnavalescos, the massmen of the schools of samba of Rio are artists with a formal training. But still, the world of art, of contemporary art, don't relate that much to carnival. Not it's the relationship of the world of art and the carnival is very rare, in fact. But there are two moments that shows the importance of carnival and the power that it has to restore society is during the dictatorship period in Brazil. In 1965, artist Hélio Oiticica bring people from the School of Samba to perform into the museum. He have then created the Parangoles, and he took those people to perform into the museum, and the museum put the people out because they were, and we have to say this clear, they were Black, they were poor, they were dressed like poor people. They don't fit in the museum at that time. And the idea that the museum make of itself, so they were put away. So the artists go with them, and it's a modernist construction, the museum, and so they go into the void and they perform at that place. The second moment where the world of art links with the world of carnival is a few years later. That was in 65. A few years later, in 72, an artist called Carlos Vergara photographed a group of carnival, what we call a blocos, and those photographies were extremely interesting. The title of my communication comes from this, what you see in the screen, that says, from the 7,000 components, I am one. This is the motto of the Cacique de Ramos, a group of carnival. The group of carnival are very different from the school of samba, which they are very ruled. They have a very specific construction, and they were since 1935, they were kind of co-opted by the government into an event that's a national event that's very important. And the groups, they stayed a little bit aside, so they are very free. And when you are in the groups, everybody can participate. They were not separated from the rest of the people in the carnival. This group of the Cacique de Ramos is known by its outfits that were beautiful. And they have those, that visual thing in the black and white, and they created like an only body of people together. And the idea of these people mixing together in one community is also made by this effect, this graphic effect. Well, carnival is not a simple thing anyway. Even the carnival of schools of samba, there is a negotiation between what the government wants to happen and what really happens. Because when the school of samba was chosen to be the model of the carnival of Rio, and for that of Brazil, as Rio was the capital of Brazil at that time, they were chosen because they have a particular characteristic. They had it before they were chosen to be the model. They were very well organized. They have a rope that separates them from the public. So they were supposed to parade and be seen. And that's what's interested the government the first. So they could not stop carnival. They could not say, well, forbidden carnival, or say, we are going to organize carnival like this. So they begin giving opportunity for those groups who are schools of samba to be prioritized. So they have a special street for them. And then there was a competition, and with the competition comes some money. And in 1935, the government, the local government of the state of Rio begins to finance it. Then many groups of blocos became schools of samba because, of course, you would parade, you would have some money to have better costumes. So they go into this. But there are always faults and gaps into a system. And that's in these faults and gaps that Carnival shows its endurance and the process of agency of the social actors. So in that thing that the government was so much to control, there were always things going. There were always something happening. And the blocos is one of those things. And they were happening not in the main street of the Carnival, they were aside. And there were all those people coming from all the suburban areas, coming from the hills, as we say. The favelas, they are almost them on the hills, up hills. So they're coming from the hills, coming from the faraway neighborhoods, by truck, by train, by bus, and they invest the center of the city that was abandoned by the establishment, as is always be in the Carnival. And then at that place, they would install this word of a community. And then we are there in 1972, and we are in the middle of the hardest part of the dictatorship regime in Brazil. And those people come in a very individualistic proposition of the world that was, we are in capitalism, we are in a military dictatorship, and they come with a community proposal. So they are saying and affirming their will to be together, their will to be the same in a moment where, even in Carnival, you are individual, because this is also a characteristic of the Carnival of the schools of samba. You are individuals. And then the groups came, that group particular at that moment, in the 70s, you have 7,000 people in that group, and they all choose to be one. And it was a very nice thing, this character, the way they would dress, because it was a silk thing that were sold like it was a print, and you buy it, and then you cut it yourself, and you dress like with this. So everybody has the same costume, but you can individualize just little things. And the costume was very simple. And the men have something that they put on the chairs like this. And when they are in the streets performing, they could give this to someone that wants to come into the group. And so they did it. It makes that people could add to the group all the time. Everybody could come in, and everybody was coming in. This was the power of that thing, of that affirmation of being the same. But I'm a school of samba person. My father was the director of a very little school of samba many years ago, in the 1950s, before I was born. So I'm a school of samba person, and I have something that I want to say about this carnival that is totally touristical and totally financed by the government and private financiers that are the crime organizations, one of the financiers of this the huge Carnival of Rio. But still in Carnival, in the school of sambas, life is passing on, and they always find, every year, every time, they will find a way to be ironical, political, to come back to the roots, to talk about orishas, to talk about our real and profound culture. So here is a picture of the Carnival of 1989, and a big school of samba had this proposition to make to mass with only beggars, everybody beggars, everybody very poor people, no shining, nothing, and go to the streets, everybody dressed in beggars or dressed like people that clean the streets, all this very poor. And they have a Christ, the Christ from Rio, and the church denied them the right to go into the streets. And they put the Christ into the street with that sign on, even though you are forbidden, please take care of us. And then they go in the streets in this big parade, in the biggest parade, and they undercover the Christ till he was showed as a totally beggar and a very poor person. And this was against the censure. And this was a school that was putting in risk the fact that he could be disqualified and lose the right of being in this competition the next year. And they took the risk to say what they have to say. And then you have, this is a picture of the demonstration, the défilé, I don't find the word in English, of the mass, but the big one, the parade in the avenue of Tuyuti, with that was had an entry that was really, it was had huge emotional impact. And they went very political, and many schools went very political, saying things against the government that comes just after Dilma in 2018, sorry. And in 2020 against the government of Bolsonaro, clearly showing Bolsonaro as a clone. And so just to finish, coming back to the blocos, this is a picture of 1972. And those people were parading with the group Cacique de Ramos. And they have those words right on their bodies, power. And that's what Carnival is about, power to the people. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Mathilde, and for making sure that we understand the history of that particular set of resistances in the Carnival in, of course, Brazil. But what I found interesting, of course, is the notion of co-optation. So it's always this tension of co-optation, incorporation, excorporation, and the gaps and the spaces that we create to find the agency to resist. So we'll take all the questions at the end of the 4 presentations, but thank you very much for starting us off and starting us thinking about agency, gaps, and the role of government in trying to co-opt these movements of resistance. Yeah. So our next presenter, thank you, is Stephanie. And Stephanie's presentation is entitled Questions of Heritage, Marking the Invisible Line and Memory of the Trinidad Landscape. And here she explores and evaluates the influence of Indian mass in the Trinidad Carnival landscape. And she provides some insight into how cultural retention and imagination play a significant role in the memorialization of indigenous presences, I want to say, in our carnival. So Stephanie, over to you.
Good morning to all mass and troublemakers at home and abroad. I'm happy to be here with this all-woman panel, which feels appropriate. So thank you, Dr. Burke. I'm going to just take 1 second to get to my presentation. So yes, the title of my presentation, as just mentioned, is Questions of Heritage, Marking the Invisible Lines and Memory of the Trinidad Landscape. So you may be asking, why heritage? Heritage is a term that's coined by me. It's referred to as a portmanteau, which is a marriage of 2 words, developed for the exploration of this work, which seeks to unpack and redefine the indigenous aspects of our people's culture and traditions. So this work is much larger than just the carnival aspects of it. But because this panel was about resistance, I decided to draw out some of the parts that I thought spoke to that, and most poignantly, Indian mass, and how Indian mass acts as a kind of memorialization ritual for indigenous presence, which is something that I've been exploring over the past few years. So I'm just going to start us off with a little quote from Roald Gibbons, which says, "The whole question of Indian mass and its link with the indigenous, I think it's both actual, in other words, historical and spiritual." So in my short presentation, I will be walking us through both of these aspects, meaning historical and spiritual aspects of the Indian Mass, and how that is connected to indigenous presence. So I'm going to start us off here with Roel Gibbons, who was just previously quoted, so that he can give some initial insights around a question that you'll see on the screen.
First line I think we have to establish with the Indian Mass is the African line.
Stephanie, we're not seeing your screen.
Talking about that.
You're not seeing my screen for that whole time?
No.
Oh my, that is unfortunate. Let me come back.
Mm-hmm.
Are you seeing
now
it?
We're seeing it now. Good to go.
So y'all didn't get to see my pretty graphics?
Unfortunately, no.
All right, that's okay. You'll get to see Roel. Let me just...
First line I think we have to establish with the Indian Mass is the African line. That's the historical thing that I was talking about. That for one thing, a lot of the costume that you see is also found in Africa. The use of the materials that are used, the use of feathers, the use of beads, glass, and all those elements, are found in traditional African masquerade. Yeah, that is preeminent in our Black Indian tradition. The African is called Black Indian, and some of the groups see themselves as a mixture between indigenous Indian and African. But what is certainly true is that our Black Indian Mass, the most significant the most recognized players of that tradition came out of the Yoruba yards, the Shango yards in Laventille. They were Yoruba people, right? So that Black Indian Mass is directly connected then with the African ancestry, right? But there's also a recognition by the players, at least one band, that there is an indigenous connection, right? And the masquerader claiming that also has indigenous connection, indigenous ancestry.
So here we see that Roel Gibbons is making a connection, particularly talking about the Black Indian Mass and the Afro and the indigenous marriage of that cultural tradition and of the actual heritage of the people that play the Mass. And I think this is a really central point when we're talking about indigenous traditions, which obviously includes indigenous people. So when we talk about indigenous Mass, it becomes clear that Indian Mass as well as Black Indian Mass are truly indigenous frameworks for us to express our heritage, which includes indigenous people as well as African people.
The first line I think we have to establish with the Indian.
So now I just want to introduce the viewers to some of the local examples that we have of Black Indian Mass and other types of Indian Mass. The first of which is the Black Eye of the Huracan Warriors. So this was actually a collaboration between Vulgar Fraction, which is led by Robert Young, and the Huracan Warriors, which is led by Anderson Patrick. So they partnered in 2014 to bring out this mass, which, as you can see through the title, is centered around Black Indians. And I just wanted to read a brief description here of Huracan Warriors by professional photographer Abigail Hadid, who has been photographing Black Indian Mass for at least the past 3 decades. And she says the Huracan Warriors are the last surviving Black Indian band, part of a transgressive mass, culturally rooted in the island's history of slavery and resistance. So of course, I thought that was an apt quote because we are talking about resistance today. I'm gonna now play a short video of the Huracan Warriors for you and Black Eye Band, where you will see aspects of not only the dress, which is a traditional Black Eye dress, typically made of kobo feathers, snail shells, river beads, or chip, many different materials, but also you'll see traditional aspects of the Black Indian dance. So we know that the Huracan Warriors have a Garifuna heritage coming out of St. Vincent, St. Kitts, and other islands. And what is significant is that in this mass, indigenous people from other islands actually come to play this mass, which, you know, gives the environment for a very interesting melding of various traditions of people from various indigenous groups. And so the carnival space is really an innovative space and a space of connection for indigenous people. That takes me very nicely onto my next slide, if I can get it. So another one of my interview participants was Tracy Assing, who, as you can see, there's an indigenous person and an indigenous scholar. So she has written widely about indigenous culture. And the reason why I wanted to include this is, well, one, because she herself is an indigenous person, but also because she plays indigenous mass. And that was in fact, Indian mass. And that was in fact one of the questions that I asked her, you know, is it really Indian mass? Are you playing a mass if you are yourself an indigenous person? And you see how issues of identity become complex, and how we think about rituals and memory making. So she said to me, I play Indian mass, specifically at Juve. I do it to pay homage to my ancestors. It is very personal. I work on my headdress myself and make special offerings to the ancestors before I touch road. It is an essential part of the opening of the festival. Our indigenous brothers and sisters in Suriname and Guyana have harvest festivals around the same time, and I believe our ancestors did the same. I still call it mass, as colonialism crushed indigenous cultural expression. So what we have is what we imagine. We are making new ways of connecting with our ancestors. So you see how the historical and the spiritual aspects of Indian mass are coming together through this indigenous person's expression of her own heritage and culture and history. What I thought interesting as well is that she said that, you know, her ritual for Juve is essential to the opening of the festival. And as I'm sure would have been explored over the past 3 days for this conference, is the fundamental resistance of Carnival, resistance of our people, an indigenous form of resistance. And so we see how there is an intrinsic connection here between how Tracy's understanding her own rituals as resistance and connecting that with Carnival as resistance as well. So I also wanted to talk about Arandara Punahara, which is not Indian mass. Which is not Black Indian mass, but is Indian mass, and how institutions and individuals are, bringing aspects of our heritage and history back in new ways, and making particular calls, which I will get to later on in terms of a social dimension of the mass, another social dimension. So Arandara Punahara Reparations Mass Trilogy was a joint project of the Department for Creative and Festival Arts, Studio 66, and the Lloyd Best Institute. I believe it was co-led by Roel Gibbons, who you would have been introduced to earlier, as well as Anderson, Patrick, and others. So you see here that I would have listed the meanings of the words Arandara and Punahara, which come from two distinctive languages. And I just want to say that, in my own research about indigenous populations in Trinidad and Tobago, I was quite shocked at the time to learn that in Trinidad and Tobago, indigenous people spoke up to 11 distinct languages from 13 distinct tribes. And so I know that there has been some progress in moving to, words like Kalinago instead of Arawak or Carib. But we're still a long way away from actually recognizing the presence of indigenous people in Trinidad, which was actually vast in comparison to most other islands. So what I wanted to talk about here was the fact that this mass was mandatory for classes at the DCFA, and that they had to do a lot of research into what indigenous tribes actually look like in Trinidad and Tobago and recreate that in their mass, which is very important because typically in the popular carnival landscape, we're introduced to the Red Indian that is influenced by more modern understandings of what Indian people look like, influenced by Hollywood and other things. And as you can see in the image here, this costume looks very different and distinctive from that. And so you see that there are efforts to really bring in the indigenous heritage of Trinidad into the mass. Okay, I'm almost out of time. And so the last thing I wanted to talk about really was what is the social responsibility of this type of mass or people that engage in this mass. And Juve 80, which is the band that brought out Arandara Punahara, which was, as I said, part of a trilogy, had a particular call for reparations. And there's a quote here, again, from Roel that says, the band, Juve 80, approaches Caribbean indigeneity as a common heritage, a history from which all have benefited, a culture from which there's still much to learn, a call for reparations that is nothing less than just, and therefore one for which people of all races must stand. And I thought this to be really powerful, a powerful act of allyship with the indigenous community and acknowledgement and recognition. And so I'm going to carry us on to some reflections that I got from Tracy around this whole issue of recognition from the perspective of an indigenous person. So whose heritage? The indigenous community in Trinidad and Tobago is not one homogeneous unit. I believe the ways people express themselves to be such a personal thing. I can say I know why I play, but not everyone wearing feathered headdresses may feel the same. It may mean something different. Out of context, I see how casually appropriating the mask can lead to muddying of recognition. Different tribes use different colored feathers to mean different things. For example, they use different chants. For some people, it's about putting on a costume and having fun with friends. But the issue of recognition is contentious. I'm paraphrasing. But the fundamental question, I think, for Tracy is who is recognized And does the recognized group represent all members of the indigenous community? So I just wanted to show these differing perspectives, which are not necessarily contentions, but trying to look at this very complex issue from different vantage points, or not issue, but meaning making and expression, and how it means different things for different people, but also how different actors have different roles. So the role of a non-Indigenous group playing Indian mass might be different from somebody who is themselves Indigenous and having different experiences as a member of the community. So I'm just gonna play a few seconds of my final clip, which really centers around my wider thesis around this work is how does Indian mass contribute to the idea of presence of Indigenous people, and really challenge what is referred to as an extinction narrative of Indigenous people in Trinidad and Tobago.
Of Carnival provides, in some cases, the opportunity for that which lies underneath, for that which is hidden, submerged, and so on, to come forth. Yeah, that what has been denied, okay, to take center stage. There's that part of it, and there is also, because Carnival is not only recreative but creative. So much of our culture in the Caribbean, in the diaspora, is about the power of absence. You know, our absence, the absence in the Caribbean is itself a powerful presence. You know, there's still people in Trinidad who do.
I'll stop there because I know my time is up.
So much of Carnival.
And I just wanted to put up my last slide, which is my thanks to my interview participants, Royal Gibbons and Tracy Assing, Robert Young, who's the lead of Vulgar Fraction for the video footage that you saw of the Black Indian Mass, Johanna Reyes, my colleague, for helping me edit the videos, and Elise Marslin for her technical support. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Stephanie, for that, and for sharing with us the complexity of what we understand Indigenous mass to be. You know, that is something that even though we see it on television or on the streets, there isn't that kind of complex understanding. We think of all, you know, Indigenous mass as being the same. So for bringing that into the conversation, and also for bringing into the conversation this notion or this narrative, as you say, that this aspect of our resistance in Carnival is dying, yeah? And we will talk about that, I guess, when we come to discuss in conversation, what is this notion of dying, and who is saying that, and who is controlling that narrative, and how do we push back against that narrative? So thank you so much for that. Okay, so next up we have Onika Henry, and her presentation is entitled Decolonizing Caribbean Sexuality. And it is going to explore the role of Carnival in giving post-colonial societies tools to reclaim ancestral wisdom in order to achieve sexual well-being. And this is something that we don't talk about. The popular narratives around Carnival and sexuality generally are about, you know, people transgressing, but not about people healing sexually. So we are thankful for this intervention, and it will examine how mass can be employed as a way of resisting and rebelling against Western and colonial views, and as tools for catharsis and transformation. Thank you very much, Onika, and I cede the floor to you.
Thank you, Dr. Booth. Is everyone hearing me?
Yes, we are, loud and clear.
Okay, great. All right, so I'm gonna share my screen and just confirm if you see the slide come up.
Yes, we are seeing. So you just
all right. Okay, good. All right, good. So I'll just get straight into it. So I am actually that character on the left. This character is a Tobago specific character called the paper girl or paper dolls. And for me, this was the first time that I, through embodying this character and playing it throughout the carnival season, that I had to come face to face with my own sexuality and my own sexual inhibitions. This is my view on Carnival. Carnival is our street theater, and it's a way we get to perform and use role play as ways of representing or representing our lives, our stories, and our imaginations. It is where I and you get to use expressive arts for social and behavior change. We're going to take a look back at our ancient ways. What was the sexuality of our ancestors like? What have we lost? What did colonialism take away from us? First point I want to make here, many Caribbean, indigenous, and Native American tribes were matriarchal. They recognized more than 2 genders. They recognized third gendering. Homosexuality was viewed positively. And they understood gender in egalitarian terms rather than terms of subordination. In the Yoruba society, gender was not an organizing principle prior to colonization by the West. In fact, in the Ifa Orisha system, I learned that any body can have any combination of masculine and feminine energies, and power was not gender determined. And so regardless of your genitalia, you can embody and have within you masculine and feminine energies in any kind of proportion. I love this quote that I found that came from what was happening in India when they decriminalized homosexuality. Of course, there was a huge pushback because people are thinking we're becoming like the West. And this gentleman says here, from gay Sufi lovers to Hindu transgender women, India's sexual fluidity was always a dirty, barbaric concept to its Western invaders. And it is crucial for the LGBTQ community here in the West to understand this. This isn't India becoming westernized, it is India decolonizing. The Dagara people of Burkina Faso and West Africa, they don't even have a word for gay or lesbian. The word that they use to refer to persons who are not heterosexual translates to gatekeeper. And so persons who are not heterosexual, they're considered to be mediators. They have a strong spiritual connection. They have access to quote unquote non-human beings. They have the ability to direct their sexual energy to spirit. They are seen as those who act as a sword of truth and integrity. And they believe in that culture, the vibration of these persons' bodies are different and special. Going back again here to India, gender and homosexuality and transgenderism were treated as fluid and without shame in Hindu myths. And even outside of Hinduism, in the most conservative regions in India, India is also multicultural, sexuality and same-sex relations were socially common and not only accepted, they were embraced. And the last point I want to share here, and there are many more examples, the Dagara, who I've spoken about just now, they actually have yearly rituals for men to nurture their feminine energy and for women to nurture their masculine energy. And so the belief is that all bodies contain some combination of both. And so generally, from our ancestors, this is how they viewed sex. It wasn't a bastardized aspect of our humanness. It was also just another way, like prayer, like ritual of communing with divine energies. Sex considered as medicine or erotic energy as healing energy. We get now to the legacy of colonialism. What have we gained, quote unquote, through what we have lost? So the binaries, which is a huge topic now, in the West and through colonialism, sex is considered, defined in binary biological terms. You're either male or female. And in fact, even though there is a percentage of the world population that are intersex, where you cannot put them into strictly male or strictly female categories. The West continues to use surgery and hormones to force people into these binaries. Conversion therapy, which we're familiar with, where once you're not heterosexual, it means something is wrong with you. So we're going to try to change you through therapy. Of course, the sexuality of Black people, our sexuality was pathologized. It was animalistic. We're oversexed. We're brutes. We're dirty. The binary system from the West and through colonialism also put men and women as opposing and hierarchical categories. And of course, woman means no penis, no power, and cannot participate in the public arena. Bodies of color. Those of us who are highly melanated, we consider to be unattractive. We were brutalized. Our bodies were brutalized. It is believed that we feel less or little pain no agency, and of course, we were considered to be less valuable. And as history, as research is now showing when it comes to epigenetics, trauma can leave a chemical mark on a person's genes, which can be passed down to future generations, and we see it showing up in behavioral changes, brain development, and diseases. And so this is my offering. These are my thoughts when it comes to how we can use our mass as a remedy, as healing, as a mindful approach to how we play. And Carnival, I believe, gives post-colonial societies tools to reclaim our ancestral wisdom in order to achieve sexual well-being. Exactly what does that mean? How do we do that? This is what I'm suggesting. So when I'm describing a mindful masquerader, I'm saying, for example, that this person or these persons are deeply aware of a sense of freedom, uninhabited sexual and sensual joy, and the fact of fully inhabiting and accepting the body that one has, while at the same time noticing the thoughts, sounds, and sensations that they're experiencing in that present moment. And so they can store that whole experience as a resource in their soma as in the body-mind connection, their soma memory, to which they can return for knowledge, wisdom, and doses of pleasure as medicine. So what I'm suggesting here is perhaps the other side of triggers, where a trigger would be a body of sensations or stimulations that take us back to a negative place. We can also have a body of good experiences that's stored in ourselves, in our soma, that could perhaps, I don't know what we call it, shimmers or glimmers, something that's positive that we can go back to. Carnival loves all body types. Do you have a body? Do you like Carnival? You have a Carnival body. End of stories. And so what Carnival does is that for those of us who are melanated and voluptuous, differently abled, intersex, pregnant, bodies that colonialism discarded and despised or considered being less than, they have a place in Carnival. As a theater arts teacher in the past and as a theater artist now, I use and I see ways that we can use theater to teach, Carnival to teach empathy and sexual and gender diversity. So through the study and play of Carnival characters, male playing female characters and vice versa. And this is something that comes out of our ancestral history as well. Ritualistic cross-dressing had no stigma attached to it. And it was one way in which we helped persons to understand each other, one gender to understand the next. And I often point out that we have characters that are neither male nor female. They have a purpose. And that purpose can be embodied by any sex or gender. Mass and personal healing. Agency and personal power. When someone is able to take their body and reassert their sexuality as something powerful, fun, liberating, and owned entirely by themselves, that is powerful. That is reclaiming who you are. You get to decide how you're going to move, with whom, how you're going to dress, how or what part of your body you're going to display. Carnival quite obviously exposes you to the existence of sexual energy and also your power and ability to sense and manipulate that energy. As airy-fairy as that might sound, I want you to think of energy here in the way we think of energy in physics. It exists, and there are ways that we can use it and channel it into other forms. This is something that we teach in somatic sexuality in particular. Continuing with mass and personal healing, catharsis and trauma processing, role play, movements, and connecting to our emotional reality. So role play, using a character to act out, express, or experience catharsis. Movements, your physicality, your sensations, and breath helps to release numbness and pain that's stored in our nervous system and tissues from sexual trauma. And of course, connecting to your emotional reality. So the music, the dancing, the chants, etc., can create an environment where you are able to experience that emotional catharsis, or where you're also able to experience bliss and joy and the wonder of romance and love. All right, group energy, mass and community, that supports and connectedness. So one of the things that groups does or community is you have that energy being directed for the same or like-minded intentions. And when that happens, those are powerful catalysts for change and for discipline to achieve something. And the fact is people are more resilient, more whole, and heal faster in a community or group context. And this group context, like for example, like our mass camps, they create a container that supports our full growth, our full embodiment, including our erotic and sexual selves. Our mass camps and mass spaces are also places to become unshackled from any kind of fear or uncertainty. So domestic violence issues, dealing with that, conflict resolution, coming out of the closets, so to speak. And so things like martial arts, kalinda, rope jab, muku jumbies, all of these offer us risk-taking, but in a playful way that gives us skills that we can transfer to real life. And of course, you are doing this and learning about this in a safe container with like-minded individuals who walked the path before you. And so here are my suggestions for reclaiming our ancestral wisdom in mass. These are the values I think we need to enact or embody. And notice that this is going to, of course, go beyond sexual healing. Ritual is critical and important for any kind of change or transformative experience. We're going to read through quickly these 3 quotes on ritual. Ritual is the act of sanctifying action, even ordinary actions, so that it has meaning. I can light a candle because I need the light, or because a candle represents the light that I need. Rituals help with regulation of our emotions, our performance goal states, and our social connection. The elements of ritual allows us to connect with the self, community, and natural forces around us, helps us remove blocks. And radical rituals are done to dissociate someone from a state of profound turmoil or alienation and reunite him with his spirit. These radical rituals done in the Dagara tribe in Burkina Faso, they are done by a community for an individual or individuals. And so I'm inviting those of us who are mass players to have ritual as part of our mass playing. So there needs to be a clear beginning, as Juve is for going onto the streets, but there also needs to be a clear ending, creating that container that is allowing for, that is strategically and deliberately creating a space for change to happen, and you come out on the other side different and transformed. Intention. So you need to have an intention. You should have an intention if your mass playing is going to be mindful. So is your intention, maybe it falls into any one of these categories, or maybe other categories that you've identified. So healthy resistance or rebellion. Resistance and rebellion, or resilience. Are you having that internal struggle against things that are threatening your sense of well-being? Surrender and joyful acceptance. Have you come to a place where you want to use mass as a rite of passage into your new life? Are you interested in somatic release? Meaning you want to deeply connect with yourself, or you want to attune with and engage with others and your environment, and you want to do that through sensations and movement. So all the elements of expressive arts that are present in our carnival. Because what this does is it allows your body to holistically discharge stress, blocked emotions, tension, trauma, and stagnated energy stored in our tissues. That can be as a result of any kind of trauma, including sexual trauma. And of course, tradition, commitment, and community. Once you have identified your intention, you need to find a tradition that speaks to your intention. So if your intention is, for example, conflict resolution, particularly if you're looking at talking about your conflict with family around your sexual orientation, kalinda or stick fighting is a perfect space to work that through and to work that out. Social justice and resistance issues. You may want to play old mass. And so look at your intention, match it with a tradition, and then make the commitment. Commitment to go through the process. Carnival or mass is a process. So you need to change your diet, you want to exercise, whatever it is you need to do to make sure your body is prepared. And that's part of that ritual. Learning the movements, the chants, the dances, etc. of your traditional mass character. And even if you're playing contemporary mass or pretty mass, understand and study your character so you can actually embody it when you are on the road. And then community, this is critical, this is key. Find your crew, find your tribe, no pun intended whatsoever. But mass is a collective practice, it is a collective joy practice. It is a communal, erotic energy experience. And it's a container that supports our full growth and expression of our humanness, including your sexuality. In mass, you have that group who are going to sing with you, dance with you, chant with you, pour libations with you, even though you may be on your own internal journey.
you have a community who are supporting you through the process. And I believe this is my last slide. These are my thoughts. If we have inherited generational trauma, and we certainly have, then surely we have also inherited generational wisdom. And so I'm inviting you to take a closer, deeper look at our authentic and traditional carnival arts and see the gifts that our ancestors and elders have left for us. And consider, what can you take that is safely healing for you? My last slide is simply a list of some of the references. I'm going to leave that up there for a couple of seconds for people who may want to read on further. And there ends my presentation. I hope I stuck to time. And I'm going to turn the panel back over to Dr. Susan Burke so she can introduce the next presenter.
Thank you very much, Onita, for providing us with what I want to say is a roadmap. We've been talking about resistance and restoration and so on. And I think what was very useful for me was the way in which you pointed out the things that we can do to sustain the resistance and the spaces for restoration inside of Carnival. So we'll talk a little bit more about that when we get into our conversation. So ladies and gents, our final presenter for this morning is Adiola Duis, and she's going to talk to us about me and Majambi, right? And we all know about that. And this presentation will examine some of the ways in which New World diasporic people embody mass performances as a means to empower, renew, reclaim, protect, and project freedom. We all need it. Thank you very much. Adiola, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. Before I start, I just wanted to say that, you know, this is the third day of the conference, so don't time me yet. This is the third day of the conference, and I just wanted to acknowledge, you know, those that have transitioned, those whose names we know and those whose names we can't recall, but who were kind of really crucial to, you know, to what we're discussing today and what we're dealing with today. And yeah, if they didn't do that work, we wouldn't even be here discussing this. So I just wanted to kind of acknowledge that. Okay, so I am a Trinidadian artist living and working in Wales. I'm also a daughter, a sister, and a mother of 3. There are many different labels I can attach to myself that begin to suggest some of who I am. As with anyone else, I suppose there's always more. And some of what you are can move and shift. We exist in a kind of plurality. I moved to Wales in 2003. It was all ears when we boarded the plane and we greeted the new year in the sky. There is something that shifts when you begin to live and exist outside of your home space. Naturally, some aspects of the multiple you become more dominant in order to best survive, thrive, and navigate the new space. Added to this experience of perhaps the emerging of newer selves are the assumed roles that are sometimes imposed, for example, with becoming a wife or a mother, as well as the pre-existing roles of ready-made societal boxes that already exist within a new space that attempt to contain and define those like you. When I came to Wales, I missed Carnival. I had Rael Tabanca. Earl Lovelace in his Dragon Con dance talks about the self Carnival gave her in relation to the character Sylvia. I missed the self that Carnival gave me. And more accurately, I missed the opportunity for the selves that had become suppressed to come up for air, to have their space and their moment of visibility. We understand as we get older and assume different roles, we undertake different kinds of new pressures. And in order to manage and cope, we evolve and shift aspects of ourselves. Parenthood shifted my world. Although I loved every aspect of the kind of growth I was experiencing as a mother, I also longed for the momentary opportunities to just be without the roles and responsibilities. I saw those opportunities as intrinsically linked to Carnival, to mass moments, to my inner Jambi. Even in Trinidad, before children, I desired that outlet. In Wales, though, there was something else going on. I had chosen to live for the moment in a space that was beautiful and mostly kind, but where my navel string wasn't buried. And what I mean is my discomfort came from the knowledge of not being planted here. Visits home became reminders that I belong somewhere, reminders of how Caribbean women walk and sway in their beauty, reminders of the song in my voice. Looking the way I do, navigating this space as a slim, dark-skinned woman of African descent, I often felt on the fringes at home as well. We know that that description doesn't fit the typical look of desirable on the island. Black and ugly was one word in my school playground. Nevertheless, in the midst of colorism and discrimination at home, I still felt that I had ground to stand on, that I had a voice and that I can express that voice because this land was my land too, regardless. The self Carnival gave me was one that knew, even if momentarily, what it feels like to be free. Free of all the labels and judgments, just free to be. When I was doing my MA in Cardiff, I was questioning why I was making art. I started whiting out my canvases in an effort to start over. I started with what I loved, drawing the female figure. On some levels, I recognized in myself my own desire to become that perfect woman that I was immortalizing in pencil and paint. And then I reconciled that with art, that too is possible. I made my drawing into a costume, using bits and pieces, a vest, stockings, and a piece of canvas for a mask. I named her Canvas, and I wore her at some of the student performances and events. Eventually, I took her home to Carnival and wore her on a Carnival Tuesday. Walking through the streets, two elders said, "That is mass." I wondered how canvas could be mass in the midst of a real carnival of dancing bodies. I understand now that those elders facilitated a transformation of my canvas from performance art to mass, and with that graduation, gifted me a kind of carnival self. Eventually, I began to explore the concept of mass in my art, with a focus on the feelings of displacement, particularly in relation to performance work that involved collaborating with photographers, dancers, movers, and makers. I was looking at this mass from my blinkered experience and sifting it, looking for the gems and reimagining the gems in different explorations, making some errors and making some magic. Every performance experiment was an attempt to get closer to that feeling, that mass moment of home. That mass moment was a desire to connect to something deep inside, the essence of which connected to something greater than me. I didn't have the language. I just carried with me the physical knowing, the feeling of that thing I was attempting to stimulate, affect, and share. Of course, that stimulation was easily remedied when I was able to make it home for Carnival. But I was not always able to do that. And of course, the Carnival, and mass in particular, is rooted within specific historical, ritual, and socio-political moments. So glimpses of my mass in my art projects in Wales existed as severed siblings of the whole, still beautiful and meaningful, but removed from the birthplace, too fleeting and with little sustaining effects. There is a feeling of great buzz and intensity when the whole island is looking forward to building and preparing for the carnival season, even if it is to go on a retreat somewhere. I guess my work was less interested in superimposing the carnival elements from home onto Wales, because other carnivals were already doing that. From the bottom up, my work was asking, how do we make space for our Jambi and find those opportunities for the visibility of an other self? In 2019, I secured some funding from the Wales Arts International to come home to do an exhibition. Carrie Festa was on, and Studio 66, in collaboration with Lloyd Best Institute, were hosting me. It was crucial for me as an artist working outside of my home space to find ways to connect with the critical, socio-political, philosophical ideas of home. So, sitting around a table, I was asked, what is the name of your exhibition? I said, Making a Mass, Work in Progress. This was the name I had given the funders, and it resonated with me because I was interested in the preparatory rituals of how we make this thing. Everyone at the table silently looked at each other. Eventually, the silence broke with, yes, but everyone here makes a mass, so what will make this different? It was at that moment that I recognized the gap revealed by my assumptions and presumptions, the gap in terms of the appropriate critique, the gap between what it means to be living at home and moving and growing with the dynamic culture, and what it means to carry the culture as an almost stagnant treasure. The gap that is fed by being away from home for far too long. Here in Wales, the idea of mass was still a novelty. At home, well, mass is all a week. But at that point though, the mass felt more like you than me. But my Jumbi is my Jumbi, so the opportunity was about how do I feed this almost stagnant treasure? You see, when it comes to mass, we certainly know what it is not. It is something we can recognize, something we could feel. We know it viscerally. We know too that we could make a mass or play a mass without even being in the carnival season. And that kind of making a mass have nothing to do with a costume. Like when the Trinidad Express newspaper in 2013 said that the Prime Minister made mass as she wound up the debate on the no confidence motion yesterday. We recognize the characteristics of this thing. We recognize it as behavior and performance. We know that carnival is embedded within our vernacular and that carnival language has become part of our everyday. The thing is, we know that any kind of definition when it comes to our carnival, and particularly when it comes to mass, is limiting. Limiting because naturally this thing means many different things for many different people. And perhaps when you think you have hold of it and can package it, the mass itself reveals something else. It has a bend and a twist and another layer. The desire to define is, of course, problematic in itself. For me, living on the outside, I figure if we can feel it and recognize it, and we know what it is not, then there are traits that can be incorporated within art making and art processes. My early explorations were based on elements like masking in order to access suppressed selves, linking to the idea of representing self in a public space while perhaps engaging personal issues, stripping things away, looking at the basics of any ritual. These were efforts to make a mass outside of carnival, efforts to feed my Jumbi. In 2019, the exhibition in Trinidad was eventually renamed Me and My Jumbi. I was interested in learning more about our traditional mass and their links to ritual within their preparations. The ritual I was engaging in my work was very much kind of the ritual we imagine and create, the rituals forged. This new work was an opportunity to get back to roots, to hear real voices and real legacies, to have conversations with masters who know their work to be sacred. It was looking at how we prepare and the rituals we do to make the mass we need to. We know this carnival thing has always been more than a street party. We understand the possibilities of what our mass permits, the potential ways in which it allows us space to inhabit and access ourselves. The exhibition became an opportunity to pay homage to rituals of preparation. I had beautiful conversations with people like Felix Dufour, Andy Patrick, Naria Prue, and the Alfred family. Feeling a bit late to the party, I was rediscovering the deep rituals of the traditional, rituals rooted in indigenous spiritual practices, fasting, preparations, homage to deities, ancestors, and past warriors. The idea of accessing ourselves, of existing in plurality, or the multiple of you, opens us up to the experiences of those that have gone before. Of course, there's more. It's bloodline, yes, and community. Within carnival, the me becoming the we that we always were. The idea of plurality allows us to recognize ourselves too as nature, of the water, of the sun, of the land, and stardust. Existing in plurality speaks to Nari's I am mass, mass is me, mass is dance and fight. In reconciling the dance and fight within the configuration of who we are, I am drawn to the implication of the and. For me, the and helps to shift the mentality of a single story, of something being this or that, of the individual. The and, like mass, like Creole, like we, embraces plurality. The exhibition was an installation made possible by the generosity of mass players who permitted me to borrow their sacred objects in order to transform the gallery. On experiencing the work, Mr. Alfred said, it have real vibes. In making space for our Jambi, it is obvious that we carry this spirit with us. The learnings for me revolve around the idea of ritual within the everyday, the ways in which the lines between work and offering, between sweat and libation dissolve, finding the sacred in the everyday and taking that through to the art that we do. The art too, eroding the lines between work, play, and ritual. Living the art and the ritual. My duty is to continue making those spaces for visibility and transformation, not just for me, but for my three and others. The work here on this Welsh soil is a continuous re-articulation of finding and remembering what it means to be free. Mass, in all of its complexity and simplicity, rootedness and fluidity, is the language. The ritual that invests the work is the real food for we Jambi. Thank you for listening. And I hand you back over to Dr. Berg.
Thank you so much, Adiola, for that and for reminding us of the space that Carnival also creates for us to go within, right? So this is really a personal sharing, even as in the personal reflexivity and searching, we find a portal to spirit, we find a portal to God, but we also find a portal to community. And this is where it starts. So thank you so much for that. And I want to thank all of the panelists for sharing your experiences and your thoughts with us this morning as we try to unpack this notion of resistance and restoration. And I think we had a really good, however the panel was configured, there's no coincidences, but we had a really nice round sharing in terms of the ways in which resistance can restore and open up spaces in Carnival. So we had Mathilde talking about the importance of very structures of power and structures of society based on race and class, and how those things can open up spaces or close down spaces in the Carnival. And then of course we had Onika talking about gender, Stephanie talking about ethnicity, indigenous and traditional mass as another space for opening up these conversations and questions about resistance. And then of course, bringing up the rear, we had Adiola talking about her own personal embodiment of the Jambi, of the mass, and that journey. And particularly interesting there is the preparation of the rituals and what that means. And Onika also talked about the preparation of rituals and the importance of rituals when we talk about resistance. Yeah. So ladies, I just want to open up the conversation, and if people could come on video so we can start. We have a couple of questions and comments in the chat, and with the 10 minutes that we have left, I want to have us, talk to each other. So Mathilde, we talked a little bit about the co-optation of these forms of resistance by government and the tension in trying to at once, as we say in the literature, the incorporation and excorporation, that you are at once inside of the mainstream Carnival, but you're also outside of it. And talk to us a little bit about how that tension is mediated in the case of the blockos that you talked about, and specifically the one example case study that you elucidated this morning. Unmute. You need to unmute.
Sorry. Thank you for the question. It allows me to explain a little bit more this that very important thing that is Carnival became this Carnival of Rio became this huge structure, and it's really it's financed, it's very hard, it's very rich, but still life goes in it. This was the government co-opted this, created this particular space for this, created a stadium for this. But people that are inside, they're living in it. And when I talk about ritual, they're all ritualizing it. This is ritual. For us Brazilians, we know it's ritual, we know what we're doing. And still, this is a touristic product. Still it is. There is a play in between, there's a negotiation, and there is agency. A lot of agency for everybody, not only the government's not imposing, it's negotiating, and it has been through history. The guys from the school of samba, they were fighting for their rights, for the things they want the money, but they want to be free to say the things they want to say. Of course, the blocos, they stayed outside. Though that particular block I show you, the Cacique de Ramos, which is very interesting because he is indigenous. Cacique means chief. And the main Tupi language in Brazil is the chief, but everybody's a chief. It's horizontal, and they choose to do this. They choose to go into that thing where you disappear, but at the same time you disappear and you are individual, but in little things. Because the costume is the same for everybody. You buy it and you cut it and you put on you, and then you can put something on the arm, something here. There's little differences. And also the very important thing with that costume is that you can handle this to someone else in the streets while you're dancing. You see someone that have nothing, you give it to him, and he became part of this big thing. And this is extraordinary. And this is about yes, a ritual that allows our society to keep with all those pressures also. See, to be in another space, to be other people, to reconnect. And it's we know that. We don't sell this to tourists. We sell to tourists something that's really hygienized, we say like this, clean. We say, they have some drums, but, not religious. In the Carnival of Rio, the link to the African religion was very distanced. Mm-hmm. We know it exists, but we don't talk about it. It's not in Bahia, where it's very important. In Rio, we said, no, not much, but it is. When you hear the drums, you know it is. Yes. You are in nature, you can feel it, and then there is trance. In Carnival, in the avenue, people are paying to see you. You are not just parroting, you are in trance. And trance is real, it's totally real.
And I think, go ahead, sorry.
No, I was just saying that, of course, a bloco, it's much more, he tried to stay free. They were conscious of this, they were fighting for this, they are fighters. Because there were so many, they don't have the financial, don't have anything. Many of them disappeared, but they're fighting. But anyway, even in the ones that are co-opted, the things is real. It's just real because we put life on it.
I think we those of us who participate in Carnival in Trinidad understand that story so well. So it's the same thing with our traditional mask characters and the way in which the state tries to, force them into a particular way. So there's a specific time on Monday when they are allowed to come on stage, right? And these competitions and so on. And even as they are part of that, they also do things to push back against that. So I think, living in this part of the world, in the South, we understand, this notion of taking back and giving. Right? So that mediation is always, that conversation is always going, and you're always trying to balance that tension in the Carnival space. So thanks a lot for that. And that's part of the story of Carnival anyway, right? Of giving and taking, co-opting, integrating, assimilating, but pushing back, co-opting, telling one story, but really saying something different, and all of those kinds of things. So that's where we are. Okay, thanks a lot, Mathilde. The other question we had for Stephanie, we have two questions for Stephanie. One, of course, someone wants to know, what was the Black Indian saying? Do you have a translation for that? And the second issue, I think, is this narrative, a very important point that you raised, this narrative that says that the indigenous masquerade as a form of resistance in these carnivals, as Mathilde said with the blockade, is dying. And who is controlling that narrative, and how do we push back against those narratives? Because it's not telling the entire truth, is it?
Yeah. So the answer to the first question is no. I do not know what the Black Indian is saying, but hopefully as I continue this work, I can, interview people and get some translation, because I myself am also interested to know what is the content of their chanting. So when I get to that, maybe I'll present again. But yeah, in terms of Indian mass dying, so I think it's many things. I first of all think that the Red Indian mass is still quite popular in terms of indigenous carnival expression. There are, for example, many more Red Indians on the street than there are midnight robbers or baby dolls, for example. You know, you have entire bands of Red Indians. So I think that that mass is very much alive. But as I would have mentioned in my presentation, there's only one surviving Black Indian band, even though other bands may take that on at particular points in time, like Vulgar Fraction or like Juve AT. There's only one surviving Black Indian band, which would obviously speak to its I suppose, limited capacity to continue. But also we have so many examples of this, like there's one family that basically carries on the jab jab tradition. There's another family that does bats. I remember being in the amphitheater in St. James, and they were saying that this family who played bats, their house burned down that night, and they still came, and I was shocked. I was like, how could your house be burning down and you're still coming to play this mass? And it obviously speaks to how important it is to them, and perhaps also the weight of knowing that they are the only ones carrying on this particular tradition in this way. So I think it's a lot of different things, but I think it is fair to say that Indian mass is not as popular, or the real traditional aspects of Indian mass that have indigenous language being used and indigenous people in the band is less prevalent than the Red Indian mass, which continues to be quite popular, considering.
Great, thanks for that. But of course, the ways in which that ritual continues, and the fact that what is interesting to me is anytime you see these people on the street, there's more interest generated from the public than the contemporary expressions of Carnival. So there's a sense that people need it, they want it, they thirst for it. I have seen crowds following the Blue Devils from Parliament and so on. Hey, look, they're coming. The excitement that is generated, which means that the need for it still exists. How it manifests itself in the Carnival is something that I think we need to kind of talk about a little bit more. All right, ladies, we're winding up. So for Stephanie, thanks for that. There's a question for Anika in terms of incorporating the Juve performance theater of Tony Hall. Someone has asked if you're aware of it, and if you think that there's any merit in incorporating it in terms of your roadmap, for want of a better word, or practice.
Right, so I'm not very familiar with the details and the content of the Juve practice by Tony Hall, but definitely we'll look into it. It is ritual. It signals the beginning of something, and I suspect Tony Hall had a step-by-step process for that ritual, and so most definitely I would look into it, figure out how it can be incorporated, how to suggest to people that they create rituals as containers. Because the important thing about ritual is that because it's intentional, because there are things within it that are repeat. So yeah, that's as far as I've gotten with that.
Yes, yeah, and I mean, it will begin to help you unpack a lot of the ritualization of what you do, and even in honing the ways that you're beginning to kind of articulate as this elements of getting resistance into the space, your roadmap, as I call it, is going to help to ritualize that too, yeah, and deepen it. Yes. Okay, so for Adiola, we have a question for you. What, upon reflection, are the elements, energies, frequencies in the context here that allowed for the movement or transformation of the work from performance art to mass, right? So the evolution and the transition from performance to mass.
Yeah, I think it's interesting, I feel like, you can't tell if you're a good parent. You're not the one who determines you're a good parent. It has to be the child that says you're a good mom. You can't determine that. Your friend can't determine that. Your husband can't determine that. And I think it's very similar with mass. I feel that, you can utilize certain kind of elements. For me, I've been utilizing stuff like masking, repetition. Onika talks about the kind of rituals of the thing in terms of repetition and masking to reveal, the idea that you're masking, but you're kind of like doing all the inside work as well. I think my work in a way is moving more towards blurring those lines between the everyday and what makes something ritualistic and then what turns it into mass. But I think it can only be mass, really mass, when it's kind of shown to people who know mass. You know what I mean? And then identified as such. So we're trying to make a mass, but it can only really be mass when the elders see it, and can respond to it in that way. That's how I feel.
Great, yeah, that is, and that is the way in which the gatekeepers, I think Onika talked about that, actually come in and say, this is what it is, this is what we're about. So the importance of these gatekeepers in the community to accept the rituals and to guide the ritualization, even in the contemporary practices of carnivaling, as I call it, right? As an everyday practice and not just inside of Carnival. Okay, so ladies, we're coming to that point where we need to wrap up, and I want to give each of you the opportunity to at least say one thing that is important, urgent, as we go into 2021, 2022, for us to think about, given the year that we've had, that the role of your practice or the practices of communities for creating spaces for resistance and restoration in Carnival. One thought to wrap up the panel. So we go in the order in which you presented. So Mathilde, followed by Stephanie, Onika, and then Adiola, your closing comments on the importance of this.
Well, what's really, really important to me about Carnival, about this action in Carnival, is just to acknowledge it, have the conscience of what's going on, and keep that thing. Just keep that thing. And this thing, as far as I'm concerned, in Rio, people keep this because they are communities. And important is that they keep it linked to the community. And while the community is thinking about this, they are doing the ritual, they are surrounding you with these ideas and spiritual things, and all this stays together. What must not happen is to accept the total commercialization of that thing. Even though that's the way we live, we are living in that world. And so we have to pass by that world, and community is the basis of it, that will allow you to pass through the cracks. I think
to use the gaps, to use the gaps.
To use the gaps. The gaps are there.
As they say in the UK, mind the gap.
Mind the gap.
Not to be careful of the gap, but to take advantage of the gap. Yes. So look at the gap, right?
Yes, good. There are gaps, there are faults, and you have to go in it. And that's what life does naturally.
That's right. So be mindful of the gap. Stephanie, your last closing thoughts?
Yeah, for me, I think that particularly this year, we see the relationship between retention and making way, or as Trikanal say, make way. I think that our commercial carnival bands that make millions and millions of dollars have a real responsibility to support traditional mass and traditional aspects of carnival. Yeah, it just is their responsibility to do that. And also to make way, which I think became really clear this year when Carnival was quote unquote cancelled. I think that the folks who have been retaining their positions in the NCBA and other gatekeepers and gateholders of Carnival really need to make way for new ideas and for new people and just new ways of thinking, new technologies, because other countries did it, right? Colonial countries had virtual carnivals, and it really is so shameful and tragic. So yeah.
Indeed, Carnival doesn't belong to any one entity. Carnival is us. So this is what this conference is about. Great, thanks for that. Onika, any closing thoughts?
Yes, so I actually want to go back to one of my quotes from the presentation, which I think is important because we are living in this pandemic and it is trauma. So there's another layer, another kind of trauma that many of us are going through because of this pandemic. And so understanding that we have these traditions, these tools that will help us to unpack and to release that trauma. So finding ways to have to figure out how do we have this masking, this kind of a less approach to life on a daily basis. So, and I think it was Tony Hall who said, make a ritual of the sunrise. And so you have your daily rituals, find ways to begin your days and to end your days that are intentional. And in that time between your sunrise and your sunset, how are you unmasking through your mask? That's one of the things I talk about in the TED Talk, unmask through masking. So if you have to wear a mask, to go to work, to look after the children, how are you digging deep and finding a mask that you could wear that still allows you to unmask behind it? And of course, finding that community element on a daily basis could simply mean having your ritual or your pleasure seeking witnessed by another, so that there is still an element of connecting, of being with another human, of being witnessed. I think that is key. And also recognizing and understanding and accepting that as we have this current trauma and the generational trauma, we've also inherited generational wisdom. And so tapping into the things that our ancestors and our elders have left us, recognizing that, honoring that, and yeah, taking
Great.
pleasure on a daily basis.
Yeah, find joy. Okay. Adiola, you are on.
Yeah, I would just kind of like echo everything everyone has just said. And also, to remember to dance like Dwen, move forward with your footprints looking back. You never, you're progressing, but keep focus on, the ancestors and what's gone before, really. Dance like Dwen.
Dance like Dwen. And, thank you, the panel. This was a really enriching and enlightening discussion, really. And it reminds us that, we don't have to ask permission, right? You don't have to ask permission at an individual level, at a community level, at a national level, at a regional level, right? And that's one of the lessons that our ancestors have taught us, even as we operate within the confines and the constraints of regulations and so on. We find ways, and we find ways of not asking permission. So ladies, let us continue this conversation. I want to thank the university for having and hosting this conference, and that we continue to talk about the lessons that Carnival has taught us, and we integrate those things, those rituals every day, not just at Carnival time. So thank you very much. Thank you, panel. Thank you, audience. Thank you, organizers. And it's back over to you, Mr. Murray.
Well, I feel as if I have to ask permission to join this very powerful group of women. At the beginning, I remember people said, yes, this is all women. So may I have permission to rejoin you, please?
Certainly.
Well, thank you very much for our first panel today, Resistance and Restoration and Carnival Performance. And thank you, Dr. Burke, for chairing this vibrant international panel, both by circumstance and by ancestry. So in the stay tuned for our second panel today, 9:45, in just about 10 minutes, which again will be on the theme of resistance, but this time reimagining ritual and resistance in Carnival. Meanwhile, enjoy what members of the diaspora state about what Carnival means to them, and enjoy 2 short mask makers videos from the Trinidad and Tobago Carnival Bands Association. Thank you very much.
I was born in December and they put me in a costume the next February. So before 3 months old, I was in a full costume. And every opportunity I could use to put this costume on is a good opportunity, it's a happy time. So I thought this year, as we didn't have the Carnival parade, I may not have gotten to wear the costume. But for the year, I've already put on my costume a couple of times, and I have more interviews and more opportunities to keep going, because almost every opportunity that I've been afforded in life, that is a positive one, and some negative ones as well. But it has been my teacher, it has been my leader, it has been the generator of my wealth or pay, and it is now my job and it's now my passion to teach and perform and carry on and to take my family's name to another level. Well, the Jagasa legacy started without knowing that it would be this far, and we didn't know it would have been 44 years. It started with my dad's older brothers because of the area we live in, San Fernando. A lot of mass happens there and carnival activities. There's a neighbor did paper mache, a neighbor was a pan tuner, there was a full Panchayat, there was bands. I just may not get the carnival parade, but I have the full build-up of sharing and interest. The public is still interested, so I get my opportunity to be this. And I jokingly say that this is me, and the regular European wear is the character. We do not support the production outside of San Fernando and outside of Trinidad on the whole. And the only part of that remains true for us is that we would import the materials for the costumes. So we don't have a large production of colorful feathers and certain materials, and the fabrics do come from China and stuff, but we buy them from local suppliers. So we still try to support local businesses and smaller businesses. And our family is actually people, and people who, by extension, are our family because of the time they spend with us, they actually produce the costumes. And we have a major responsibility to carry on the craft. It's not that we don't want the costume to be cheaper, but we want it to be local and be Trinidadian and be San Fernandian and still be a Jagasa signature product. So we would not look for production. As long as I am in charge, I would not look for production outside of Trinidad. So we know Carnival 2021, the parade is cancelled. But Trinidad culture is not cancelled. Our history is not cancelled. Our intentions and our future is not cancelled. So you still can be involved in mass or art or music without that Carnival Day parade. And don't forget that.
From the rhythm sections to the costumes, to the headpieces, to the hot sun, to the savannah, through all around the country, Carnival is joy. It is magic. It is unifying, bringing people together from within the nation and throughout the world. It brings together everybody, and it is our culture, our story. From the baby dolls to the midnight rubbers. It is poetic. It is spoken word. It is a living and breathing art form. Carnival is just not people coming up and whining and playing loud music. Carnival is a celebration of life and who we are as a people and our freedom. Because we're Chinese, Trinbagonians, and we love to party.
As a 3-year-old living in Sawa, my grandmother, who deceased, Avalina Salada, who loved Carnival, she used to take me to go and see Mass. I got grounded by living opposite to Tripoli. I heard pan in my head every night. I saw Mass. My grandma continued to carry me to see Mass, and then we used to go Woodford Square, and then with the bleachers, we would go in the bleachers and sit down and watch Mass. And so at 10 years old, I had a camera, so I used to take out my little pictures. So I love Mass. Still love it. You have a feeling when you get on that stage like it's a blessed place, right? And you will dance, a little 10 minutes or so that they give, and a small band, you will dance, enjoy yourself and things. With a secret space. What we are doing, and other bands who play Indian and jab and things like that, they are doing it and sometimes at their own cost. You see a traditional Mass, when a man plays traditional Mass, a woman plays traditional Mass, she becomes part of the Mass. You are a sailor, you try to do a sailor dance. You are a devil, a jab. You have a fella with a petrol pan. You are a Dame Lorraine, you have your breast and your big bottom and you dance accordingly. You are a baby doll, you have your box with your little baby and you go to the men and say, you're the child father. You know, so the traditional Mass, you become the devil, you become the sailor, and you play that Mass whole day Monday and Tuesday. You become the jab and you play it. So it's you becoming the Mass. When you play a naked Mass, what you become? Nothing. Traditional Mass hasn't been from the upper echelon of society. The traditional Mass came from the ordinary folk. We're trying to get the younger people, and there's a lady here who brought a whole school from Maracas to play Mass with us, the Carnival Monday and Tuesday, all the kids and so. So I love the Mass, I love the culture. It is something great. This is sad that, we're fighting to keep the thing going, Fancy Sailor. I saw the dance, I saw the flair. That was it for me. Every single person who benefits from Carnival, the people in churches, they go by the sea. They want to see nothing at all. We play Mass because we love Mass. And we play sailor because we love the sailor. Long live the sailor, I say. And we hope that the young ones will follow after us.
The yellow hand, the muddy warrior, the muddy yellow hand.
I was born in December and they put me in a costume the next February. So before 3 months old, I was in a full costume. And every opportunity I could use to put this costume on is a good opportunity, it's a happy time. So I thought this year, as we didn't have the Carnival parade, I may not have gotten to wear the costume. But for the year, I've already put on my costume a couple of times, and I have more interviews and more opportunities to keep going, because almost every opportunity that I've been afforded in life, that is a positive one, and some negative ones as well. But it has been my teacher, it has been my leader, it has been the generator of my wealth or pay, and it is now my job and it's now my passion to teach and perform and carry on and to take my family's name to another level. Well, the Jagasa legacy started without knowing that it would be this far, and we didn't know it would have been 44 years. It started with my dad's older brothers because of the area we live in, San Fernando. A lot of Mass happens there and carnival activities. There's a neighbor did paper mache, a neighbor was a pan tuner, There was a full Panchayat, there was bands. I just may not get the Carnival parade, but I have the full build-up of sharing and interest. The public is still interested, so I get my opportunity to be this. And I jokingly say that this is me, and the regular European wear is the character. We do not support the production outside of San Fernando and outside of Trinidad on the whole. And the only part of that remains true for us is that we would import the materials for the costumes. So we don't have a large production of colorful feathers and certain materials, and the fabrics do come from China and stuff, but we buy them from local suppliers. So we still try to support local businesses and smaller businesses. And our family is actually people, and people who by extension are our family because of the time they spend with us, they actually produce the costumes. And we have a major responsibility to carry on the craft. It's not that we don't want the costume to be cheaper, but we want it to be local and be Trinidadian and be San Fernandian and still be a JAG. It's a signature product. So we would not look for production. As long as I am in charge, I would not look for production outside of Trinidad. So we know Carnival 2021, the parade is cancelled. But Trinidad culture is not cancelled. Our history is not cancelled. Our intentions and our future is not cancelled. So you still can be involved in mass or art or music without that Carnival Day parade, and don't forget that.
Good morning and welcome back. It's now 10:50 a.m. Atlantic Standard Time, and we, of course, are broadcasting from the Faculty of Humanities and Education at St. Augustine. And we welcome you back to our second panel of our final day of our Panchayat, the Mass in We. In a moment, we will have our second panel today, which is our sixth panel overall, which is Reimagining Ritual and Resistance in Carnival, Reconceptualizing Adaptability and Resilience Beyond Crisis. As usual, we invite you to send your comments and questions here or via Facebook, or via Twitter, #TheMassInWe. Now we turn you over to Dr. Swan Barrett, lecturer at the Faculty of Humanities and Education, who will chair our panel. Dr. Barrett?
Thank you very much, Dr. Murray. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us. We on this panel are Reimagining Ritual and Resistance in Carnival, and we're attempting through the work of all who are presenting this morning to reconceptualize adaptability and resilience beyond crisis. What I will do this morning is I will introduce all of our panelists, and then they will each present sequentially. And then we will come back and have a short summary and then Q&A. So we really and truly are very excited to share our work with you. Our first presenter is Dr. Kai Barrett. Dr. Barrett is a lecturer in the School of Humanities and Social Sciences at the University of Technology, Jamaica. And Dr. Barrett is also lovingly called Dr. Soca. Dr. Barrett is presenting We on the Live, Soca, Survival, and Social Media. Our next presenter is Dr. Alpha Obika. Dr. Obika is a lecturer at the Caribbean School of Media and Communication, and Dr. Obika is presenting Carnival 2.0, examining the role of information technology in the transforming the Caribbean Carnival experience. Dr. Obika is a scholar of communication, and he explores cultural policy, event management, and critically analyzes media and cultural products. Third presenter is Sean Samad. Mr. Samad is a PhD candidate in cultural studies. His research is focusing on examining the social and cultural conditions that affect creativity in music for composers of carnival music in Trinidad and Salvador, Brazil. And Dr. Samad will be presenting Keeping the Beat Alive, adaptability and resilience through cross-fertilization in the carnival musics of Trinidad and Brazil. And finally, we have Dr. Fadike Castor, who is an assistant professor in religion and Africana studies at Northeastern University and an award-winning author of Spiritual Citizenship, Transnational Pathways from Black Power to IFA in Trinidad. Dr. Castor will be presenting Farewell to Spirit, Resistance in the Face of Carnival's Commodification. With that outlined, it is my pleasure to welcome Dr. Barrett.
Thank you, Dr. Barrett. Okay, let me just pull up the PowerPoint. Okay, good morning, everyone. Canceling the official staging of Carnival 2021 has had a major impact on the industries within the ecology that depend on the festival. The recent pandemic has highlighted that one of these industries, soca, is vulnerable to how it is performed and monetized. Within the larger context of the panel, this paper addresses the question, how can soca escape from traditional notions of how it is performed and monetized? In 2011, Susan Burke lamented about the local music scene. She wrote, "The capacity of the majority of artists to take advantage of the new social media platforms to distribute their goods is stymied by the lack of expertise and resources to develop, maintain, and optimize their brand presence online. Without the conventional means of making money, namely live performances and traveling, this paper contends that one aspect of soca's survival is exploring opportunities on social media platforms like Instagram. The presentation narrows in on Vibes with Voicey, a weekly Instagram broadcast on Thursday nights hosted on Soca Artists Voices Instagram page." So I have a little clip of the broadcast.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight is the live music night. Tonight is about live music. We're taking you back to the fets. We're going to the fets, all you. One, get ready. Two, get ready. One, two.
Voice began the live in October 2020 with co-host, friend, and colleague Major Penny. The show combines elements of a fete radio program, comedy, storytelling, and a good Trini lime. It has a basic format, juggling from DJ Travis World, call-in interviews with other artists and viewers, competitions, giveaways, and a participatory audience. Like Voice's vibesy personality, the show is organic and doesn't seem contrived, which makes it even more popular among viewers. The number of live viewers for the 3 to 4 hours of broadcast may range from 4,000 to 7,000. However, these figures do not include those who view the show when it is posted on Voice's Instagram feed, which attracts about 25,000 to 50,000 views. Due to the limited time, the presentation will discuss the following aspects of Vibes with Voicey: the audience's mental, physical, and spiritual survival. 2, Voice's survival that is sustained through a connection with his audience, and Voice monetizing his creativity from that connection. For the audience, tuning in weekly to Vibes with Voicey plays a role in their survival. They have been devastated by the cancellation of Carnival, so it operates as a kind of Tabanka support group. Not being able to take part in the annual festivities has placed a lot of carnivalists in a state of mourning. Carnival's psychological purpose provides a release from everyday routines and responsibilities that helps some to deal with mental and social restrictions, especially those that accompany a global pandemic. The idea of letting go, even if it is momentary, is at the core of the Carnival experience, and even more so now that release is needed. In addition, communication with audiences is no longer one way, making them a full participant in the virtual performance, For the viewers of the live, they feel they are close to voice, which is due to the show atmosphere of lime and old talk. The parasocial relationship is strengthened by communicative prompts such as voice responding directly to viewers' comments, or he may call them into the live. Landsberger and Martinez posited that consumers may interpret this as interpersonal communication because of sheer accessibility and engagement uniquely afforded by social media platforms. The recently held Soca Star competition on the live helped to give new talent an opportunity for voice to connect with his audience, who he included as judges alongside some local celebrities. In this regard, Voice not only appeared sincere about making way for new talent in the soca world, but made the live audience a part of the process. Interestingly, the final round of the competition on February 11 drew about 10,000 viewers. The following day, Voice told Loop journalist Laura Dorrit Phillips, "It is overwhelming to see people cling to the brand and the show. It's not even my show anymore. The show is part of the people. They took it when it was just 500 viewers and took it to over 10,000. Vibes with Voicey connects Voice to his followers and the followers to each other. And ultimately, more people will see his content, especially when Instagram's algorithm comes into play. The audience then has a significant role to play in the live and producing its vibes. How is Voice monetizing this exposure? Although Instagram is less popular than Facebook in Trinidad and Tobago, soca artists resort to Instagram more than any other platform. Jelena Sinanan contended Instagram is more prevalent among young middle-class Trinidadians who are attracted to a lifestyle of consumption in their digital activity. Sinanan's findings are in line with recent global figures that show 2/3 of Instagram users are 34 years and younger, which makes the platform attractive to marketers. According to the data analytics firm Nielsen, in 2016, Instagram users spent 42% more money and 30% more time on music than the general population in the US. They were more likely to stream music and twice as likely to pay for streaming. They were also twice as likely to attend live music events. There's a clear business value here, and Voice is actively taking advantage of it. The live further strengthened his partnership with telecommunications giant Digicel. They sponsored the weekly giveaways and also contributed to the prize for the Soca Star competition. The Digicel account has become almost like the third host in the live, instantly connecting with viewers through DMs, comments, and giveaways. In fact, Digicel recently reported that $3 million TT was invested in digital content related to Carnival. The growing number of viewers and Voice's favorable online persona has seen him connect with other corporate brands. Another important element of the show is including influencers and artists. Connecting with others brings more viewers to the platform. For instance, Nadia Batson, Lyrical, and Second Star were consistent guests, and there were also appearances by Cass Allison Hines among others. The reciprocity works here in connecting followers, brands, and sponsorship. The constant exposure has seen Voice hired at all of the major virtual shows this year. This attention further translates into popularity of his new songs and reinvigorates his older offerings. Consequently, he does not have to rely on live fete DJs and the radio to market his songs and himself. A growing number of young viewers, niche and consistent content, along with Voice's likable persona, will result in more exposure and ultimately real monetary rewards. The paper proposes that building a fan base and strategically developing an online brand will see long-term benefits post-pandemic and even beyond the Carnival season. This may also translate into audiences streaming and buying his music and later on attending shows and fetes when feasible, of course. Thus, internet-based communication and digital music have redrawn the lines of communication, control, and distribution structures of the music industry. Moving forward, more data is needed. Analytic insights about audiences in terms of demographics, geography, and other audience data will help to determine reach and to optimize strategy and decision-making aligned with the artist's characteristics, interests, and behaviors. But how does this survival apply to the larger soca and carnival industry? The carnival has long been described as an ecosystem, but this system comprises of several individual silos, exploring their own ways to survive, with Vibes with Voicey being one of those silos. The cohesion that an industry needs is not there due to egos, hostility, and the lack of effective leadership in the assigned organizing body, all of which were highlighted with COVID-19. But that is not a discussion that cannot be had today. As much as soca has become what Gordon Ruler described as a kind of fast food, mass-produced, slickly packaged, and meant for rapid consumption, it has a chaotic tradition in calypso and follows in its Afro-Creole practices of celebration, resistance, and survival. After major events like World War II and the polio outbreak in 1972, the music evolved and survived by employing capitalist motivations and at the same time complying with tradition. Survival then for soca is complicated, as it involves keeping the rituals of an art form alive while adapting to environmental change. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Kai. Alpha?
All right, thank you very much for that excellent start. I'm going to share my screen. All right, so my presentation builds on the excellent foundation that Kai has laid, looking at a little more specifically at the role of ICT in transforming the carnival experience. So my presentation has three parts where I look at the rise of the virtual carnival. I will explore issues of cultural resilience and digital opportunities. And then finally, I will make some projections into the future. So this is the beginnings of a paper that hasn't been written as yet, but it's part of an ongoing discussion. And of course, data has to be at the center of it. So I start with the theoretical foundation laid by Professor Dunn, where he explores technology as the physical and intellectual tools that we use to manage and survive in our specific environment. And I'm building from theory of scholars that look at technology as an extension of culture. And information communication technologies are the driving architecture of our time. It's not only the physical devices or the networks or the systems, but it's also about people. ICT is also about people and culture. So, of course, we know that COVID came at about the end of February, early March 2020. Trinidad and Tobago Carnival had only recently concluded. From where I am in Jamaica, they were about to start, well, in fact, the season was in full swing, but they were aiming to have their celebration on April 19 of 2020. However, due to COVID, the Carnival Stakeholders Committee decided to reschedule to October 25th, and they were monitoring with the hope that they would be able to stage a physical carnival. That date has now obviously been shifted because no physical carnival was able to take place, and it's now going to take place on April 11 of this year. While the Carnival Stakeholders Committee in Jamaica were grappling with how do we stage and maintain this level of authenticity for what we know to be Carnival? You had private entities stepping forward and exploring this concept of staging some type of Carnival experience virtually. And we saw Campari, which is one of the major sponsors for Carnival in Jamaica, stepping forward and staging what they termed a virtual Campari Carnival, that this took place on the day that was supposed to be Carnival. We also saw this trend in Jamaica where a number of the popular festivals decided, look, yes, we cannot have the in-person, authentic experience. However, there's an opportunity here for us to go virtual, and we saw some fests doing quite well in staging 2 days of a virtual live event that persons were able to experience way beyond the shores of Jamaica. So there are definitely opportunities there. I would also want to point out that not only did the government step in, but also a number of sponsors saw the opportunity. And of course, the event was free. Reggae Sunsplash made a return in 2020. They also went virtual. And we see here the two lineups. Tyrone Wilson, one of the owners of the festival, he said, I think it was a great show. We had a few technical glitches, all right? But we connected with so many persons all over the world. And in fact, they have contemplated planning Sunsplash to be virtual for 2021 because they see that although it's not a perfect replication of the reggae experience, that there are opportunities that the technology provides and they want to capitalize on this. So against the backdrop of Jamaica trying to think about, hey, we want to maintain this authentic experience that persons have paid for, we saw the rise of virtual carnivals. And as a communication scholar, please take note of the use of the word virtual. So you see Bermuda emerging with virtual carnival. We see Miami emerging with virtual carnival. And there are many other countries and territories around the world within the carnival diaspora who decided that they were going to stage some type of virtual experience. Of course, in September 2020, that famous statement by Prime Minister Rowley, where he said, Carnival in TNT in 2021 is not on. And we saw the firestorm that raged through social media, where we had carnivalists, practitioners, scholars saying, hey, you can't kill Carnival. The show must go on. We also saw the National Carnival Commission also highlighting that they're not planning to stage any virtual events, all right? Gypsy said, hey, promoters could do what they want to make money, but that's not Carnival, all right? A Newsday article indicated that Gypsy said TNT can't have a virtual carnival, and that's an oxymoron. So that's a very interesting statement made by this reporter. So in the backdrop of that, we see emerging a number of virtual events for Carnival. In Trinidad, starting with Soca and Mocha, well, not starting with, but in January, we see a number of events emerging. Soca and Mocha is one, it's a virtual event. Strive for Fatima College, we see artists stepping forward to stage their own versions of Carnival with their own, well, their crew, if you want to call it that. And it was an opportunity for some of the emerging persons to step forward and stage their own events. We also see stalwarts like Patrice Roberts stepping forward and of course showing Winchester, a veteran in Soca. But we also had Art Form 3, which was an excellent event. Back to Blue was one of my favorites for the season, but also Is We. Now, very interesting is that some of the major competitions still took place. And this speaks to the heart of resilience. So even though the government said, hey, we are not staging Carnival, and NCC follows within that realm, we see that some of the events still decided to take place. Chutney Soca Monarch took place, and the Soca Monarch virtually. And interestingly, the Ministry of Tourism and Arts did support these events. At the heart of the resilience, we can see where virtually Famanaki basically ruled within soca via the competitions. So in exploring the resilience of the digital age, Carnival in Trinidad this year saw virtual only events, all right? We saw blended events where you had in-person live audiences and also virtual. Then you also had blended simulcast events which employed a mix of live audiences in person, virtual audiences simultaneously, and also broadcasts via media, in some cases radio, in some cases via television. Some of the events also utilize a series of innovations. Some of them were fully pre-recorded, and I mean, this is an interesting package, and it shows the resilience. I remember George Singh indicated that this is the path he was going to take. There were also some events that took place virtually, live, but included pre-recorded segments. One of the interesting features of some of the events were that they were live in-person audiences and live virtual audiences. And most of the events were generally free with limited restrictions. In some cases, audiences had to pay. In other cases, audiences were allowed to access these events for free. So there were benefits to the promoters and to the audiences, and you can well imagine that, especially where sponsors came on board, promoters were able to stage their events with lower costs, still expensive, but with lower costs than if they were to stage the traditional type events. There were also support from traditional media, where we saw a lot of media houses partnering with many of the promoters to stage the events. And one important point was that most of the events were able to reach a wider audience. So there's an opportunity to build a global network through the digital platforms. Of course, the audience benefited. For the first time in about 8 years, I was able to go on a virtual pilgrimage to experience Carnival. This is definitely an opportunity going forward, even when we return to that face-to-face. So there were technological innovations. It empowered the audiences, but it must be noted that some audiences would be alienated. The costs to the audience members were cheaper. There were lower barriers to access, all right? You just had to have the technology to be able to access it. And you could do it in real time, or you could access the recordings, all right? One very important point to note is that via social media, not only were you able to view the events, but you were able to interact live via platforms like WhatsApp and Facebook, where you could literally talk about your experience in the different events, send video clips, etc. You could even show yourself live enjoying the event. So there were ecosystems within that broader event ecosystem. So Benedict Anderson theorizes the imagined community. I want to postulate that this community is not imagined, it is real, and that it constitutes a global Carnival mediascape that is the technology facilitates. And of course, via ICT, the Carnival product, which is already global, takes on a much deeper dimension. There are issues because for every person who experienced the event, due to the digital divide, there will be persons who would have been excluded. Weak infrastructures for internet, there were barriers. Some events you had to pay. There are issues with literacy, so while ICT presents a golden opportunity, it also alienates those who are not on the pulse of technological changes. And of course, copyright issues. A major point is the issue of authenticity that the virtual cannot replace, the real, live, in-person event. So I'm approaching the end of my presentation. The future of Carnival, I see to be blended, all right, which is in order to maintain authenticity. But there must be intensive research and data. Yes, the events have gone, but it is not enough to say, okay, it was a nice carnival. A lot of research needs to be done to see the opportunities that can be exploited. The digital infrastructure must be upgraded. While we do have a high penetration rate of internet throughout the Caribbean, it's still insufficient to have the widespread participation in the carnival. Digital literacy is still an issue. So where you find younger persons able to exploit the opportunities for the experience, you have more mature audiences and rural audiences who would be somewhat excluded. Whilst cultural policy drafts, and there are some mechanisms in place to support digital technology, we need to take it a step further and see this technology as part and parcel of the carnival experience. And of course, there are opportunities for marketing, and I hope that the National Carnival Commission jumps on this bandwagon. I see they already created a digital platform, but that platform alone is just a start. There must be monetization strategies for the content that is out there. So we do know that there are intellectual property scholars. This must be fully explored. And there must be closer linkages with the Caribbean-style carnivals. There's something coming on stream called the Caribbean Single ICT Space. This ICT space cannot be seen in a silo of simply digital technology. Technology shapes culture as culture shapes technology. So it is very imperative that we move forward and build culture into this. Of course, education and training for promoters is essential to be able to exploit the opportunities, and authenticity is yet another word. Now, I know that I've gone beyond my time, Madam Moderator. I welcome questions. This is my final slide. I want to end with Castell, who says that even though technology doesn't determine society, information technologies are reshaping at an accelerated pace the material basis of society. That's food for thought. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alpha. Indeed, an interesting presentation. We move quickly on to Sean. The floor is yours. Sean, can you hear me?
Yeah, hi, good morning. Just sharing the presentation. Good morning. I'm happy to be a part of this panel today. And my presentation is going to focus specifically taking a step back from what Dr. Barrett and Dr. Obika presented on. It's going to look a bit more at the rituals involved in the creation of the products that they talked about, the creation of the musical products that underscore the carnival ecosystem. And so today I'll be talking about how do we keep, or how are the industry keeping the beat alive through adaptability and resilience. So some brief points for discussion. I want to look at the context and framework of this adaptability and resilience that is embedded in the creation of music in these spaces, the spaces of Trinidad and Salvador, Bahia, Brazil specifically, and look at how that is connected to identity, freedom, and resistance, which in itself is autonomy and adaptation. And also take a brief look at historical cross-fertilization and the future of that, how that is happening today and possibilities for it in the future. And of course, a brief look at the challenges to complexity and autonomy within the carnival music industry going forward. So I mean, many people, of course, understand this, but I think it's key to talk about the context within which Carnival music developed and continues to grow. Of course, in these two locations, both Trinidad and Brazil, we are sites of the development of the European colonial project, which was based on a Euro Christocentrism, grew out of severe medieval traumas experienced by the peoples that came to this region to develop this colonial project, and was definitely based on complete domination, coercion of all the peoples that came to this region or that were here, like the indigenous peoples, in order to extract resources. And the methods used were based on violence, abuse, and of course, mestiçagem, which does not have an English translation, but is the Portuguese way to talk about the propensity for mixing between races. What the European colonial project definitely did or developed as one of its key strategies for control was systemic erasure and forced acculturation. Of course, erasure of all things that were not European as much as possible, dehumanization, prohibition of the practice of cultural forms that were not considered to be European or positive, forced conversion to the religious, to Christianity, education and language prohibition, and in some cases, especially in Brazil, but even here in Trinidad and Tobago, incentivization to move away from one's traditional cultural forms to what is considered to be the acceptable Euro-Christian forms. However, in light of the systemic erasure and acculturation, there was significant resistance and adaptation. And I specifically put the arrows below resistance and adaptation in the opposite way to what the European colonial project was trying to achieve, and not linear, not on the same level, but above and below, because it involved submersion, moving some of our cultural practices below the level that could be seen. Syncretism in many cases, as is seen both in the Caribbean and in Brazil, which is a form of adaptation, which I'll talk about. Cross-fertilization, again, a form of adaptation, and the development of communities of practice with significant autonomy from official sources. And I just wanted to quote two particular scholars from the two areas. Lovelace saying that few have failed to observe that the much vaunted cultural creativity expressed in Trinidad and Tobago has come principally from the ordinary African descended people at the bottom of the ladder. And another scholar from Brazil, Abdias do Nascimento, saying the reduction of African culture to the status of empty folklore not only reveals the contempt for Black people in the current white society, but also exhibits the avarice with which the society exploits Afro-Brazilians and their culture for the purposes of profit. For although religion and art are so ridiculed and folklorized, they constitute valuable and profitable products in the tourist trade. In this way, Black religious and cultural manifestations have become curiosities to entertain white visitors. Folklorization advances through another method of treating Afro-Brazilian culture by the dominant society, its commercialization. So the two sites that I focus on in this particular presentation is, of course, Trinidad and Salvador Bahia, which is the first capital of Brazil, also known as the Black Rome, the blackest city outside of the African continent. And in terms of the various types of Brazilian carnivals that exist, it is the closest in terms of format and energy and vibe to the Carnival of Trinidad. And of course, Carnival is a significant cultural marker for both of these sites. It's a manifestation of freedom, resistance, adaptation, and of course, connected to a feeling of belonging and identity. Many similarities between the two regions, but also many differences. And the music which I'm talking about, Paul Gilroy in his book, The Black Atlantic, talks about music as being the jewels brought from bondage, the tool for communication and interconnection of peoples of African descent. And of course, as I go forward, I'll talk about how this is connected to resistance and adaptation. So my theoretical framework for interrogating resilience and adaptation, I use several theories to kind of inform what I'm talking about. Biderman's chart of cohesion, which was developed to explain how the European project used various psychological tools to coerce peoples of African descent into moving away from their cultural forms. And of course, that created what many years later, in 1992, Arlene Geronimo's called the weathering hypothesis, that this coercive measures in society really had an effect on people's health going forward. I talked about Gilroy's Black Atlantic. This understanding that there is a continuum of cultures across the Americas that are all shared and interconnected. And of course, ethnomathematics and a recent discussion of how African fractals not only exist in things like architecture and textiles, but also extend to music. This connection of repetition that exists in rhythmic structures. But the one that I want to focus on a little bit more is the complex systems theory. If we look at the carnival music industry as a complex adaptive system, of course you have many different people involved in the system, which are called the elements, and their interactions, their connections is what creates this particular system. And in their interactions, we find rituals and practices coming out of it. So the rituals and practices connected to the creation of music for carnival leads to the development of communities of practice. Now, the characteristics of the carnival music industries and any complex adaptive system involve numerosity, meaning many different elements, people working together, diverse elements, diverse people working together, significant interdependence and non-linearity, meaning that there's no one set way to do things, but things evolve depending on need. Self-organization, which has been key to resilience as well as key to autonomy and adaptation. And that autonomy and adaptation, of course, is a response and has been a response historically to the push for cohesion, the push for reduction of the impact of African colonial cultural products. And so historically, cross-fertilization has been a part of music generation for festivals and specifically for carnival in these two regions. It is not something that is new. It is not a strategy that is new for adaptation and resilience, but I want to contend that it is something that has been there historically. And so in Salvador, we see that there has been lots of different variations of music and rhythms that have come from the African continent, but which to be crystallized in two specific forms, one called Ashi, which actually is now kind of moving out of popularity, and one called Pagode Baiano, which are the epitome of cross-fertilization and mixing of musical styles. And of course in Trinidad, we have a multiplicity as well, but as presented by Dr. Taylor Francis and others yesterday, soca and chutney, for example, are two of our contemporary forms that are also the epitomes of cross-fertilization. So I just have some samples. Pagode Baiano, which I talked about. These two examples, the first one shows a collaboration, an internal cross-fertilization, because of course Brazil is a huge country of over 200 million people and many different genres. So this first sample shows a cross-fertilization between music specific to Salvador and music from Rio de Janeiro, known as karaoke funk. And the second example is an example of external cross-fertilization, of them using influences from electronic dance media and even Caribbean Hispanic forms like salsa to merge into Pagode Baiano.
Não pare de mexer, não pare de balançar, não pare de mexer, não pare de balançar. Eu sei que o beat é louco, é diferente, é desse jeito.
Looks like Mr. Samad is on a free.
Mama Africa, we come to turn up the whole place. I'm loving the way that she rotate through. I'm asking my girl what she looking. She told me say Trinidad Tobago.
So this song, which is a collaboration between Bunchy Garland and Fuse ODJ and Ghanaian artists in 2020, who plays, is one good example of cross-fertilization, contemporary cross-fertilization happening. So to wrap up my presentation, the challenge or the constraint to cross-fertilization and resilience and adaptation for the Carnival music industry, there are a number of challenges that go from government and regulation to local audience.
I think we're losing Sean occasionally. What we will do is I think he's frozen for a while. What we will do is
continue to define the music, continuous attempts towards simplification and commodification of the industry and the art form, preserving and amplifying autonomy of creators of music via technology, as was described before, and seeking out and recreating linkages which provide additional resilience. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sean. Unfortunately, we just missed the very end, but we were able to still grasp your discussion of cross-fertilization, its benefits and challenges. And finally, we turn to Fadike, who will present last on our panel. Fadike, the floor is yours.
Hi, pleasant good morning to everyone. I would like to start with a land recognition. I'm coming to you from the greater Boston area, which I recognize is located on part of the original homelands of the Mashpee Wampanoag, Aquinnah Wampanoag, Nipmuc, and Massachusetts tribal nations. We acknowledge the painful history of genocide and forced removal from this territory, and we honor and respect the many diverse indigenous peoples still connected to this land on which we gather. I recognize and call on the ancestors, our collective ancestors, recognizing those who have gone before us and on whose shoulders we stand. My offering today is a philosophical reflection. And I'm speaking from the position that at this gathering, I can skip a lot of the contextualization, history, and definitions and go straight to the heart of the matter, because we only have 10 minutes. So let's proceed as if we know what Trinidad Carnival is, and then we'll come back to this at the end. I locate my work in the space Reggio finds, quote, Carnival's primary source of energy, and this has a lot to do with its flexibility, is located neither fully in inversion nor in affirmation, but in the tension between subverting and affirming. Or put another way, in its dialectic between civilized respectability and vagabondage, end quote. And as put so well by Sean Samad today, in the dynamic of resistance and adaptation. I would like to start with a series of quotes that reflect on my initial conceptualization in today's title, Farewell to Spirit, Resistance in the Face of Carnival's Commodification. The paper is titled Farewell to Spirit as a play on the meaning of carnival, carnevale, which is farewell to flesh. And embedded in this question is a not so new critique of commodification in Trinidad Carnival and a call for a recognition of ritual space in Carnival. My journey in exploring this tension between flesh and spirit, freedom and constraint, liberty and commodity, ends with an offering and some provocations that we can carry into future conversations. So in the dialogic tradition of Carnival, I offer these other voices. And this is a series of quotes. After each quote, I will indicate where it came from, and then I will let you know when I'm back to my narrative. Cambele is communal therapy, and that sense is for the people. And to Pearl Springer. And that's from the Cambele Last Lap stream available on YouTube. Mass, in its individual spirit, has always had to face a threat of absorption in the whirlpool of commerce. That's from Gordon Relaire. In Trinidad, commercialization is not the death of Carnival, but part of how it perpetuates itself. And that is from a visitor to Trinidad Carnival who wrote up her experience in the Smithsonian magazine, Barbara Einrach, up close at Trinidad's Carnival. She also goes on to say, she's describing her Juve experience. We were annihilated as individuals anyway, footsore, bone-tired, dripping with paint and sweat. We were, in some transcendent way, perfected. The power of Carnival is memory, innovation, and revisitation. Gordon Roller again. Spirit and will to be free manifest spiritually. Midnight Robber, Last Lap Stream for Cambele. Carnival is about the spirit that come out of we. Baby Doll at the Cambele Last Lap Stream. Carnival is a living ritual. 3 Canal. In this year's delay of the power of the embodied gathering, perhaps this pause will bring a recalibration of the extent of the staging and infrastructure that we need in Trinidad's Carnival. As our gatherings have gotten more and more elaborate, pricier and pricier, perhaps social standing and hierarchy have replaced the transcendent experience as central. No, not at all. If we think of the commodified infrastructure from security to porta potties as the staging in the ritual element that collapses this, so I want to offer that if we think of often what is commercialized and commodified is a staging, right? So we pay money to enter the fete because we have access to the stage, literally a stage, the performers, the lights, the security, all of that infrastructure is staging. And I'm juxtaposing it to a ritual element that collapses distinctions and shifts subject positions, that gives us that experience of all we as one, the collective effervescence of playing yourself as a performance. So I would like to raise some entry points today into an entanglement of possible future pathways for us to consider and take it forward into future conversations and perhaps into the Q&A. How can the porous nature of borders and boundaries, low versus high, spectator versus participant, inside versus outside, be not only maintained, but also broadened? So to reiterate, I would like to, I'm positing that we not only maintain, but broaden the porous nature of our borders and boundaries. So where there's access to staging, we all need some infrastructure, right? From the road to the stage, but for people that have different positionalities, that are differently abled, whether it's in their physical needs, their socioeconomic needs, the needs for their cultural expression. So my first point of intervention is access. From this point, I want to raise the question of how can we engage in a collective ritual that is not so commodified? As I've said, I appreciate that staging costs money. The money you pay to go into a fete or play in the band for certain structures, from bathrooms to bar to speakers, right? But if the heart of the ritual is the gathering together and that collective, that effervescence, that collective feeling of joy, and that shift from being an individual to being part of the collective, what I refer to as the sweet spot in the fete at 3:30 in the morning, right when the crowd is jumping up as one, jumping up together, right? And there's a reason why this is a common refrain in our soca, right? Because it reflects part of the reality of Carnival that we hold dear. If the heart of ritual is the gathering, then underneath the layers of commodification is that moment where you play yourself. And in playing yourself, you find out that all we is one. Let us not lose that in the commodification and the drive for profit from Carnival. How so can we preserve that while still being comfortable? How can we use new forms of technology and social networks to connect across time and distance, increasing access, going back to that first point, while still centering the spirit of Carnival? In this pause, where we didn't gather this year, maybe it gives us space to rethink Carnival. And as we are rethinking Carnival, I'm saying that we can rethink it in terms of what we are curating, what we're supporting, and focus that on the spiritual experience and our core values. So that it's not so much hierarchy, position, and status, which is always there in the foundational tension of Carnival. But I'm saying that in a foundational tension, you can organize to shift the movement in one direction or another. So I'm saying, how can we pull away from the ethos of neoliberal capitalism, which centers on the individual at the expense of the collective? Can we explore alternative structures of value and exchange, such as cooperatives and collectives? Are there other ways of organizing outside of the given late capitalistic modes, right? So the offering today is a series of questions that I frame around a problematic. I think we need to further create space that is put aside, a space for expressions of people within the symbols and language of the people. So I'm arguing against too much translation to a global market. I'm arguing against speaking outside of native idioms, right? Speaking outside of our language. Let's keep speaking about Palance, about Lawe, right? About Dingole, about Telele. Let's keep on the legs, yes? So we need a space for expressions of people within the symbols and the language of the people that speaks to the spirit and the soul of the people, where we are concerned less, in a sense, with the outside world. I'm not saying that we are going to be blocked off. In my call for insularity, I'm saying that we bring people in. So we are resistant to the pull to homogeneity in the global commodification of culture. I want to call attention to the Campbell enactments on Carnival Friday as a good example of what I'm calling for. That is not commodified, that speaks in the local historical cultural grammar of society, that is about the collective and the telling of our story so that we can understand for ourselves. That is not about commodification. There are many pathways in many carnivals. I am not arguing for a singular authenticity. People find their sweet spot in the fête, in the pretty mass, in Pan, in Juve. There are many carnivals for many peoples, and I think that's something that we need to hold on to. But I'm saying we need to rethink the profit motive for profit's sake. So can we create a surplus not only of energy and joy, but also a surplus of capital that is reinvested into the community? Certainly, there are many, many needs in Trinidadian society. And how can the surplus of capital that's produced in Carnival not just create wealth for certain individuals, but create resources for the community? And in close, I want to ask some further questions. I want to offer some provocations. What are some of the core values and ethics for us to focus on as we move forward, incorporating the new technologies that have been showcased so expertly here on our panel today, while bringing forward our traditions and prioritizing access? One strength moving forward is in remembering that Carnival predates the nation state. The nation of Trinidad is embedded in the living ritual, performance, and poetics that we call Carnival. We stand grounded in a space that is a source of critical resistance to neoliberalism and racialized capitalism, as much as it emerged from a resistance to colonialism. The radical moment in Carnival is the shifting of temporalities, space or spatiality, and subjectivities, and the relationships between them. I offer that as a thought to how we can work together to create more strategies, to further our strategies and tools of resistance. Let me end where I started, in that tension of farewell to flesh, farewell to spirit. In my reflections, I found myself shifting the very question. It's not authentic versus commercial, tradition versus modern, flesh versus spirit. It is both and. It is the dialectic, it is the dialogic of the spirit of Carnival that I call on us to remember and to center, even as we move forward into embracing new technologies and innovations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Father K. So with these presentations, we have heard multiple offerings for resilience and adaptation, and we ask you to contemplate new ways of being and doing, but new ways of being and doing with a caution. How do we then utilize technology? How do we then utilize the tension, the historical tensions and the trends in order to adapt? And also, as Father K ends, how do we then retain and contend with issues of authenticity? With that, we have about 10 minutes for questions, and we will go directly into it so we can accommodate as many as possible. We do have one already for Dr. Obika. The questioner asks, any ideas of how we can jump the digital divide in the short term, i.e. not waiting on governments to widen tech access? Is there a grassroots way forward?
So one of the interesting things, and I'll try and keep my answer short, is the statement by Prime Minister Rowley. I just had to mention it because essentially he stated a policy position of the government, and one wonders how much consultation took place. I'm going to keep my discussion specific to Carnival because the technology issues go beyond simply culture and beyond Carnival. The economic issues, technological issues, the duopoly that still controls the telecommunication sector. So there are a lot of issues, all infrastructure, exploitation of customers, etc., that can't necessarily be resolved in the short term. However, dialogue and discussion with the stakeholders, rather than seeing them merely as persons coming cap in hand to get money, subventions, stage events, some type of dialogue could have taken place where more support could have been provided to many of the promoters so that the benefits to be derived could be maximized. Of course, benefits were derived by many of the promoters, but a policy position of the government that supported a virtual carnival, because at least the dialogue would have told them that, hey, the artists and the practitioners are not in favor of cancellation. Yes, one version of it cannot take place, but a virtual staging is still going to keep the event relevant, still feed persons within the industry because there are real concerns, but maximize the potential of digital sphere. So the digital divide, it goes deeper and you can't necessarily sidestep it. However, more dialogue before arriving at a policy position of not staging it could have ensured that more the government and the country would benefit from the virtual staging of Carnival.
Right, thank you very much, Alpha. We have another question for the panel. How does the wealth strengthen communities that gave birth to the festival? So how does the wealth strengthen communities that gave birth to the festival? I'm not sure what the wealth is in terms of what the question is imagining. But I'm probably thinking the opportunities that you've identified, I suppose. So for example, Kai, from your perspective, the modification of communication through social media platforms and the monetization you talk about, maybe we can start there and move on until we get some clarification.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the question is a bit confusing, but what I would say is I'd go back to the last point that I made. What does this mean for the larger industry itself? And one of the problems we have is that everyone is operating, in this kind of individualistic way. So it's hard to see, that wealth go to, beyond well, in the case that I discussed, voice and the people around him, right? So in terms of we keep using this word, the larger ecosystem, but we have smaller systems within this ecosystem that, they're not connecting with each other. So and I'll also consider what Alpha said about digital literacy. So I think we take for granted that everyone is digitally literate, but probably that's something that we need to address, as a nation, that level of digital literacy, and go into and look at it within specific communities. And probably that is where, that cohesion could be made. So with bigger artists or bigger promoters who have those digital advantages, probably they could bring in, the communities who don't, or extend, assistance to them, bring them in, show them, what is happening and how, and just let them contribute.
Thank you, Kai. Another question, and I was wondering if very quickly each panelist could say from your perspective, having seen the adaptation that has taken place in emergency, how do you see the sustainability of this from each of your unique vantage points? If you could summarize that, how sustainable these things, these opportunities for adaptation and resilience, do you think they are? Let's start with Sean and go down the line.
Thanks for that question. From my particular vantage point, which is looking at the people who actually create and perform music, the opportunities and challenges, which I think is one of the slides that got stuck at the end. One of the significant opportunities that contribute to adaptation and resilience for Carnival music is seeking out and recreating linkages that can, continue to keep the music fresh and reinvigorate the music with new ideas, with new beats, etc. And it's very much connected to the utilization of ICT, social media, and electronic communication that Dr. Obika and Dr. Barrett spoke about. In my research so far, many of the composers that I've spoken to in the Brazilian context, for example, talk about the democratization of connection and relationship between creators of music. So in the past, someone in Brazil who composed a song and wanted to get it performed by a big artist had to go through an editorial company and get them to sign off on it and take it to an artist. Today, a composer is able to approach an artist directly through Instagram or through WhatsApp or using a telephone number, and that is cutting out a lot of the obstacles and challenges to increase linkages, increase collaboration, and cross-fertilization that does invigorate the music industry with additional resilience and adaptation options.
Right, let's go to Dr. Castor next, because to answer the same question, but also the clarification was really in response to what you presented on, where the person says, you were talking about your point where you said commodification might build communities. Oh, yeah. So the person in asking, how does this wealth, to go back to the last question, how does this wealth strengthen communities that give birth to the festival? The questioner was acknowledging what you said, Dr. Costa, about commodification. So if we can have you to consider.
Okay, let me see if I can take on both questions kind of in the same way with two key thoughts for me. One is innovation and the other is access, right? So in the contemporary moment, with the challenges that we faced with not being able to gather together, right? When we moved so much into virtual space, right? There was this need for innovation and there was a response. That is amazing. If you go to YouTube and you start going into the archive of what was produced this year for Carnival 2020, without a centralized government sponsorship, without a centralized organizing plan, there were many examples of innovation. And so I would call on us to keep using that innovation, right? To pull away from old models of how things have to be done and embrace both the new technology and as well as our ability to hopefully gather next year, right? In a kind of hybrid way that promotes access, right? So that creates a more egalitarian platform where people don't have barriers. So, when people create movies that reflect on their view of Carnival, I would urge them, don't take them down, don't put them behind a paywall. If you have that moment where you have asked people to contribute and you have raised the funds to cover production costs, why not make it available and accessible to the people? Right? So I'm asking us to recalibrate, in a sense, our values and ethos so that your primary value isn't the accumulation of individual wealth, but it's the raising of the collective and it's the expanding of access to the collective. So what would that look like? I think that we need to have that dialogue. We need to have that discussion, but there are other formats besides for corporations, right? There are collectives, and there are co-ops. There is, there are ways to distribute ownership across a group rather than investing it in the individual, so that we're not stuck in these sort of frames of neoliberal capital, where that Carnival can be a source not only of critique, but a source for new innovative praxis of ways of being together, and performing together and express and
yeah, thank you
very
very
much ourselves, right?
It's 11:59, we have 6 more minutes. We have another question coming in for the panel. When the dust settles and history is told, did we have a carnival in 2021? Who wants to take it?
I think, yeah, we did. Yesterday in a panel, I remember someone called it a no carnival. I'm almost sure it was when Elman Warren, but we did have a carnival. And one of the things this panel aimed to do was just talk about different ways of doing it and challenging that idea that carnival could only be done in one way, right? And that's one of the criticisms, we had for the organizing body, that, they have this one way of doing it. And it's not just about carnival. If we looked at other things like education and so on, COVID-19 really shake that up. And probably that's what needs to happen. We need something to shake it up and for us to reconsider when our survival is at stake. We need to now look at different ways. And I think that was done well, although it was done individualistically. It was done. We saw soccer really taking the lead, right? And not depending on airplay, not depending on the feds, not depending on promoters. They basically mash up the mafia there. So they were out of the gate and just exploring new ways of getting music to the people. And as Fadeke said, access was there, so I normally wouldn't be able to go to a second Sunday or whatever, but it wasn't just people in Trinidad and Tobago and the Caribbean, but we're looking at Trinidadians, Caribbean people in the diaspora. All of them were able to attend. So a carnival did happen, right? It just depends on what your perception of carnival is. But I think, just from my perspective, soca really took the lead in ensuring that carnival did happen for 2021.
And Kyle, let me keep you on the floor. Another question coming for you directly. If we see a return to normalcy or even a hybrid carnival like Alpha mentioned, would social media efforts like Vibes with Voicey be as successful, or would there be too many distractions?
I don't think it would be a distraction. One thing about Trinbagonians, we just like that atmosphere of lime, old talk, any kind of bacchanalia online is attractive to us. And I think for someone like Voice, that show it boosts his career. It's a way of advertising his music, himself, his shows, right? So again, he doesn't have to depend on the traditional structures of radio or advertisements, right? So he's taken all of this on his own, I guess, with a team, right? So I think even if we do return to normalcy, these are some of the things that we would like to see. And this is not brand new, right? It's just I think our soca artists took a little while to get comfortable with social media and determine, what kind of content they would have to put on their social media. I think Vibes with Voice is a good case for how soca artists can maneuver that social media space, moving forward, and not just within the carnival season but beyond the carnival season. So it would be a way for us to keep in to keep that connection with soca and with our artists. It's like we don't see them again after Ash Wednesday, and I think with something like Vibes with Voicey, we feel that that personal connection with him and with Major Penny, which is something we could keep beyond the carnival season itself and within the season.
Right. Thank you, Dr. Barata. Dr. Castor just wants to add one thing very quickly before our time runs out. Dr. Castor, quickly.
I want to say that as somebody who was in foreign for Carnival, how profound the soca was for me, talking about the shifting of spatiality, right? So where the room is the road, the house is the road, right? My chair was the road. And I was teaching on Carnival Tuesday, but I also had up a live stream of Ojo in 96.1, and they were taking us on the road from where they were, in very much the same way that Dr. Barrett was talking about with the voice, right? So just how profound that collapsing of time and space is at the heart of the power of Carnival, of the spirit of Carnival, so that we have the power to reconceptualize how Carnival is expressed, right? Both with and without technology. And so I would like to end on that hopeful note.
Thank you very much, Fariki. In 30 seconds, Sean, you can comment. I see my clock saying 12:05 and 30. So
no problem. I just wanted to reaffirm what Dr. Kaibat and Dr. Castro has said in terms of the foundations of Carnival have been in autonomy and being able to adapt what we do and how we do it. And I think what happened this year with the introduction or the greater dependence or introduction of ICT is seeing that the reintroduction of more autonomy into the musical Carnival space.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much, all of our panelists, for really and truly starting this thought project about resilience and about adaptation. We really do have much to consider, and we are really happy in this panel to have contributed to the conversation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, our panel 6, resistance at the heart of what we do. Gosh, I was just listening enwrapped with your thoughts across the board. Thank you very much, Dr. Swan Barrett, for taking us through our second and concluding panel this morning. This afternoon, and we shall be continuing with our theme of resistance. And in our theme of resistance at 1 o'clock, we shall be doing more again on resistance and we shall be then having 2 roundtables. Our first panel this afternoon will be Transgressive Potentials, Reinterpreting Carnival Through Traditions of Resistance. And then we will have roundtable, our final 2 roundtables at 2:30 and 3:45, Loss of the Gig Economy and Youth in Carnival. So at 1 o'clock, we shall rejoin. But meanwhile, if you look in your your YouTube chat, you will see a link that will take you to The Revenge of King Jab Jab, which is a film that's being screened by Brown Cotton Theatre, and they have generously allowed us to screen it here for your pleasure. And then in just under an hour, we shall be joining for Transgressive Potentials, Reinterpreting Carnival Through Traditions of Resistance. Thank you.
Aye, aye, aye. If you hear them all in Jamaica, all in China, all in Africa, a Trini girl ballin', she live America. She said, oh la corona, shell down the canker.
secrets to what we want in this world are all locked within Carnival. And just think, we Caribbean people have the secret map. I think creativity for me is resilience. It's how we come back from anything, how no matter what the world throws us at, we find a way to come out of that corner. We're never held down because of all the ideas that we can come up with. And notice I keep saying we, because Carnival is very much a collaborative thing. It's community coming together to create, coming together to communicate a message, coming together to call for compassion, to say, you can't ignore me, look at me, see me, hear what I have to say. Also a call to themselves for self-compassion, because as far as I'm concerned, Carnival is a mental health festival. This is how you look after yourself, and then how you call for everyone to look after each other. So when I think about community, compassion, communication, collaboration, and creativity, Carnival is the future.
To Carnival. Boom, 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 boom. A culture in rhythm to its beloved Carnival. The mass reflecting the quintessence of music and engagement through steel pan, calypso, soca, chutney, competition, fetes, street theatre. A people intertwining, infused with energy and movement, animated, fun-loving, creativity in play. Here they come on parade, filling the streets, DJs jamming, music trucks blaring, sounds of brass, jump, prance, step and chip, gyrating spontaneously. Bon Dieu, ça y est. A costumed array of dynamic innovation, sizes and shapes, portraying sultry, elegant, dignified expression. Proud, welcoming island revelers. Quality ambassadors for the culture.
If you hear them all in Jamaica, all in China, all in Africa, a Trini girl ballin', she live America. She said, oh la corona, shell down the canker.
think the secrets to what we want in this world are all locked within Carnival. And just think, we Caribbean people have the secret map. I think creativity for me is resilience. It's how we come back from anything, how no matter what the world throws us at, we find a way to come out of that corner. We're never held down because of all the ideas that we can come up with. And notice I keep saying we, because Carnival is very much a collaborative thing. It's community coming together to create, coming together to communicate a message, coming together to call for compassion, to say, you can't ignore me, look at me, see me, hear what I have to say. Also a call to themselves for self-compassion, because as far as I'm concerned, Carnival is a mental health festival. This is how you look after yourself, and then how you call for everyone to look after each other. So when I think about community, compassion, communication, collaboration, and creativity, Carnival is the future.
To Carnival. Boom, 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 boom. A culture in rhythm to its beloved Carnival. The mass reflecting the quintessence of music and engagement through steel pan, calypso, soca, chutney, competition, fets, street theatre. A people intertwining, infused with energy and movement, animated, fun-loving, creativity in play. Here they come on parade, filling the streets, DJs jamming, music trucks blaring, sounds of brass, jump, prance, step and chip, gyrating spontaneously. Bon Dieu, ça y est. A costumed array of dynamic innovation, sizes and shapes, portraying sultry, elegant, dignified expression. Proud, welcoming island revelers. Quality ambassadors for the culture.
If you hear them all in Jamaica, all in China, all in Africa, a Trini girl ballin', she live America. She said, oh la corona, shell down the canker.
Secrets to what we want in this world are all locked within Carnival. And just think, we Caribbean people have the secret map. I think creativity for me is resilience. It's how we come back from anything, how no matter what the world throws us at, we find a way to come out of that corner. We're never held down because of all the ideas that we can come up with. And notice I keep saying we, because Carnival is very much a collaborative thing. It's community coming together to create, coming together to communicate a message, coming together to call for compassion, to say, you can't ignore me, look at me, see me, hear what I have to say. Also a call to themselves for self-compassion, because as far as I'm concerned, Carnival is a mental health festival. This is how you look after yourself, and then how you call for everyone to look after each other. So when I think about community, compassion, communication, collaboration, and creativity, Carnival is the future.
To Carnival. Boom, 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 boom. A culture in rhythm to its beloved Carnival. The mass reflecting the quintessence of music and engagement through steel pan, calypso, soca, chutney, competition, fetes, street theatre. For people intertwining, infused with energy and movement, animated, fun-loving, creativity in play. Here they come on parade, filling the streets, DJs jamming, music trucks blaring, sounds of brass, jump, prance, step and chip, gyrating spontaneously. Bon Dieu, ça y est. A costumed array of dynamic innovation, sizes and shapes, portraying sultry, elegant, dignified expression. Proud, welcoming island revelers. Quality ambassadors for the culture.
Aye, aye, aye.
If you hear them all in Jamaica, all in China, all in Africa, a Trini girl ballin', she live America. She said, oh, la corona shell down the canker.
think the secrets to what we want in this world are all locked within Carnival. And just think, we Caribbean people have the secret map. I think creativity for me is resilience. It's how we come back from anything, how no matter what the world throws us at, we find a way to come out of that corner. We're never held down because of all the ideas that we can come up with. And notice I keep saying we, because Carnival is very much a collaborative thing. It's community coming together to create, coming together to communicate a message, coming together to call for compassion, to say, you can't ignore me, look at me, see me, hear what I have to say. Also a call to themselves for self-compassion, because as far as I'm concerned, Carnival is a mental health festival. This is how you look after yourself, and then how you call for everyone to look after each other. So when I think about community, compassion, communication, collaboration, and creativity, Carnival is the future.
To Carnival. Boom, 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 boom. A culture in rhythm to its beloved Carnival. The mass reflecting the quintessence of music and engagement through steel pan, calypso, soca, chutney, competition, fetes, street theatre. A people intertwining, infused with energy and movement, animated, fun-loving, creativity in play. Here they come on parade, filling the streets, DJs jamming, music trucks blaring, sounds of brass, jump, prance, step and chip, gyrating spontaneously. Bon Dieu, ça y est. A costumed array of dynamic innovation, sizes and shapes, portraying sultry, elegant, dignified expression. Proud, welcoming island revelers. Quality ambassadors for the culture.
Aye, aye, aye. If you hear them all in Jamaica, all in China, all in Africa, a Trini girl ballin', she live America. She said, oh, la corona shell down the canker. Yeah, she ball. Long time, she ain't have a nice time.
Showing sultry, elegant, dignified expression. Proud, welcoming island revelers. Quality ambassadors for the culture.
If you hear them all in Jamaica, all in China, all in Africa, a Trini girl ballin', she live America. She said, oh, la corona shell down the canker. Yeah, she ball. Long time, she ain't have a nice time. Aye, aye, aye. If you hear them all in Jamaica, all in China, all in Africa, a Trini girl ballin', she live America. She said, oh, la corona shell down the canker.
the secrets to what we want in this world are all locked within Carnival. And just think, we Caribbean people have the secret map. I think creativity for me is resilience. It's how we come back from anything, how no matter what the world throws us at, we find a way to come out of that corner. We're never held down because of all the ideas that we can come up with. And notice I keep saying we, because Carnival is very much a collaborative thing. It's community coming together to create, coming together to communicate a message, coming together to call for compassion, to say, you can't ignore me, look at me, see me, hear what I have to say. Also a call to themselves for self-compassion, because as far as I'm concerned, Carnival is a mental health festival. This is how you look after yourself, and then how you call for everyone to look after each other. So when I think about community, compassion, communication, collaboration, and creativity, Carnival is the future.
Ode to Carnival. Boom, 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 boom. A culture in rhythm to its beloved Carnival. The mass reflecting the quintessence of music and engagement through steelpan, calypso, soca, chutney, competition, fetes, street theatre. A people intertwining, infused with energy and movement, animated, fun-loving, creativity in play. Here they come on parade, filling the streets, DJs jamming, music trucks blaring, sounds of brass, jump, prance, step and chip, gyrating spontaneously. Bon Dieu, ça y est. A costumed array of dynamic innovation, sizes and shapes, portraying sultry, elegant, dignified expression. Proud, welcoming island revelers, quality ambassadors for the culture.
If you hear them all in Jamaica, all in China, all in Africa, a Trinidad ball in Chile, America. She said, "Oh la Corona, shell down the canker."
think the secrets to what we want in this world are all locked within Carnival. And just think, we Caribbean people have the secret map. I think creativity for me is resilience. It's how we come back from anything, how no matter what the world throws us at, we find a way to come out of that corner. We're never held down because of all the ideas that we can come up with. And notice I keep saying we, because Carnival is very much a collaborative thing. It's community coming together to create, coming together to communicate a message, coming together to call for compassion, to say, you can't ignore me, look at me, see me, hear what I have to say. Also a call to themselves for self-compassion, because as far as I'm concerned, Carnival is a mental health festival. This is how you look after yourself, and then how you call for everyone to look after each other. So when I think about community, compassion, communication, collaboration, and creativity, Carnival is the future.
Ode to Carnival. Boom, 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 boom. A culture in rhythm to its beloved Carnival. The mass reflecting the quintessence of music and engagement through steel pan, calypso, soca, chutney, competition, fetes, street theatre. A people intertwining, infused with energy and movement, animated, fun-loving, creativity in play. Here they come on parade, filling the streets, DJs jamming, music trucks blaring, sounds of brass, jump, prance, step and chip, gyrating spontaneously. Bon Dieu, ça y est. A costumed array of dynamic innovation, sizes and shapes, portraying sultry, elegant, dignified expression. Proud, welcoming island revelers, quality ambassadors for the culture.
If you hear them all in Jamaica, all in China, all in Africa, a Trinidad ball in Chile, America. She said, "Oh la Corona, shell down the kanga."
think the secrets to what we want in this world are all locked within Carnival. And just think, we Caribbean people have the secret map. I think creativity. Creativity for me is resilience. It's how we come back from anything. How no matter what the world throws us at, we find a way to come out of that corner. We're never held down because of all the ideas that we can come up with. And notice I keep saying we, because Carnival is very much a collaborative thing. It's community coming together to create, coming together to communicate a message, coming together to call for compassion, to say, you can't ignore me, look at me, see me, hear what I have to say. Also a call to themselves for self-compassion, because as far as I'm concerned, Carnival is a mental health festival. This is how you look after yourself, and then how you call for everyone to look after each other. So when I think about community, compassion, communication, collaboration, and creativity, Carnival is the future.
Ode to Carnival. Boom, 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 boom. A culture in rhythm to its beloved Carnival. The mass reflecting the quintessence of music and engagement through steel pan, calypso, soca, chutney, competition, fetes, street theatre. A people intertwining, infused with energy and movement, animated, fun-loving, creativity in play. Here they come on parade, filling the streets, DJs jamming, music trucks blaring, sounds of brass, jump, prance, step and chip, gyrating spontaneously. Bon Dieu, ça y est. A costumed array of dynamic innovation, sizes and shapes, portraying sultry, elegant, dignified expression. Proud, welcoming island revelers, quality ambassadors for the culture.
If you hear them all in Jamaica, all in China, all in Africa, a Trini girl ballin', she live America. She said, "Oh la Corona, shell down the canker."
think the secrets to what we want in this world are all locked within Carnival. And just think, we Caribbean people have the secret map. I think creativity. Creativity for me is resilience. It's how we come back from anything. How no matter what the world throws us at, we find a way to come out of that corner. We're never held down because of all the ideas that we can come up with. And notice I keep saying we, because Carnival is very much a collaborative thing. It's community coming together to create, coming together to communicate a message, coming together to call for compassion, to say, you can't ignore me, look at me, see me, hear what I have to say. Also a call to themselves for self-compassion, because as far as I'm concerned, Carnival is a mental health festival. This is how you look after yourself, and then how you call for everyone to look after each other. So when I think about community, compassion, communication, collaboration, and creativity, Carnival is the future.
Ode to Carnival. Boom, 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 boom. A culture in rhythm to its beloved Carnival. The mass reflecting the quintessence of music and engagement through steel pan, calypso, soca, chutney, competition, fetes, street theatre. A people intertwining, infused with energy and movement, animated, fun-loving, creativity in play. Here they come on parade, filling the streets, DJs jamming, music trucks blaring, sounds of brass, jump, prance, step and chip, gyrating spontaneously. Bon Dieu, ça y est. A costumed array of dynamic innovation, sizes and shapes, portraying sultry, elegant, dignified expression. Proud, welcoming island revelers, quality ambassadors for the culture.
Aye, aye, aye.
If you hear them all in Jamaica, all in China, all in Africa, a Trini girl ballin', she live America. She said, oh, la Corona, shell down the canker. She ball, long time, she ain't have a nice time.
Good afternoon to everybody, wherever you are in Trinidad and Tobago, and whatever time that you have, welcome wherever you are in the world. It may be morning, it may be night, it may be early evening, but we welcome you back to our final panel of our Panchayat, which is the Mass in We Reclaiming the People's Space. In a short time, we shall be joining our final panel presentation, Transgressive Potentials, Reinterpreting Carnival Through Traditions of Resistance, moderated by Dr. Nikolai Attai from the University of Toronto. This panel presentation will be followed by our final two roundtables this afternoon at 2:30 and 3:45 Atlantic Standard Time, which are the loss of the gig economy and youth in Carnival. During all of the presentations, feel free to ask questions and send comments on our YouTube chat, or Facebook, Instagram, and on Twitter at the hashtag #TheMassInWe. Welcome. Dr. Attai, over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our panel. We're really excited to have some lively conversations with you. I know the panelists are very excited to share their presentations, and we look forward to the chat and conversations after. So I would start by introducing all the panelists, and then we jump straight into the presentations. Our first presenter is Dr. Suhan Bharat, who is a graduate of the University of the West Indies, holding a BA in Media and Communication Studies with Political Science, an MA in Communication Studies, and a PhD in Interdisciplinary Gender Studies. Her current research areas are interpersonal interaction, social media use, gender and ethnic identities, beauty and body image, and the Carnival Studies. She is an assistant lecturer at the Institute for Gender and Development Studies, St. Augustine Unit, and is dedicated to gender awareness and sensitivity training through face-to-face sessions and mass media outreach. Her paper title is I Play in Pavement Mass, Claiming Space, Crossing Boundaries at TNT Carnival. Our second presenter today is Dr. Angelique Nixon, who is a Bahamas born and raised Trinidad-based writer. The rain just started falling. I apologize if you're hearing the raindrops. Trinidad-based writer, artist, teacher, scholar, and activist. She's lecturer and researcher at the Institute for Gender and Development Studies at the University of the West Indies St. Augustine campus, where she also leads a human rights activity-based project called Sexual Culture of Justice, working to end gender-based violence and LGBTI discrimination by transforming harmful gender and sexual norms. Angelique is also a director on the working board of CAISO, Sex and Gender Justice in Trinidad and Tobago. She's author of the poetry and art chapbook titled Saltwater Healing, a myth, memoir, and poems, and the scholarly award-winning book titled Resisting Paradise, Tourism, Diaspora, and Sexuality in Caribbean Culture. Angelique is fiercely committed to intersectional queer feminist praxis, decolonial politics, and Black liberation. Through activism, writing, and art, Angelique strives to disrupt silences, affirm healing, and carve space for resistance and desire. And finally, joining us from Toronto, we have, Angelique's paper title is The Juve in Me, We, Mass Making, Embodied Resistance, and a Transformation Within and Beyond the Carnival Space. And finally, joining us from Toronto, we have Jade Nixon, who is a PhD candidate in Women and Gender Studies at the Women and Gender Studies Institute at the University of Toronto. Her presentation today and her research thinks about Carnival-related place, off land, and at sea aboard the Uber Soca cruise ship. In her work, Jade hopes to learn more about what is made possible for Afro-Caribbean women and feminine of center people gathering and performing aboard Uber Soca ship and moving across the Atlantic Ocean. Jade's paper today is titled, her presentation today is titled, Reimagining Carnival, Going Back as a Way Forward. So join me in welcoming our amazing panelists, and let's jump straight into it with Dr. Bharat.
Thank you, Dr. Atai. Let me just give me a moment to share my screen and I will begin. Thank you everyone for joining us. Today I want to contemplate the active spectator and when that spectator declares in the season leading up to Carnival a plain pavement mass for whatever reason, be it economic, be it to achieve a certain degree of freedom outside the constraints of a band, be it because they do not wish to sit in one place as a spectator, or so many other reasons that someone would choose to be on the pavement or at the side of the road, moving and drifting throughout the festival. I attempt to outline an emerging assertion based on research for another project. And so if you realize that there are some things that needs clarification, please feel free to ask relevant questions. This presentation emerged out of my work for about 3 years attempting to understand men's motivation for participation in Carnival. And I did a series of Vox Pop interviews. I say we because I asked young men to speak to other men on Carnival Monday and Tuesday for 3 years. And I was attempting to understand how men's motivation and participation was both resistant and compliant with dominant discourses of Trinidad and Tobago Carnival, and how they saw what was meaningful, what signified meaningful for them. Two dominant perspectives emerged, which was fun with friends and enjoying women, and these were closely related, though fun with friends became the most popular expression. And while working on that paper with many delays, not finishing it, then COVID hit. And the conversation about Carnival shifted from one that focused on authenticity, very much along with other things, to one discussing relevance and legitimacy in my perspective. So as I contemplated that paper and got a sense from them that Carnival, and a sense being a participant myself, that Carnival is indeed a participatory event, embedded spectators in a performance, performers being both simultaneously, and that it was an act of memory making within and beyond the season, from revelry to banker. I then decided that I must contemplate what are the potentials of this participation and this memory making, and who contributes to it. And so I decided to focus on the pavement masquerader, the pavement onlooker as an active spectator. Therefore, I assert as a central point, ritualized resistance, or what I view as ritualized resistance, and I'll explain that in a moment, to the rigidity of the boundaries that construct exclusive inclusivity, demonstrate inherent capacities to adapt this yearly enactment of collective memory making. I, of course, see ritualized resistance as operating as an active participator outside of the boundaries of ropes and registration in bands and performance and that level of participation, and also the capacity to move. I see exclusive inclusivity emerging when we construct the festival through a discourse of all are we's one, everybody come together, free up yourself, fun. But there are delineations and lines drawn around spaces, places, and hierarchies of participation. And the capacities to adapt, as part of that memory making, I see where the person who decides to play pavement mass shows us how in a ritual that we repeat, we can then repeat that ritual in different ways. And I see it then as an example of the transgressive that takes place during this extraordinary moment. This, of course, as I said, is exemplified through the actions and the expressions of this active spectator. I have a very comprehensive theoretical conceptual framework for a reason, because this perspective that I'm asserting does not rest in the empirical data that I gathered. It rests in the impressions that these men give for their motivation for participation, and my years as a participant observer myself, being a masquerader from early childhood to adulthood with very few breaks in between. So in order to elaborate what I see people doing, I value their standpoint. I borrow from film to interpret how people form meaning, because I'm suggesting there's this collective meaning-making project using reception theory, and I definitely view the spectator as active. So I'm not thinking of that person who set up their chairs at the corner of Arapita Avenue and wherever to watch. I'm talking about that person who overtly participates and interacts in a process of co-created meanings. And I see then that resistance is conscious, it is material, and it is physical as expressed through bodily actions and movements in the space. I elaborate that context. Of course, it is Carnival, which is extraordinary, and it is featured by boundaries, and I will explain this in a minute. And I also, to evaluate the impact and the potential through resistance that I argue for, I rely on this process of hailing or interpolation and signification that says, come into this space as a subject that can then express yourself as part of this collective performance, this part of collective active spectatorship. So the context that I've been hinting at since I've started is featured by two things, two mechanisms of freedom and fun and mechanisms of social and symbolic boundary making, which I see as evident for the Carnival masquerade in particular. And these mechanisms are enacted by the active spectator and those around and those engaged with. So in terms of that spectator, one can move outside of your robes, visit other bands, go see things, go see shows, go wherever you choose, occupy a space even when there is roping. So for example, you cross the stage, you mingle with the official masquerade or the official Panchayat, you get involved pushing, you are part of the periphery, but you can make yourself center. I also look at how you enjoy revelry and creative costuming. Either you come up with your own individualistic version of you playing a mask, or you borrow from the official masqueraders, official in quotations, putting on a headpiece here or putting on a handband here. Anyone who would have played mask would recall children asking, may I have this, nearing the end of the day. Further to that, I look at mechanisms of boundary making, which I see that the pavement masquerader now resists. Physical barriers, state authority that herds and ushers and tells people where to go, and sometimes using force or sometimes using directives and orders and encouragement. Then, of course, there's the protection of interest and the protection of participants, which construct that kind of inclusivity, which isn't admitted to, through security, through marked bodies, through colors, through uniforms, through costume. And then we have the costume participants then stand out against those who are active spectators, active participants embedded in what is a participatory event, a collective event. And then the use of space that have marked on it legitimacy and again, the appropriate ways of moving when this pavement masquerader can move against those spaces and go in between and beyond. In terms of the actor, as I've suggested already, the actor moves through the parade on its edges and within it. The actor then, the active spectator, I apologize, then finds oneself having a broader or even an intersubjective experience, both as performer and as spectator, I suggest. And this is part of making the festival mean something, making the ritual mean something, even when one transgresses in multiple ways how it is constructed and marketed. A big part of being in the festival is being along the periphery as well as on the center. That active spectator may be affiliated or unaffiliated with participants who are products of the masquerade. So you might be a friend of someone who's playing mass. You might be a partner of someone who's playing mass. You might be associated with a member of the organizing or or the security team. You might be associated in many ways. And on any carnival day, you see how we have different groups of people intermingling and engaging, taking pictures, taking video, which takes me to the third point. There is, as an active spectator, the official and unofficial media, recording events, contributing to a kind of archival process, but it's collective because one responds to the performance, the performer within the performance, and the spectator within that performance. So I then suggest that there is a potential that exists, and that potential rests in those actions, in claiming and navigating space, embeddedness in a participatory performance, and collaborative meaning making. I suggest that this has taken place on the offline as a ritual that we revisit, we reform, we reproduce, and we reimagine. But the potential rests in joining this offline to the online to create a hyperreal based on the real, where in times, moving to my second point, where in times where physical distance becomes crucial, or where physical distance has to be imagined, or where connectivity and collectivity has to be rethought, we then have people who can be in the collective while still in isolation. So just as we reimagine the spaces of legitimacy, the spaces of performance, you can then be performing in front of your gate. You can then record that through whatever mechanism you choose and upload that into the hyperreal space, whether it's a social media platform, whether it is a produced video or recording. You enter into it through your own user-generated action and content. And so I am suggesting that we resist another set of boundaries exemplified by what has been a feature of this festival over time, the resisting of those physical and material boundaries. We then start to move beyond the boundaries of our mind, move beyond the boundaries of platforms and spaces to then create connectivity, collective memory making, and collective reinforce the resounding force of the festival, the thing we miss and reminisce when we say we have a carnival tabanka. With that said, I end. Thank you.
Great, thanks for that really insightful presentation, Sue. Are you hearing me properly? Great. I had to switch to a headset because of the rain, so I'm hoping you could hear me.
Yeah,
properly.
You're clear.
So, okay, great. So we'll move on one time to Angelique, and you could take it away, Angelique, Dr. Nixon.
So sorry, hold on. I have a lot of windows open. Let me just, I'm just moving things here. Hello, everyone. Hi, everyone. Okay, great.
Hello.
So I'm going to share a little bit today. Let me just tell you first about what I want to do. And yes. So my piece today is really thinking about the political and spiritual reflections of Juve. And let me just give you a little intro and then I will dive right in. So I want to think about Juve as unique, traditional, and also a radical site of resistance that extends through and beyond the carnival space. I'm going to explore Juve through my own personal experiences as a mask maker, an artist, and a performer, and poet, scholar, activist. And I want us to think about how Juve is arguably the most uncontrollable aspect of carnival, yet it remains a tradition and experience, in the words of Tony Hall. And it remains a really vital part of people's understanding of and participation in carnival. And so I want to present and argue that Juve is an experience that has the most radical and transgressive potential to transform how we see, understand, and feel ourselves, and therefore can offer this shift and expansion of how we do carnival into the future. And so I want to think a little bit today about the political and the spiritual that's at the center of how I see and understand Carnival, how I understand Juve as ushering in Carnival. This is a necessary ritual that begins Carnival for many. And in that sense, Juve is this anchor. It's a spiritual place. It's a grounding. It's an ancestral reckoning of space and memory. In fact, it might even be rememory if we think of it that way. And so I'm going to start with a poem, and then I want to show you a series of images that are my own engagement with Juve and Carnival. So I'm going to read my poem first. This is called The Universe of Carnival, or What It Means to Be Free. Is Carnival the frenzied week full of laying of bodies and hands, feverish movement, wine until we drop, knees shaking, bellies sore, feet breaking? Is Carnival 400 years, the weight of history, the knowledge of we ancestors, their magical daring, sight and vision to dream something so beautiful, haunting and free as to rise up, defy, play with power? Is Carnival the dance between whatever time is now and Lent, the long season of preparing, designing, sewing, sweating, singing, crafting, beadwork, feathers, songs, cardboard, glue, fabric, wings, horn, bending wire to make one's desire bust open, to become more than you dream, become who we really are, be one with ourselves, our truest selves, to join the ancestors in mourning and celebration of our desires for freedom? Is Carnival freedom a gift, a smuggle mythic time, sometimes unfulfilled hopes, the past ever so present? Colonial chains, vampires, pirates drowning, sucking, absorbing, teething life force, but they cannot teeth we spirit. They may try, but remember Obe, Santeria, Vodun, Orisha, Mile, spirit, ancestors, we, whoever we were and ever will be, we do not forget. Is Carnival Juve the most sacred of mass of blood and skin, a transfiguration soaked in paint, mud, cocoa, oil, clay, of water and earth? Sensory molecules, the night of sorcery, soul urges, mass gone underground, mass of darkness, mass of night, deviance, spirit, driven to the streets, taking over wildly, ancestors inhabiting our bodies, we take over spaces to resist, to speak out, to move our bellies, bind them, we reclaim war and warriorhood. We become one in dance and joy. Bodies rejuvenated through rituals rooted in an old magic we cannot speak, but feel. To remember where we come from, who we are, why we're here, to do the dragon dance, to puff and exhale, to breathe fire, to reborn, to be reborn like a phoenix out of these ashes. Loving cries and joyful sorrow, bursting like bats at dusk into a long night's march, to a purple freedom's dawn. This place where black and brown people go, broken to become whole again, dancing, sweaty bodies moving as a gorgeous tribe, glistening into Juve morning. That is loving. She, woman, this loving, another being, she. We kissing under this Juve star-filled sky, the moon blessing us, the ancestors whispering, is it love? Is this the one? Make an offering, spit rum onto the streets. This doorway into another dimension that is here, but not here. Love this woman, love thyself. Is Carnival this movement, this being and becoming of being that is feminine, that is of the earth, that is masculine, that is queer, that refuses binaries of either or, that demands more of all of us, that is most assuredly black and decolonial, loving flesh, that is curvaceous, dark mahogany, thick lips, sensuous thighs, round faces, high cheekbones, full moon bamsies for days. That is every human being Caribbean, brown, red, yellow, mix up of hair, brought hair, enslaved hair, migrated hair. My people's navel strings bury hair under silk cotton trees and stories that make me here. That is the center of Caribbeanness, of wholeness, the dark spaces of what it means to be free. Is carnival, future, beings, never to be contained. And so I want to just share some images, leave you with those, my poem in progress. It's almost a celebration or a reflection of Juve. And I'm going to just share some images. Where did it go? Hold on. I don't know where it went. I'm just looking for my PowerPoint. For some reason, it has disappeared. Why? Oh, here it is. So I want to talk a little bit about my own, as I said, that poem comes out of my own long experiences in the last 6 years of performing and doing and thinking about Juve as resistance and carnival space. And I need to share my screen. And so I have worked, my first Juve experiences were in fact with Juve IT in protest. And so I'm just gonna move through these and just for us to think and reflect on it for my own personal and spiritual work. My first mass protest was with Juve IT, and I know many of you have heard and talked about Juve IT over the last 3 days, and Marvin George was on speaking about it as well. So this was my first mass protest in 2015 with Juve IT. This was the call for emancipation. I've also participated and made mass for Emancipation Mass. And that August in 2015, Juve IT, we put out our message was around Haiti and what was going on with Dominican Republic and the stripping away of people of Haitian descent's citizenship. And so just reflecting and thinking about the ways that Juve is already about protest. And so I'm moving. And in the same year, or in 2016, working with Attila Springer, my co-conspirator, we've made mass together a lot and done Juve. I also want us to think about how Juve gives us the energy of resistance all through the year. And my own artwork reflected this same experiences and work with Juve. And I created this called Cosmic Evolution. It's a sculpture and it reflected a story and a poem that I wrote about the future. And this piece came out of it. And I connected deeply to my own spiritual and political work with Juve as resistance. And you know, I'll share more about that, but you can find more about this piece on my website, SistellaBlack.com, if you're interested. And it was an installation at the National Art Gallery of the Bahamas in 2016 into 2017. I think this is also about Juve. So I organized with Attila Springer this Leave She Alone demonstrate at Calypso Rose's concert. Many folks who were on the call were there. Nikolai and Suan were also there. And a part of Juve IT's work, we did the entry for Trinidad All-Stars for the Door of No Return, which, and I made and created this mass, and this was one of my first making mass for Carnival Monday. In fact, moving from Juve into that Carnival Monday and thinking about that energy that comes with making mass and what it means to be a part of traditional mass in particular. These are just images of different Juve mornings. I wanted to think about that too, that energy. I went from just participating in Juve just with paint, yay, to making horns and wings, and it just grew over the years. I participated again in Emancipation Mass, which was a reparations mass with Juve IT. And this is my mask that I made channeling ancestors and thinking about how we think of memory and return and honoring ancestors. And then a year later, another mass with Juve IIT around ancestors and how we honor and think through our own relationship to ancestors. So for me, thinking about resistance and how we make mass is such an important part of my own spiritual work, but also as an artist, learning and thinking through mass making has really challenged my work and transformed even how I think and write about Carnival, which I'm in the middle of also doing. And working on different pieces to theorize and think through Carnival, which comes from a very personal space. And so when I'm thinking about embodied resistance, and which is the point of me reading the poem and sharing with you my performances of Juve, when I say embodied resistance, I quite literally mean how we put our body in spaces, and that Juve gives us that opportunity to do that all through the year, Emancipation Day among many others. And so just wrapping up here with some other images from that. This is also from last year, I think, and I wrote a little reflection on Juve morning. This is what I ended up posting based on my my Juve costume that I made. And this is me and my partner on that morning. We also made our Juve costumes together, and just the spiritual reflection and that ancestral work that happens in the process of Juve is something I want us to honor and reflect and think about. And I think it ties in really well with what Suwan was talking about, with what it means, like that relationship. So here, the kind of performance side of it. But what do people feel when they are experiencing Juve as well? Folks who are perhaps just watching or bystanders, and also what it means to be pulled in, I think, is the power of what Juve and Carnival, Juve at the heart of Carnival, does. And then finally, I did baby doll mass last year with Belmont Baby Dolls, and you can see some of the images here. And that other kind of form of thinking about resistance using traditional mass. In many ways, Belmont Baby Dolls, we were open in terms of our characters. There were queer baby dolls. There were all kinds of ways of thinking about baby dolls. And so that is another part for me, that Juve resistance, embodied resistance energy, and what it means to make mass. And I think, is that my last image? Yes, it is. So I will wrap up there and hand over back to Nikolai. Thank you so much.
Great. Thanks for that presentation, Angelica, and the images. It brings back so much memories. And as Suwan was saying, you know, the Tabanka is so real, not being able to participate and immerse ourselves in ways that we're accustomed to in Juve and Mass. Jade, Miss Nixon, it's your turn, so you can take it away.
Okay, thanks, Nikolai. I just want to begin by saying I'm so full of gratitude to be on a panel with such brilliant scholars. So thank you, Dr. Tai, thank you, Dr. Brett, and Dr. Nixon, who also has the same last name, but I'm not a doctor yet, for allowing me to be in fellowship with you today. I come to this panel as a carnival-loving person who is grieving, that's why I'm wearing all black. Actually, it wasn't intentional, but I'm wearing all black, so we can say that I'm grieving. I'm grieving the cancellations of Carnival everywhere, or carnivals everywhere. I come as a person experiencing extreme loss. I actually cried about it yesterday, because we can't vet, we can't gather, and we can't get on bad in the streets, and we can't play mass together. I also come to this panel knowing that we will take to the streets for Carnival again in the future. Today, my really brief thinking out loud is titled Imagining Carnival Going Back as a Way Forward. And I'm thinking with you out loud, as I mentioned before, about what happens when we turn to the imagination as central to resistance, self-determination, and the kinds of transgressive actions that made Carnival possible to begin with. So what if we also engage the imagination as a starting place to envision what Carnival can be and feel like when we gather together again? What I am sharing with you today are ideas in the rough and in the making. So any shortcomings of these ideas are all my own. They're very much in its infancy, and it's literally a sharing out loud with you today. I am learning to fall in love with my imagination more and more. I am learning from Black feminists like Saidiya Hartman or Natasha Omaseki Tinsley or Toni Morrison, and also Caribbean feminists such as Audre Lorde and Emma Bessie Phillip, that engaging the imagination is not a frivolous exercise, but a necessary tool to come to terms with what we can never know, and as a way to imagine our way out of the current conditions of our world and our lives. I also understand the imagination, and I've learned this from these theorists that I just mentioned and more that I haven't mentioned. I've learned that the imagination is a tool that can allow us to envision what it might feel like or may be like to live in a world that is more just and more loving and more joyful. This also means grappling with some of the history that we know or might have a clue about as a way to get us thinking beyond our current moments and into the future. To think more deeply about this, I spend most of my time today reflecting on a play written by Caribbean feminist lawyer, poet, and playwright Anne Bessie Phillip, titled The Streets. This is a play that is found like a gem within her larger piece called Displaced, The Space Between. The play is set in 1865 and takes place on the streets of a lower-class area in Port of Spain. The first act begins with two gangs of Jamettes. One gang of Jamettes is called the We Don't Give a Dams, and the other one is called the Mussolines. I'm not even sure if I'm saying that word right, but I'm going to keep with it. Fighting each other with sticks, broken bottles, stones, and rocks in the street. During the brawl that happens in the opening scene, police arrive and attempts to subdue the fight and begin condemning both gangs of women. As a distraction, Boadicea, the leader of the We Don't Give a Dams, turns around showing the police her bare bottom, proceeds to take off her dress, and the other Jamettes follow her. Standing naked and declaring her right to the streets, her and the other Jamette women begin to move forward towards the police and chase them away. Momentarily, the women were able to take back the streets. The following scene describes a man playing his guitar and two middle-class women expressing their disgust for Boadicea, referring to her as a disgrace, as nastiness, a thoroughfare, and the devil's disciples. After this, Boadicea is arrested and the final scene is during her trial. As the judge and the barrister are discussing the case, the We Don't Give a Dams and the Mussolines burst into the courtroom, interrupt the trial, and set Boadicea free. Like the work of literary theorist Rosamund King, who unearths Jamette's histories and their roles in shaping the carnival tradition, Phillip also imagines what could have taken place with Afro-Caribbean women, stick fighting, carrying on, and noisily inhabiting the streets. Phillip also imagines a story of working-class Afro-Trini women shaping space loudly and collaboratively, who move with their bodies as they wish, who move their bodies in ways that made them unworthy of belonging to Caribbean colonial space, who moved anyways, knowing that they were always subject to surveillance, criminalization, and punishment. Rosamund King's work confirms that this is how Jamette women are recognized in state archives. I spend time thinking with Phillip's play at length here because it so beautifully offers a way to imagine what could have been and points to the ways that Black women in this case have not only been imagining how to get free, but have actually made moves towards self-determination. Jamette women created and found places of belonging on the streets in and through the riskiest of conditions. Although Phillip's play is not about carnival like her other plays have been, this play, The Streets in particular, helps me to envision the lingering conditions of enslavement that persisted and continued to shape life on island and elsewhere post-emancipation that newly free people found themselves living in. This play helps me to imagine how 30 years or around 30 years after enslavement ended in Trinidad, groups of Afro-Caribbean women refused to be quiet, refused to not move or to be still, refused to be tamed, refused being silenced, but instead insisted on taking to the streets together. To me, this signals that we too can break from the current conditions that govern our life if we first imagine what a break could look like and what a break could feel like. I believe that carnival began in the imagination before it became realized, or that carnival must have been dreamt up or thought up by enslaved people and then carried on by people like Jamette women as another way for Black people to live. More specifically, I understand carnival as a place or practice that has always been about imagining another way of being together, and being together in place that differs from our current order. If we keep this history in mind, it truly does offer us a way forward. Turning to the imagination as a way to think beyond our current predicament of this pandemic. As the Jamettes make clear in the play, there are ways to refuse the kind of conditions set up through processes of transatlantic slavery, ongoing imperialism, ongoing colonialism, ongoing ecological catastrophe, which the pandemic has immensely brought to bear. In my grief, I keep turning to my imagination to think beyond my current isolation and to remember that my imagination can bring me somewhere else. Like, what would it be like for me to be with my carnival crew on road again? What would it be like for carnival to be a place where sexual assault or sexual harassment does not happen, or a place where queer folks can always feel safe, or a place of we can make what we imagine real. It can be an entry point. In closing, I invite you to listen or to sing or to close your eyes to a song that I come back to so often. I literally come back to it so often. It's called Freedom by Lyrical. As we listen to the chorus, and like it's very brief part of the chorus, I invite you to imagine what it might feel like to be in the streets on Carnival Day where freedom can be felt. Let's do some imagining together. So I'm just gonna share the small clip of the song, and I really invite you to sing the chorus if you know it and feel what freedom can. Sorry, I got distracted because I'm trying to figure this out. Give me 1 second. I have to cut it short, but I just want to get a brief chance to do some imagining together. So thank you for letting me think out loud with you today. I'll pass it back to you, Nikolai.
Great. Are you hearing me? Yeah, good. I really want to say thank you for these presentations. Really gives us a lot to think about. And I'm sure we can have a really engaging discussion based on all that you presented. I'm wondering if we have any questions coming in from the audience as yet. If not, I'll probably start with a question. I think each of you could probably speak to. So I'm wondering, Suan, you presented about pavement mass as resistance, Angelique Juve as resistance, and Jaden, really asking us what it would mean for us to see Carnival and think of Carnival as, the space with so much possibilities. So I'm wondering, how do we see these ways of participating and immersing ourselves in the festival as resisting even the kind of commercialized carnival that has become popular both locally and internationally, which is largely disconnected from the kinds of histories and the cultural and political specificities that you are all speaking to. So I'm just wondering if you have any thoughts on what this means.
Sure, I could jump in, and I think what I see, yes, commodification and commercialization is there because the economic imperative remains pressing and will always be there. But I think what is interesting in terms of manifested resistance is how people then find ways to still find what they call home, the thing that informs their worst tobacco. So in essence, I think whether it could be that they find a way to connect, or they find a way to engage with creativity. So whether they are producing music or art or whatever it may be, and they also find a way to reclaim their presence. So whether they're part of the online, for example, with all of the online shows that happened for 2021, whether they're part of that audience and they're sharing in the comment section, something they might have done if they were standing up in Skinner Park, or whether they are dancing and recording themselves in their yards and in their house, getting on WASI, and just having a good time, backyard jam, hence the new Soca Monarch. So I think that people always find a way, even though they understand the framework of the commodified and the commercialized, they find a way to then have fun that harkens back to what is their roots, because not everybody has the same rootedness. But I think the resistance is that ability to operate within and without, to be inside and outside at the same time and carrying forward. So I'm never worried about the festival, because I think as a participatory event, you have this opportunity to really and truly innovate within the formalized framework, but innovate outside of it.
Thank you for that question, Nikolai. And Suan, agreeing with you, and it's so interesting as well when you are making mass and you decide to participate in different kinds of mass making, you realize that you can operate outside of those very capitalist structures, or even, I remember one year I played mass, I think 2 years in a row I played mass with Trini All-Stars, which is like 100 TT. If they find you when you reach, you have your cup, you bring your little rum and you bring your cup, and we dress up as sailors, and it was the best. I mean, I feel like I had the best time. So moving in from Juve, have your full Juve experience, rest on Monday, and then get up on Tuesday and go play mass with Training All-Stars. I did that 2 years in a row, and I've also done with Suan. We've done K2K together, Nikolai, Suan, and I, which is a different kind of experience. But Juve itself is this one, I know there's a kind of commercialization of it where people are paying for these packages, but we also know there is this rebellion that happens. People are like, I ain't no paying for Juve, this is my street. And so in fact, Juve is the place where you see it, that resistance. And you can even we think about it from Camboulé, the reenactment of Camboulé that happens on Friday, where, there's this whole entire performance that is celebrating resistance. And then you move in where there's always a procession of traditional carnival characters, right, where you can engage in the community. And different places might have, and of course, Juve is also like across Trinidad too. Different people have different kinds of Juve. So I think there is that rebellious nature to Carnival that will always be there. But I do think we have to be mindful, Nikolai, to your point. We have to be mindful of it because it is expensive. If you want that particular kind of Carnival experience, people take out Carnival loans. I mean, we've talked about this, right? People go into debt. And so there's so many contradictions, and I think that's what's important about how we talk about it. And as we think about the future, how do we build upon and think about investing in the kinds of carnival spaces we want? And how do we maintain that kind of experience of freedom?
Oh, sorry, my mic was on. It happens like once a day. I can briefly respond and piggyback off what Suan and Angelique have said thus far. And I think that for me, I've always entered mass through a very commercialized, like pretty mass. That's been the way that I've entered or participated or played mass. And part of the way that I think that I kind of sort of forgot the question, but I'm just going to give an answer on what I think the question was. I think that for me, part of the ways that I can that I personally resist this kind of or connect back to or don't let commercialization kind of over determine my experience. I think it's feeling in that moment, my ability to, when I'm playing mass, just be inward with myself. My eyes are literally closed. I'm holding my friends' hands. I'm touching my friends. I'm whining on my friend. I'm so present that I'm inward, that I'm not I'm lost in whatever I'm lost in. And I think that is the way that I resist, or that resistance is made possible, is through feeling or having this deep spiritual connection that really feels like I'm Pentecostal. So it really feels like being filled with spirit. It literally feels like the Holy Ghost. And that's what I think can never be lost, no matter how much commercialization happens. That is something that can never get taken away from me. So that's my response to that question.
And don't you think, Nikolai, jumping in, don't you think Tree Canal as well offers, I think that the traditional mass, Pan, some of the smaller bands offer spaces, right? You can find ways to play, make mass, or just participate or jump in bands, and I think that's a part of the rebelliousness, right? Tree Canal has a package, but they're known as that, that Juve band that you could roll up in, come as you are, and you are welcome, and all are welcome. I think that kind of spirit and energy, and I feel that with Juve IT as well. It's a different kind of mass, though. It's a serious mass. It's not so much the protest mass does have a different kind of energy, and even Trinity All Stars has a particular kind of energy, but still, you bring what you want to the space, and I think that is so important too. And I think also doing that, like encouraging folks to play a different kind of mass, try something different, each year. I think that that's also what it's about. Don't stick with the same band every time, explore. And I think that is what's going to help us move Carnival into the future, because then you generate more ideas, you generate more creativity, and that, that energy, of resistance remains and it stays there. And reminding people, and I want to give a shout out to Cambouele Movement for, creating that film to make sure that people, and having the Cambouele campus, so it was online, so people can still remember and learn about the history of resistance of Carnival. Because I think when we don't know that, that's when you lose that sense of knowing what is Carnival about.
And if I could jump in, Nikolai, if that's okay, to pick up on what Angelique was just saying. Those people we spoke to for the 3 years, the men, lower down on the list of motivations was, characterization and inhabiting a character. And for all of us who would have participated in Carnival, you always have that person who has, a big costume, something extraordinary, or segments of people who participate have something extraordinary. Either they add to the costume, or they are always individuals, or they're just a character. And I think those elements, I mean, I have not isolated time to walk around and go study each. Some we see documented on social media, some documented in mainstream media, but these characters and characterizations, as the men said, in their list of priorities, a smaller group of men said that they wanted to then have the opportunity to inhabit this character, to catch the spirit that Jade was talking about. And I think that those elements, those characterizations, those individuals keep pushing and reminding us, whether we are passive or active spectators or embedded or not, keep reminding us of potential. This is what it could look like. And you hear the oohs and ahs as they pass by, whether they're butt naked or they're really, really elaborate. I think that is where you have that potential for resistance of dominant discourses of what cultural products can be.
So I think this is a good time for me to ask a question from the audience. And question is actually for you, Suan. So someone is asking, they said that in your research and in your presentation, you talked about memory making. So they're wondering if you found any common memories or triggers for participation between masqueraders and spectators.
Yes, okay. So there are two main things that we reminisce, that we record officially and unofficially, and that we reminisce. One is the free enough, the fun, the hedonism. And this is something that when I talk about these acts of memory making, both through archiving, through constructing the reel and then taking it forward, we see them. I spent some time looking at soca music. 1 year I looked at 185 top songs, and then I looked at 12 years of Marshall Fernando's music in particular. And within those segments of those sets of music, you see a constant construction in soca of fun, freeing up, hedonism, escape, the extraordinary. And that's what that's part of the narrative we tell ourselves. We create that, we share that. That is shared cultural intelligence. Carnival becomes, through those processes, soca being first example, a case of we know how to have fun. Go by a Trini, they know how to fet, they know how to have fun. The second one is, and it has its lots of problematics, is the engagement with the often cloistered female. What do I mean by that? The woman who we have constructions of femininity, many of them binary about good and bad, accessible and not. And we have these hierarchies of femininity, but there is an expectation that we will see the beautiful. It's part of the marketing, okay? And you see it in the images. Carnival is woman, beautiful women, etc. You see the expression from the men that I come in to see these women I wouldn't normally see. And then you have the production processes that women go through. I myself go through it. Get up 2 o'clock in the morning to transform into whatever I choose for the year. And that is a part of shared memory making too. And the third one is connection. So whether people come from abroad to come to Trinidad, whether you connect with your peeps everywhere, whether you have your new crew or your old crew, and you go through the same processes, you stay in the same place, you eat a particular food, these small practices that says, we choose an expect everybody here. The crew go in army, and then we go in by Tree Canal, and then we doing this, and we get in our outfits, who getting the tickets. That process of organizing our revelry and our fun is a third site of memory making, which I think is shared. And there are others, but I think that those dominate based on the data we collected, based on my work with the music, and based on my contemplation of participation.
Good, good. So, and Angelique, I have a question for you. You mentioned that, Juve is always about protest. And I'm just wondering if you could comment for the viewers, what kinds of protests you see on the streets in Juve space. So even beyond your whole creative, sacred process of participating in Juve, what kinds of performances or protests do you see on the street for Carnival?
I want to say, I don't know if it's always, but I think it is always rooted. I mean, that is a part of Juve. I don't know if that means that if one is just participating in Juve, then that they are always in some form of protest, right? So I think protest and resistance can be seen as separate. But in terms of what I've seen, I mean, there are so many moments during the Juve night where you see people who have made their costumes. They have thought about it from the signs, from how one is embodying their particular mass, the kinds of characters people are embodying. The most significant, though, for me is, in particular, the kind of freeness that people are, what I feel and experience, and just talking to people in those moments, that Juve allows one to be and become something more, or sometimes who you are, like who you really feel you can be, and take over and be in those streets. And so when I was playing around with that poem, which is going to continue to grow and become its own thing, I wanted to do that, what you're asking. I wanted to define or describe or talk about Juve as resistance, about Carnival as resistance, playing with this idea that Carnival is woman and kind of flipping it around. So I think the examples that I've seen is about that freedom, the freedom of being in the flesh, of loving yourself, of loving your flesh, of being around your crew, as Suan was saying, your crew, whoever, you're feeling that connection with. You choose who your Juve folks are going to be, whether it's, Tree Canal or whoever your group is. And even within the energy of that, as you walk around and feel, people might have and create their Juve costumes to align with the theme of the Juve, right, of the Juve band, or you come with your own, like I decided I'm going to be a bat, or this is my protest, or I'm going to paint stuff on my body. And I think the most significant parts of that embodied resistance are especially when women take over those spaces and put messages on themselves, or even the simple act of being as nude as possible, right, being as naked and free as possible, and claiming that space. In the midst of knowing that there can be so much violence, and that there could also be, reactions to you and your body. So I think those for me are the most significant. And then a kind of queerness that happens, I've experienced where, people are being able to be free with my partner, kissing in the street and not feeling worried or concerned because you're in that Juve space. And then at the same time, like the next day, experiencing something really messed up that happens, but in the Juve moment, feeling that freedom, that being able to, then that feels like really an act of protest, to take over that space. Sorry, I was rambling. I don't know if that answered the question, but
Oh yes, for sure.
what a sense.
And I think it takes me right into the other question I have, going back to Jade's presentation, and I was really happy to see you sit with Nobesi's piece. This place, the space in between. It's a piece that I always return to as well when I think about how, as you said, Angelique, how queer people are able to also find these kinds of spaces in Carnival. So, and in reflecting on Nobesi's piece, Jade, you mentioned that Jamets show us how Black women get free, or how they envision or claim freedom. And I'm just wondering again, just thinking about what you were just talking about, Angelique, how could we see, women claiming this freedom in Carnival spaces despite the kind of gendered violence that is prevalent, the kind of hyper policing of women's bodies and stuff. So I'm just wondering if we could also talk a bit about Carnival as the space where Black women, or women in general, are able to use the space to confront again and engage with this kind of gender dynamics.
Yeah, I really felt when Angelique said like being able to, like, I'm able to be naked, or like being able to be like naked. And I think that like that to me really resonated, because when I'm playing mass, or when I'm at a fete, or when I'm maybe not at a fete, but maybe like when I'm playing mass or Juve, it's maybe not my goal, but I like to be as free as possible. And that means I want most of my body to be hit by the sun. So that means I'm wearing the least amount of cotton or cloth or whatever. I just want it's like so freeing for me that my body can just like feel the sun while I'm with people, while I'm listening to soca, while I'm like gathering with other people. And I think that is one of the things for me. And this is not a fancy way of saying like I like to be naked. Like it's literally a time where I'm just like, it's not just about being like exposing my body. It's like I want to be the most comfortable version of myself outside with like the sun touching me. And I said that before, but like the sun hitting my body, me like smelling and ingesting salt water in the air, like those parts of mass for me are so meaningful, to like brush up with other people's skin, like skin to skin contact. That to me is, I don't even know if I'm answering your question, Nikolai. I'm just kind of like remembering what it feels like to be like have not a turtleneck on, and like what that means to be with other people that are similar, like have similar goals or similar objectives. Can you just remind me of the question? I went into rantish territory and I kind of like lost focus.
Yeah, no, I was just saying that, I was really intrigued by your comment about how the Jamets in Nobesi's piece, really show us how women could become free or envision their freedom. So I was just wondering if we could comment on how you see the Carnival spaces, be it Juve, be it Pavement Mass, be it Pretty Mass, and so forth, as this kind of space where women could claim this kind of freedom that may not be possible in other contexts.
Yeah, so it's similar to what I think I kind of answered the question previously, but I think that also too, the kind of conditions, obviously they're different, like that Jamets were, I'm not really even sure, like what I was talking about today is like a play written by Norbesi, where she's also doing imaginative work to imagine what Jamet history could have been like, or what it could have been like on Port of Spain when these two gangs of women were like on the streets. But I think that like those conditions, they're different now, but they still remain, where people are still like judgmental and still uphold these kind of very colonial values where like women should be modest and like women should wear clothes and they shouldn't be naked even in Carnival, or they should have more clothes on in Carnival. I remember when I played Mass in St. Lucia, there was like this huge thing that happened, and it was like island wide, where like people were like really holding up respectability politics to be like, women shouldn't be that naked, like there should be limits to this. But I reject that when I'm playing Mass. I'm just like, I want to be as free as possible, and that means wearing the least amount of clothing. So like I will choose the thong version, and maybe I might get in trouble for saying that, but I will like choose that version for myself because I can, and because I like that is the moment where I can do it and feel okay about it most of the time.
And don't you think, I know we probably have to close soon, right? But don't you think that fighting against respectability politics is a part of that work of resistance? Because especially for brown and black women, women of color have been exoticized and fetishized and over-sexualized and racialized in particular kinds of ways. But at the same time, we are full human beings, right? And these respectability politics are imposed, and we learn it through education, we learn it through our families. We're told it again and again, these gendered expectations and norms. And so I think that's why when we resist and rebel against it, one, it's so important. And two, I think it's coming from a very deep place. I think it's coming, and we may be tapping into that ancestral energy. We may be, channeling the kind of genetic memory and the hauntings of all of that repression, and I think in some ways, and people have written about this lots and represented it, how Carnival and Juve are these sites of explosion, right? In our festivals, we often see it in our festivals as well. And, and for me, having ancestors from Trinidad, like I feel like I tap into that and I can make the connection to Junkanoo in the Bahamas, where it's that same nighttime Junkanoo bringing in this particular energy of resistance. But the Bahamas is much more conservative in terms of dress. And so it's a kind of interesting for me. I've thought about these two kinds of festivals and how they tap into different parts of that ancestral energy. But absolutely. And, and I think in the face of gender-based violence, we have to be even more radical and take up more sites of claiming space. And be as fierce as Jamets continue to be, and certainly were, in invoking stick fighting and bringing in Bois and Kalinda as our forms of resistance and taking up space.
Sue, you want to add anything?
If I have the time, sure. I just would end very quickly and say there is a woman who I would say is a character in her own selfhood, who is very voluptuous, dark-skinned woman. She doesn't always join the masquerade. She has been a descent of some controversy. She is near naked, if not naked. She wears either chains, right? Very voluptuous, very sexy lady. And what is interesting is how she responds to critique, how she responds to questions about her moving. I have been on the road as a masquerader and see her myself. And something that always struck me as she moved through past me, go to her next band, wherever she goes with her company, is that she owns the space in a way where she resists the harassment that all of us experience when we're out there. So people look, they stare, they take pictures and say nothing to her because her presence is so, she asserts herself with authority in a way that many times you are not afforded. So I think that to answer your question directly, that kind of claiming of space is resistance in itself, especially for women.
Okay, great. Before I hand it back over to Jessel, Jade, one person in the audience is asking where they could find Norbessi's essay, this place, and if you could tell them quickly.
It's so hard to find, but if you email me, I can either email you a PDF version. It's like very
right. So it's in her book, A Genealogy of Resistance and Other Essays.
Yeah, it's in that book.
It's a chapter, and
yes,
yeah.
it is.
Yeah, it's a chapter in that book, but I don't have the copy of the book. I only have the copy of the article.
The PDF.
But I can send them that version if they email me.
Okay, great. So I just want to say thank you again to Dr. Barrett, Dr. Nixon, and Jade for such an engaging discussion, and we really enjoyed, bouncing these ideas off each other. So I'll hand it back over to Jessel.
Hi, you all. Well, first of all, quite brilliant. And you know what you all did beautifully? Well, of course, I, along with the technical team, we've been here all the time. So what do we have on the first morning? It was about Juve. And Adele Todd in particular, I think if you hadn't got a chance to see, you might want to go back and see what she was talking about, the very same thing about as women, how you position yourself and everything else. And so on that first day, you all have happened right back to that first day. also the very last reading of the mass literature as well, which actually was so powerful along with others that it caused some people to be quite quote unquote uncomfortable. And we could understand there was some almost flashbacks, and people alerted us to that and said we should have done a disclaimer. So you all have harkened back to that in your own particular way. You've tied in very well into the first day. Then you did speak about the ideas. You just touched on it, but yesterday it provoked quite some heated things, which is about the idea of traditional carnival, the spirituality, and then the commercialism. And if I start back that conversation, it's going to be trouble, because yesterday, the last panel, which dealt with Pan, the technical team was saying, please extend this. They wanted to see more about that. So you all, with your final panel, have tied together our first 2 days and our third day. I just want to say thank you very, very much. Yes, it was the perfect way for panels to conclude. Yes, yeah, you could do that. Yeah, so thank you so much for joining us here, and for Dr. Atai. I think you, and in fact, this was the only panel which was that the well, first of all, a panel for two reasons. Dr. Barrett was chairing the panel before and then appeared as a member. And then Dr. Atai is the only person who's currently, I would say currently, because I know I read up on him that he did his MPhil here, but he's currently based at the University of Toronto. But yet he said, yeah, we needed to do this. So thank you so much for putting this together and for guiding us through this afternoon. So we're going to go to a 20-minute break as we set up our last two roundtables. At 2:30, we're going to have the roundtable, which deals with the all-important, yes, talk about commercialism, but people have to live within Carnival, about the loss of the gig economy, and we have assembled a set of persons who will be speaking about it quite frankly. And then after that, and most appropriately, in the theme of resistance, we will be, although it won't be exactly the youth, but we will have persons representing the youth to talk about the youth in Carnival, what they have been doing, and what we project them to be doing for the future. So we're going to go to 20 minutes break now, where we will have videos of, again, our last set of videos of people talking about the loss of Carnival, the Carnival Tabanca, and final videos from the Trinidad and Tobago Carnival Bands Association, which is about the mass makers. Thank you very much, everybody.
Hi, my name is Ronnie Joseph. The loss of Carnival means little work for people in the Carnival industry. My usual Carnival consists of playing guitar with the band Reflections for the Vintage Calypso Brigade and photographing the Carnival for the Carnival Institute. The future would have to include a lot more virtual stuff. Thank you so much.
Hey! New thing,
Me personally, I mean, I born literally and grew in the Carnival. So all aspects, whether it's panorama, you know, whether, I mean, the Mardi Gras. From a young age, I backstage, on stage, you know, in the mix, you know. So I mean, all the maestros and the Lord Melodies and the Kitcheners and the Sparrows and the Lord Flukes and Shadow Crow, they would all be at, you know, at our house back in the day, you know what I mean, as I grow. So yeah, that is in me. But at the end of the day, you end up in a business. So, you know, that is quote unquote, that is your career. Yeah, so you have the passion and you have the bills. Well, you know what, strange enough, when we started off, of course, based on the quantity of costumes that have to be made and stuff. But what we did over the years, we tried to cut back. Every year we do less and less and less. For some strange reason, because the corona was already in the China area at the time, but for some strange reason, for 2020, even juggling the figures too, we made an attempt to do all production locally, right in this little compound here, corner Anna and Warren Street in Woodbrook. Yeah, so we got a little senses and we did it local. getting on the stage, but of course the main emphasis at that point is the masqueraders, because they look forward, to that. I mean, from our perspective, we, basically excited to see, how the band look, in terms of the sections, because you basically, Caro now getting a chance to see the costumes in all its glory, basically then. But it's a kind of euphoric kind of situation where the masquerade, plus Ronnie and Caro have a situation where very orderly. They love to line up. They like to be in their section. So it's be amazing. I mean, the whole experience on the whole is amazing. But that stage really important. Even Monday when we're not in, we're not in full costume. Yeah, they just love that stage. And of course, we normally obey the rules and the orders. So if they say half an hour on stage, we try to make sure each section, get the ample time, and we go on again, yeah, but it's a good vibe. Basically the production team or the designing team, so to speak, that is Caro and her sister-in-law and her mom, and I just basically stay kind of far from that because they're very competitive when they're ready in the designs, and then they just want to put me in the middle to ask, well, who won't looking better, and I just basically stay out of that. So that whole designing operation, that whole production operation in terms of the staff and in terms of deadlines, really important. That is Caro does handle that whole department, you know what I mean? So she just get it. We try to keep it local though. I mean, we branched off in 2020 with a team called the Serengeti, but basically our whole vibe is to keep it local, you know what I mean? So basically the carnival is cancelled. But you know and I know that the quality of Trinidad and Tobago will always live on.
Of Juki One Productions, and in 2021 I hosted an online virtual carnival costume competition. The loss of carnival meant no creative outlet for me and the resulting loss of income. Taking part of carnival to me is mass, is pan, and experiencing the euphoria of a people providing me with a reset and revive. Though I do not believe carnival could be lost, as it is way deeper than a street parade and a fete, those of us who are forward-thinking have already found a way to the future, which includes many online events, as this has allowed us to take the scope of the festival wider across many horizons.
Hi, my name is Ronnie Joseph. The loss of carnival means little work for people in the carnival industry. My usual carnival consists of playing guitar with the band Reflections for the Vintage Calypso Brigade and photographing the carnival for the Carnival Institute. The future would have to include a lot more virtual stuff. Thank you so much.
Hey! New thing
Me personally, I born literally and grow in the carnival. So all aspects, whether it's panorama, the masquerade. From a young age, I backstage, on stage, in the mix, So all the maestros and the Lord Melodies and the Kitcheners and the Sparrows and the Lord Flukes and Shadow Crow, they would all be at our house back in the day, as I grow. So yeah, that is in me. But at the end of the day, you end up in a business. So that is quote unquote, that is your career. Yeah, so you have the passion and you have the bills. Well, you know what? Strange enough, when we started off, of course, based on the quantity of costumes that have to be made and stuff. But what we did over the years, we tried to cut back. Every year we do less and less and less. For some strange reason, because the corona was already in the China area at the time. But for some strange reason, for 2020, even juggling the figures too, we made an attempt to do all production locally, right in this little compound here, corner Anna and Warren Street in Woodbrook. Yeah, so we got a little senses and we did it local. Getting on the stage, but of course the main emphasis at that point is the masqueraders, because they look forward, to that. I mean, from our perspective, we, basically excited to see, how the band look, in terms of the sections, because you basically, Caro now getting a chance to see the costumes in all its glory, basically then. But it's a kind of euphoric kind of situation where the masquerade, plus Ronnie and Caro have a situation where very orderly. They love to line up. They like to be in their section. So it's be amazing. I mean, the whole experience on the whole is amazing, but that stage really important. Even Monday when we're not in, we're not in full costume. Yeah, they just love that stage. And of course, we normally obey the rules and the orders. So if they say half an hour on stage, we try to make sure each section, get the ample time, and we go on again, yeah, but it's a good vibe. And basically the production team or the designing team, so to speak, that is Caro and her sister-in-law and her mom, and I just basically stay kind of far from that because they're very competitive when they're ready in the designs, and then they just want to put me in the middle to ask, well, who won't looking better, and I just basically stay out of that. So that whole designing operation, that whole production operation in terms of the staff and in terms of deadlines, really important. That is Caro does handle that whole department, you know what I mean? So she just get it. We try to keep it local though. I mean, we branched off in 2020 with a team called the Serengeti, but basically our whole vibe is to keep it local, you know what I mean? So basically the carnival is cancelled. But you know and I know that the quality of Trinidad and Tobago will always live on.
Of Juki One Productions, and in 2021 I hosted an online virtual carnival costume competition. The loss of carnival meant no creative outlet for me and the resulting loss of income. Taking part of carnival to me is mass, is pan, and experiencing the euphoria of a people providing me with a reset and revive. Though I do not believe carnival could be lost, as it is way deeper than a street parade and a fete, those of us who are forward-thinking have already found a way to the future, which includes many online events, as this has allowed us to take the scope of the festival wider across many horizons.
Hi, my name is Ronnie Joseph. The loss of Carnival means little work for people in the Carnival industry. My usual Carnival consists of playing guitar with the band Reflections for the Vintage Calypso Brigade and photographing the Carnival for the Carnival Institute. The future would have to include a lot more virtual stuff. Thank you so much.
Hey! New thing!
Me personally, I born literally and grew in the carnival. So all aspects, whether it's panorama, the mass gra. From a young age, I backstage, on stage, in the mix, So all the maestros and the Lord Melodies and the Kitcheners and the Sparrows and the Lord Flukes and Shadow Crow, they would all be at our house back in the day, as I grow. So yeah, that is in me. But at the end of the day, you end up in a business. So, that is quote unquote, that is your career. Yeah, so you have the passion and you have the bills. Well, you know what, strange enough, when we started off, of course, based on the quantity of costumes that have to be made and stuff. But what we did over the years, we tried to cut back. Every year we do less and less and less. For some strange reason, because the corona was already in the China area at the time, but for some strange reason for 2020, even juggling the figures too, we made an attempt to do all production locally, right in this little compound here, corner Anna and Warren Street in Woodbrook. Yeah, so we got a little senses and we did it local. Getting on the stage, but of course the main emphasis at that point is the masqueraders, because they look forward, to that. I mean, from our perspective, we, basically excited to see, how the band look, in terms of the sections, because you basically, Carol now getting a chance to see the costumes in all its glory, basically then. But it's a kind of euphoric kind of situation where the masquerade, plus Ronnie and Carol have a situation where very orderly. They love to line up. They like to be in their section. So it's be amazing. I mean, the whole experience on the whole is amazing. But that stage really important. Even Monday when we're not in, we're not in full costume. Yeah, they just love that stage. And of course, we normally obey the rules and the orders. So if they say half an hour on stage, we try to make sure each section, get the ample time, and we go on again, yeah, but it's a good vibe. And basically the production team or the designing team, so to speak, that is Caro and her sister-in-law and her mom, and I just basically stay kind of far from that because they're very competitive when they're ready in the designs, and then they just want to put me in the middle to ask, well, who won't looking better, and I just basically stay out of that. So that whole designing operation, that whole production operation in terms of the staff and in terms of deadlines, really important. That is Caro does handle that whole department. You know what I mean? So she just get it. We try to keep it local though. I mean, we branched off in 2020 with a team called the Serengeti, but basically our whole vibe is to keep it local. You know what I mean? So basically the carnival is cancelled, but and I know that the quality of Trinidad and Tobago will always live on.
Of Joki One Productions, and in 2021 I hosted an online virtual carnival costume competition. The loss of carnival meant no creative outlet for me and the resulting loss of income. Taking part of carnival to me is mass, is pan, and experiencing the euphoria of a people providing me with a reset and revive. Though I do not believe carnival could be lost, as it is way deeper than a street parade and a fete, those of us who are forward-thinking have already found a way to the future, which includes many online events, as this has allowed us to take the scope of the festival wider across many horizons.
Hi, my name is Ronnie Joseph. The loss of carnival means little work for people in the carnival industry. My usual carnival consists of playing guitar with the band Reflections for the Vintage Calypso Brigade and photographing the carnival for the Carnival Institute. The future would have to include a lot more virtual stuff. Thank you so much.
Hey! New thing!
Me personally, I born literally and grow in the carnival. So all aspects, whether it's panorama, the Mardi Gras. From a young age, I backstage, on stage, in the mix, So all the maestros and the Lord Melodies and the Kitcheners and the Sparrows and the Lord Flukes and Shadow Crow, they would all be at our house back in the day, as I grow. So yeah, that is in me. But at the end of the day, you end up in a business. So, you know, that is quote unquote, that is your career. Yeah, so you have the passion and you have the bills. Well, you know what, strange enough, when we started off, of course, based on the quantity of costumes that have to be made and stuff. But what we did over the years, we tried to cut back. Every year we do less and less and less. For some strange reason, because the corona was already in the China area at the time. But for some strange reason, for 2020, even juggling the figures too, we made an attempt to do all production locally, right in this little compound here, corner Anna and Warren Street in Woodbrook. Yeah, so we got a little senses and we did it local. Getting on the stage, but of course the main emphasis at that point is the masqueraders, because they look forward, you know, to that. I mean, from our perspective, we, you know, basically excited to see, you know, how the band look, you know, in terms of the sections, because you basically, you know, Caro now getting a chance to see the costumes in all its glory, basically then. But it's a kind of euphoric kind of situation where the masquerade, plus Ronnie and Caro have a situation where very orderly. They love to line up. They like to, you know, they like to be in their section. So it's be amazing. I mean, the whole experience and the whole is amazing.
Good afternoon to everybody. It's really lovely how it's, you know, man now in is talking about his passion for Carnival, and we just fade the man out. But anyway, we are back once again for the second to last of our roundtables, of the Panchayat. And this has been quite a wonderful experience. We're delighted to have all of you all on board to discuss the gig economy in this Carnival Tobacco time. And this gig economy roundtable will be moderated by Mr. Marlon DeBeek, an alum of the University of the West Indies and currently the CEO of Naprima Bowl. As usual, we invite you to interact with us through chat on YouTube, Facebook, and at Twitter on #TheMassinWe. Mr. DeBeek, we invite you to take over and guide your roundtable in as robust as discussions as you wish. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, Trinidad and Tobago, the creative community, and good afternoon to the University of the West Indies. Thank you so much, Mr. Murray, for inviting me to share this particular roundtable. As an alumni, you know, of the university and DCFA, you know, this is an absolute joy of mine to do and to discuss with some people here on this panel who I've, a few of them I've known for some time, but the others I've recently met, and looking at their experience and in this particular field and this subject, I think we're going to have a very exciting discussion. So I just like to briefly introduce everyone. We have Melissa Jimenez on the panel, who is currently the General Manager at the Tobago Music Company Limited. Mr. Nigel Thompson, filmmaker and director. Mr. Lamar Pollard, who is the production manager at UTT, Academy for the Performing Arts, and he also lectures in theatre design and in the production department. Mr. Derek John, no stranger to the carnival industry as a designer, mass leader all over the region, all over the world. Mr. Carver Bacchus of the Sustain TNT and the Environmental Film Series. And am I missing anyone? I went through my full list. So what it is we want to do today, we want to frame the discussion, the gig economy and what it means to us in the carnival, for those of us who work in the carnival industry, but also I will kind of broaden that to the festival sector and the festival industry, right? So our topic for today's discussion is what now for the carnival gig economy? And to kind of frame the idea of gig economy, a gig economy can be described as a free market system where organizations and independent workers engage in a short-term work in arrangements. And inside the definition of gig economy, you find these sort of words: freelancers, consultants, independent contractors and professionals, temps, temporary workers, and specifically in our season and our carnival context, you're talking about people like musicians, you're talking about backup vocalists, dancers in particular, designers, seamstresses, wire benders, etc. So for the panel, I'm going to allow everybody to go around and you're going to give me your thoughts on this particular topic, but in the context of, in our carnival context, how has the onset of COVID-19 caused workers in the gig economy to pivot in 2020 and beyond? So that's the context that we're setting this discussion in. In our carnival/festival context, how has the onset of COVID-19 caused workers in the gig economy to pivot in 2020 and beyond? And of course, as they say, ladies first. Melissa, I'm going to start off with you.
Unmute Melissa.
I'm talking away and I'm muted.
Right.
I just knew he was going to say ladies first. So I'm going to take it from the music standpoint, of course, where musicians, singers, songwriters, etc. are concerned. And I mean, since COVID has hit, I think we've gone through a wave of emotions in that we started with the, oh my God, this is happening. Then we went into a depression phase. Then we went into, okay, let's see what we can do to get out of this depression phase. Then, okay, everybody's going to engage their fans willy-nilly. Okay, we can't engage our fans willy-nilly. So now we're going to try to bring structure to this digital presence that we're now trying to form. And then, you know, after a while, I think everyone sort of found their footing and it leveled out. And now we're in a place of, okay, how can we take advantage of this digital side of things? In other first world countries, it already existed. These formats were already there. So I think for us, it's a matter of now catching up and actually trying to find our place within the digital sphere of the music industry, and what that means for the many different positions inside of there. As I said, singers, the songwriters, the musicians, the producers, the DJs, etc. So, yeah.
Thank you, Melissa. We're just going to go around, as I said. Nigel, what are your thoughts on this particular idea, this particular topic?
From the film industry standpoint, this year personally, I don't think much has changed. I don't think the people who work in the gig economy, I myself have pulled myself away from that economy for a while now, specifically because of things that are happening now. I think the film industry in Trinidad and Tobago needs to evolve to survive. And that has not been happening. So this year, for me, it's been much, at least it's from the outside looking in, it looks to be much of the same, in that the practitioners you're talking about, the freelancers, the coordinators and so on, latched on to jobs that came about. There was Lavway from Tribe and a bunch of other productions, people who try to do stuff virtually. Now, the issue with that for me is okay, so that happened this year, and some people were able to latch on to those productions so that they can survive, quote unquote. What happens next year? Is the same thing going to happen? Will we keep that same gig economy wheel turning again into the next year and into the year after that? So from my standpoint in the film industry, not much has changed. But my remedy for that is quite drastic, and it's quite different from what Trinidadians as a whole have been accustomed to. We have to literally change our mindset to move forward, especially in the film industry, because without doing that, it'll be much of the same. It'll be much of the same at the end of the day. Will people want to change is the other question, because we are a society of, tunnel vision, and we comfortable in our lane, and we generally stay in our lane. Will we change the issue? I'm sorry, keep it in the keyboard. Yeah, so that's how I see it from my standpoint.
Great, thank you. Carver?
I think I was muted there.
Yeah, hearing you now. Thanks.
Okay. Right. So just to sort of carry on a little bit from what Nigel was saying, I also operate sort of in between the festival space, in the context of the creative sector, but also the film production side of things as a producer, director, and as, festival director of Green Screen, COVID-19 obviously was a major challenge, to say the least, but we went through this process of, okay, well, what do we do? And then, after a month or so, we got to the point that everybody got to, which is, okay, let's figure out the best way to get the festival online. Let's figure out the best way to attempt to expand our audience by being online. And let's see how we can improve what we've been doing before and perhaps expand on some of the programming areas, given now that we have this different platform. And that was, sort of something that was a running theme, continues to be a running theme for festivals, for people in the gig economy, so to speak, for filmmakers, artists, etc. The challenge that we're facing is that all we're going to do? Is it that we're simply going to replicate what we were doing in the real world, so to speak, face to face, right, online, or are we going to try and do something different? Are we going to evolve into something else? Are we going to try and solve problems? All right, because a lot of people in the creative industry and our clients and people we work with in the sector, people are facing various types of challenges that the COVID-19 pandemic has thrown at them. In different sectors, the problems might become apparent in different ways, but the reality is that the creative sector is uniquely positioned to solve some of these problems related to communication, related to design and design thinking, related to all sorts of different things that, I'm not in a position necessarily to elucidate now. But the point is that, pivoting and doing something that you always did, just in a different place, or with slightly different technical tools, is fine. But ultimately, it's not going to be enough to sustain the creative sector, the orange economy, as we call it, the carnival sector, the filmmaking sector. It's not going to be enough. So really, we need to be looking beyond just this initial pivot to a broader idea, which we should have been doing anyway, to be fair, right? But to a broader idea of what do we want the creative sector to look like in 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, etc.
Great, thanks a lot, Carver. Let's just jump to Douglas. After we do Douglas and Lamar, we have some questions already coming in for the panel, so we will start posing those questions as we go deeper into discussion. Okay, so Douglas.
Hi guys, hi everyone. Listening to Nigel and Melissa and Carver, from my side of the carnival aspect, the production aspect, even, all the shareholders that take part in this whole industry, we are looking at a massive downturn. We would try to say, okay, we do things virtually, as Nigel brought up, the whole Lavway show, there are a selected few that will benefit from the days moving forward. For me, I am very fortunate that we still have certain projects still happening, but the main focus is, as you said in the old question, this whole thing about the gig economy, the whole mindset, the way of looking at it, it's going to be tough. I'm just going to be blunt. It's going to be really tough because we would be able to sit home. Like for me, I got a break after traveling for so many years, back-to-back carnivals worldwide. I actually got a break, so there was some positive. And it got us to think, my fellow creatives out there would agree that in this whole lockdown scenario worldwide, we did get the much needed break. But who really suffered was the workers, the carnival enthusiasts, people who actually take part in this whole, festival. So to me, it's a really, really broad, vast monster of a topic, and moving forward for the next few months, the next year, how do we take that closeness? How do we take that interaction, that feeling, and put it into a virtual setting? It's all well and good, as Nigel said as well. What happens? We would do a show, or we would have a very small group of festivals happening, but it's only for a selected few who are fortunate to benefit from that. So the whole gig economy aspect of it, it's going to be tough. How do you take all those women, men, people who enjoy watching the costume aspect of it, for the tents, the pan men, everybody? How do you put that into the bracket of, okay, let's change our mindset and do this virtually? To be very honest, we have to look at all our world leaders, all the heads, to actually do more than they're actually doing now, because they're not, willing to take this industry seriously, because they don't realize that every aspect is affected. The tourist industry, the hoteliers, even the airline industry. I mean, if you really sat down and look at the specs, how much people travel per year to even just a destination for a carnival festival? It's not just only holiday. So there are a lot of economies going to be affected by the lack of enthusiasm to solve this COVID problem and get it under control. I mean, we are all entitled to our opinion, but as a creative, and I speak for, I'm sure, for every other creative in every other industry, we are all hurting from this economy, and we will create, we would compose, we would come up with the nice skits and the comedy festivals and the good old kaisos and the soca that we get in. But who is there to enjoy it? It's bringing everything down, and the positives that has to come out of it is like what we're doing today. We're talking about it. People need to hear every aspect of the problem and not just think they know what the problem is, but really listen to every single person talk about it. So, I mean, this symposium is going to open a lot of doors, and moving forward to those who, needs to be part of this industry. Like, for example, for me, I have branched off into trying to get young people back into the art forms that we do, get back into it, teach. So I've been starting all these programs, trying to launch it online. As Melissa was saying, first world countries already have it, so it's easy for me to tap into that. But here in Trinidad, we're now creating this. We're now getting there. So we need to get there a lot quicker to help aid this situation worldwide. And the education in our art form in every aspect, film industry, music, we can rely on these platforms, but the foray of the actual mass and the carnival, that is another topic for another discussion. It's going to be tough, but I just believe that if we all put our heads together and we do what is right and we keep going the way we're going, we're doing it. But there's no names called, bigger countries that are just taking things for granted, and I'm hoping that things improve in the next few months so that we can get back to some level of normalcy and some level of, let's try and balance both platform and the reality of how we are going to get back to enjoying the mass which we once had. That is the question that I would leave everybody here to really try and figure out.
Thank you so much, Douglas.
Sure.
And I think, you really stretched the discussion in a particular way, identifying the kind of people who work in the sector. Because sometimes we miss the point. When we think of the economy as a whole, and then in Carnival, we may see only the masqueraders, the mask makers and so on. But there's so many individuals who are involved in this industry that is a sort of ripple effect. If one doesn't get a job, that means that there are about 5 other people not working, right? And that is something we need to be conscious and aware of. Lamar, let me hear your thoughts on this particular topic.
Thanks, Marlon.
Sure.
I just want to kind of take off or dovetail from what Carver was pointing out as it pertains to the fact that what we did in large part was just do what we do in the physical space. We did it online now. And I want to go a bit further to say that we didn't do anything new. People have been streaming events for Carnival for the longest while. Kenny has been doing it. I watch the March Gras every year on the internet. I watch Marshall Monday, our illegal stream, mind you, on Facebook with everybody else. And we've been doing this. So it's not like virtual events is a new thing. It was a bit more proliferant this time around because you couldn't do any physical events. You know, the major change was the scale of revenue was drastically reduced. And so as it pertains to pivoting, I don't think that some persons did, try to, again, as they say, pivot and look at different, repurposing their skills in different industries. But in large part, people did what they usually do. They make music, they put on events, people perform, etc. There are some areas in the industry where persons could not have produced work. But we're speaking about the gig economy, and I want to use your definition where the two major things, which is a cyclical establishment of short-term arrangements. It's a short-term arrangement for a period, right? And if we look at that short-term arrangement, we could bifurcate Carnival into two industries. The persons who do Carnival all year round, and these are persons like Douglas and others who they take their product across the globe, and Carnival is not a Trinidadian thing. It's a brand and it's a product and it's an industry that they work in globally in different diaspora and different parts of the globe. And then there are those persons who only work for Carnival, who only work in Trinidad. And these persons tend to have another job, right? So Carnival is just something they do at a specific time, the period before Lent. And whether you might be a musician or certain types of performers, dancers, etc., they do other things. Most of the people who the supporting members of or supporting industry workers, they have other jobs. Most of them, the ones who you'd find again who doing it, who work in this industry specifically are the larger performers who their job is being an entertainer or a musician or a designer, right? And they would be affected. And again, for the most part, a lot of those persons try to do events, virtual events, or create virtual products. I think the biggest move that I saw that was a step in the right direction was Lavway. I think that was a step in the right direction and something that should have happened a long time. It's sad that it took the pandemic for us to try to take the Carnival product and package it in such a way that we could take it to other markets. Because again, most of the world doesn't come to Trinidad or doesn't tune into Marshall Monday or tune into the Parade of the Bands. But it's easier for the film to travel the globe, and really take the Carnival product to the world and open up new opportunities and tap into new markets and industries. As it pertains to, I think it was Douglas or maybe even Carver spoke about moving forward and not doing the same thing. What do we do? Is it that we are going to just continue doing what we did this year, which is doing much of the same just in a new space? Or is it that as it pertains to the gig economy, will it transform such that new skills and new services are provided for persons to again support a blended carnival, which is virtual or online and physical carnival? Thanks, Marlon.
Yes, thank you so much, Lamar. And I like the fact that you spoke about that blended approach. But there are two things that jumped out for me in your last statement, and I will just jump into the questions that were coming in soon after. Because you speak about those the larger performers who depend on, or their whole career, their lives has been an entertainer, and they move from carnival to carnival. So they're in the carnival circuit. But then there are those who kind of just jump in and out of the carnival. They have jobs otherwise. So those are two categories. But I believe there's also a category of gig worker that we don't know, we don't see, right? They're not playing in 2 or 3 bands, etc. They're the ones who are behind a swing machine doing work for smaller bands, so medium bands. There are dancers in particular who depend on performing with a soca artist, doing a opening presentation for a band and other things like that. And I think that group of people is what we want to have or remember in the discussion. Questions. We have a question for, for Nigel about the new opportunities that were forced by this year's circumstance. Can we push past the Boxing Day to Ash Wednesday time frame and continue to create opportunities? Why stop the concerts in smaller venues?
Stop the concerts?
Mm-hmm. Can you take it from your context? What you understand?
To me, the entire the pandemic and us having to shut down is the biggest blessing in disguise that I have seen in a while for Trinidad and Tobago. The question about, the Ash Wednesday to Juve morning thing, and listening to Lamar and everybody else talk about from their standpoint. We here have everybody on this panel from a different sector. I'm from film, Lamar's from music and education, Douglas is from mass itself, etc. Melissa is from music, etc. Trinidad literally has a huge vault of talent and resources to get things done. But we're all over the place. And let me give you an example of what I'm talking about. Douglas just explained that, he shut down this year for obvious reasons. Can't do this, can't do that. The musicians did what they could have done within the sphere that they have. Then we see something like Lavway from Tribe. This Tribe has budgets and they can get budgets to do something like that. There are many other people who cannot. My view is that for a long time now, we needed to be much more cohesive. In that we sit down and everybody sit down and watch Netflix and, oh my God, that's a lovely film. Oh my God, Russia's doing a nice thing. Look at that from Indonesia. Oh, good, have a good movie. We have everything we need here. There are a few things that need to intertwine and shake up. In that, I'll go back to some of the arguments people of my age from the boom generation from the 70s. We'll talk about where mass is concerned. And if people can create costumes for Carnival and mass and etc., which means you can create costumes for movies, right? If you can do that, that's one thing. The musicians, I have been in the music industry as well. So I'm a kind of cross-pollinated thing. My younger brother's a music producer. I helped guide him through his thing. He's doing his music thing now. I am off into my film thing. Artists, producers, etc. All the people in the industry, the musicians and stuff. I think today, and Melissa, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but even today, a lot of people don't understand how publishing works and how publishing intertwines with everything. And a lot of these things, the music that you make, can sync to movies and other productions, theater productions around the world and whatnot. So what I'm trying to say is that the same thing from Ash Wednesday to Juve morning, people need to reevaluate themselves and reevaluate what they're doing so that musicians who aren't as big as the Marshalls and the Patrice and whoever to have a concert and do X, Y, and Z, your music can be synced to something else to make money during that period of time. And instead of waiting for $2,500 from some promoter to give you for whatever it is, you could be making $25,000 with that thing that's synced wherever it's synced in whatever film or whatever episodical and whatever. So it cannot be that we're going to look again at the same thing next year and wait and expect tribe to reach another level for everybody to try and run to that. So we have, to me, we have a kind of chicken mentality where, you know, the feed across that way, so we run, everybody run in that direction, and it comes, we run back in that direction. So as I said, there's enough things for us to be cohesive. The government as well, I would say government to a point, because it can't depend. This is the next thing. People try to depend on governments for everything. You can't depend on them for anything. Forget about it. Do it yourself. The world is a big oyster now, and there are many connections to everything out there. From, if you want to get on Netflix, it's easy. That ways to get on Netflix. You do your stuff, but you have to have your stuff done in a particular manner. And that's the other problem, that we have a wall where Trinis are, I would say, I'm a Trini, the Trinis are concerned. We think that to get to a specific point, we just need to do this, that, and that. Mediocrity is the bane of our existence. Straight up mediocrity, I'll say plain. People think it's just a matter of, you know, well, I have this and I have that, and I have this camera and I have this, and I have this, and I can just do music. Your music, the content of your music matters. The content of your films matter. The content of what you are trying to distribute matters. So, as I said, we have all the ingredients. We just need it to be cohesive to get from one point to another. But we have to be willing to evolve. And I think a lot of what is hampering us is our innate Trini mentality of that same gig economy of thinking to get something now to survive and not thinking long term. Because that short term process in our heads is what has been holding us back for years, because every year Carnival comes, so we make money and it lasts for the year. We make money and it lasts for the year. Now, it's not there. So you had to think long term rather than just in front of it.
Thank you. I think, and actually what it is, your feedback, your response to this question kind of brings us to the heart of resources, right? And availability of resources that people who have more power might be able to attract. But then what about those people who don't have that power, who are not placed in this whole sort of cultural space to access that, you know? And a question came in here for the entire panel, and I would like to start with Melissa responding to this question. Carnival at heart emerges from the people. While it would be nice to get more state support, in the meantime, any ideas about how grassroots stakeholders might truly claim this new virtual space? And as a sort of side thought to this, they said, since most of the panel seem to think that this year's offering is unsustainable. So Melissa, your thoughts on that, please. Any ideas from what you've witnessed that the grassroots man could get involved in this virtual space?
So I am going to pivot from Nigel's statements just now, in that we have the technology available. So when you're talking grassroots, let's look at those who supposedly, you know, young or unemployed, or music is the side hustle, the gig that they, or the dream that they're trying to get to, but they have to hold on the full-time job and everything else in between. So where resources are limited that way, there are free channels that you have that are there to explore when it comes to the digital environment. Mostly everything in the digital environment has free versions to it, from the producing software that the music producers use, to the Facebook and Instagram and the YouTube live that we're on right now, to recording software as well. You know, there's free versions digitally for a lot of things. So to say that they can't do or they're limited by, yes, you may be limited by, but they, you know, I've seen where people with limited resources have done phenomenal things, and it hasn't stopped them. It all comes down, in my opinion, to passion and how you are willing to push forward to push your brand, to push your company, to push whatever that you say you are offering. Mediocrity is not something that I personally encourage and purport. So if you can't do it to the best of your ability, then don't do it at all. And then that also links towards networking. You know, they feel that, okay, I can stay in my little bubble and create. Staying in a little bubble and create is fine. That is fine. You'll come out with some really good songs. You'll come out with some really good beats, etc., etc. But then, do you really want only your opinion on this? You know, you want people better than you to be able to listen to what you have and say and validate in that way and show that, okay, yes, I'm taking the right steps to go forward and do these things. So in terms of networking that way, as the saying goes, network is your net worth, right? So you have to be able to connect with other people to give that validation, and also they will help you learn, they will help you progress, they will help you get along. So I don't see digital anything or not having money or whatever as being limitations in a broad sense. Yes, it will have its limitations. I mean, you can't have Moby Pocket and then want to do Marshall Monday Fete, right? Styling. So we understand that. But again, I believe very much, allow me to get a little philosophical here, in the power of manifestation. So if it is, this is what you want and this is what you are working for, and you say to yourself, yes, I am going to get this and I am going to do that. If you have the Moby Pocket and you want to have the Marshall Monday Fete, again, you just surround yourself with the people who are able to help you get to that and help you do that. And I've seen it where they're like, creators in the music industry are like, okay, how am I going to do this? I have this project. I don't have the money. I don't know how I'm going to do this. All right. And then again, networking. They go to an event, they talk to this one about it. They talk to that one about it. They talk to the next one. Then somebody's going to catch it and say, hey, that song like a real good idea. Talk to them, flesh out the plan a little bit more, throw a $200,000 behind you, and boom, you have things in a gear, you know? So I don't see the limitations there. I think the limitations are self-imposed in most cases. But again, quality needs to be consistent, and that is definitely where our downfall is. We are not consistent with our quality. We are not consistent with the quality of customer service that we give to people. Customer service, yes, does relate as well to the music industry and persons and how they interact, because the music industry is very well based on relationships. So you must be able to manage those relationships in order to move forward. So again, limitations, you need to throw that out the window and try and look at bigger pictures and definitely expand your network. Even if you're a hermit like myself, I am a hermit. I go to places by myself. I go to live shows by myself. You still need to, expand those networks, and that is where you're going to be able to reach other people and reach and actually build out what it is you want to do, in my opinion.
Great, thanks a lot, Melissa. I think your feedback kind of leads me to a particular area of interest. I talk a lot about collaboration, right? And I think this period forced a lot of people to collaborate. There were natural collaborations and synergies that happened and have been happening for some time, but I think it forced a lot of people to collaborate. And so my question is, collaboration. Can you tell us how important it is for us to work outside of our boundaries, break out of the silos, and start mixing and doing work with each other? Can anybody, it's something I want every member of the panel to respond on and to give me some examples of where you've seen collaboration in this time have been very successful.
Well, if I may.
Yes, and I want to just be I want to make sure that Carver know that I have not forgotten him. So, Carver, if you could chime in right after Lamar, please.
Yeah, collaboration is, of course, I think the most integral thing to survival, right? And I think that's the mode we have to look at, survival prior to development. And Trinidad does not have a good track record of survival. Even before the pandemic, the network of persons involved in the management and administration of Carnival was fragmented. You know, and even just going back to looking at what the title of this discussion suggests, Carnival and economy. Like, look at those two words, right? If we look at Carnival and look at the collaboration within Carnival, the current policy arrangements for Carnival have kind of placed the government as the sole arbiter of the administration, the formal administration of Carnival, such that the Prime Minister's decree that Carnival was off created ripple effects. And it also affected the psyche of both the consumer and the producer, right? I am of the opinion that had he not said that, we would have seen a different manifestation of the virtual presentation in Carnival, not significantly different, because him saying it didn't dry money up. But I think the responses to the consumer was actually impacted by what he said, because I heard it from persons myself, right? Well, the Prime Minister said this, so I'm not going, and why are we doing, and what are we going to do, and all these kind of things, right? Because again, they saw any talk about Carnival as a contravention or an opposition to the whole idea of social distancing and flattening the curve and fighting the pandemic. You know, and then on the economic side now, as it pertains to collaboration and understanding the reality, I think we need to look outside of the Carnival industry at the wider macroeconomic environment. What's going on in Trinidad right now? There's been a shortfall in energy revenues. We have Forex problems right now, and there's been an increase in unemployment. So while collaboration must take place, I think we need to kind of really look at the reality before we decide what that collaboration is. I don't think we have an issue with producing content. Yes, there would be some mediocrity, but that you'll always have that. You'll have good stuff too. And even if we had everything was high quality, everything is not going to sell. Something will always, a few products will always rise above the rest, and we will purchase those products and consume those products, right? And the others will find niche markets for their products, and those who don't will not survive, and that's just the nature of business, right? So even before we look at collaboration, I think we really need to put things in context. The gig economy is a subset of the wider national economy, right? And the velocity of money has changed, meaning the rate at which money exchanges hands, and it's going to change hands. It's going to be worse for the next Carnival, because think about it. If the rollout of the vaccination drive doesn't happen in a timely fashion, what will going to happen? You know, what's going to happen if it is we don't have foreigners coming in? You have less money circulating in the economy for this small group of people. So while I agree with Melissa's sentiments about, you could will yourself into success, there's a reality outside of that we must be mindful of. And as it pertains to collaboration now, the type of collaboration we're talking about here is not to exclude the government, not to exclude the private sector, not to exclude the non-governmental sector, the special interest groups such as Tuco, Panchayat, etc. We need to bring them all together. I think we need to revisit the National Carnival Commission Act and include include sectors of the industry that are not included in the legislation, because the legislation is what drives the administrative action. So I'm sure there's a lot of benefit to be gained by including persons who have been successful on the private sector side of things. We've seen success in the pretty mass fraternity, continued success. We're talking about massive growth. They're continuously growing. New bands, not new bands coming out, but a specific sector of that market is growing at a rate, as a serious rate that we could observe on a yearly basis. Why don't we tap into some of the entrepreneurial thinking of these groups? You know, I think we want to think of collaboration as just purely between technical and creative, but I think we need some entrepreneurial minds to come into the thing. I think we need some policy and organizational minds to come into the thing to kind of really figure out a more robust and a more far-reaching and broader plan as to what we have now, because we will continue to do what we do every year. People will go into the silos, we'll talk about collaboration, and we'll talk about ideas for fixing it, and then people will go back and do what they're accustomed to doing, because it's not like they didn't know we were going to have a pandemic. We already knew. As early as April, I had written an article and other people had spoken about it. Hey, what's going to happen next year? You know, but what the big distraction came was elections. But after that, we could have still put our heads together and say, how do we combat this meteor coming to destroy the Carnival universe? And it didn't happen. And I have a strong suspicion that same history will repeat itself.
Agreed, Lamar. And I think it's really about, it's challenging. If you're accustomed operating in a particular manner for many years, it's going to be tough to go next door and say, hey, I'm producing this, you're producing that. Let's see how we could pool our resources and get our thing out there. But I want to get Nigel and Carver's perspective on this because of where you all are located in the creative industry and how we've seen so much in this season, how people have used the element of filmmaking, directing to really get their work out at a very high quality. What are your thoughts on collaboration and the engagement of film professionals in the wider industry?
Yeah, well, film has always been a collaborative sort of experience. I mean, and a lot of creative output is very collaborative in nature. You know, collaboration is not new, you know, in a lot of ways to the creative sector. You know what I mean? It's definitely something that everybody makes their contribution and puts it into the pot. They bubble it up. Somebody put in ideas, somebody put in technical expertise, somebody put in something else, and then you get the product, right? Generally, that's how it goes. So collaboration in and of itself is not groundbreaking necessarily. What could be groundbreaking in our context is collaboration to sort of ensure the survival of these various industries, collaboration to sort of put our heads together and sort of decide what the vision is going to be. For example, well, certainly on the one hand, we had collaborations in the Carnival context with Lavway, as Lamar mentioned, and Jules and Mohammed and I think Jaron, they did a stage show and they collaborated on that. Apparently, it was very well received. You know, that's definitely a new take on, you know, a Carnival product, and that's great. You know, I take my hats off to them. But of course, these things took place during the regular Carnival period, right? It took place during Carnival week or Carnival Monday, Carnival Tuesday, or whatever. There's no reason why that things like that can't happen in the middle of the year. There's no reason why things like that can't happen, you know, anytime. You know what I mean? So what I'm trying to say is the idea of collaboration is really meant to help one another sort of, you know, spread our sphere of influence in the context of reaching audiences, in the context of, you know, doing our work, and not just trying to do, you know, cool stuff together, but ultimately the industry does not grow. You know what I'm saying? It's a major challenge. You know what I'm saying? It's a major challenge. You know, one of the other things that, you know, we should consider is that, you know, there are some people, I think Melissa had mentioned that there's some elements in the creative sector and in the Carnival space who are built for business. Lamar also mentioned it. They are built for business. They are business people, and Carnival is a product, right? There are not enough people in the sector who operate like that, right? There's not enough people who look at it as this is business. This is a question of product, services, and revenue, right? There's a lot of, well, I want to create something and therefore we could collaborate on this or that, and it might be cool, and it might be, people might enjoy it, but then, you know, maybe it goes away. You know, it doesn't change the machine. It doesn't break the wheel. It's just for your personal, I did this, we did this, and it was fun and it was great. So in the context of collaboration, then there needs to be more sustained effort, you know, towards sort of changing the paradigm. And when we talk about collaboration, very often, all we're talking about is collaborating on the creative product, the creative output. We're not talking about sort of collaboration in the context of, you know, shared resources, you know, shared services, figuring out ways that, you know, we could invest in, you know, various bits of infrastructure together, you know, whether it be as a sector or as a subsector or as a group of creatives or whatever. You know, that is the part that is lost. And that is the part that with the more, you know, sort of business-minded approach to it, the more sort of revenue-focused approach to it, those things would start to come to the fore. Those things would start to make sense. Listen, yeah, we need to invest in this piece of equipment. I could use it, you could use it. We'll all share the cost of maintenance, and I don't have to buy it myself and you know, stand that whole bounce now and spend 5 years paying off it and catching my tail. You know what I mean? So it's really just a question of thinking again, you know, not thinking, well, for now, and, you know, the question of the gig economy, when you talk about a gig, it makes me at least sort of start to lean towards the now, you know, in terms of the thinking. The now, I get a job today and I'm good. You know, Carnival, I work for Carnival and I don't want to work again for the rest of the year, maybe, depending, right? So, you know, that kind of thinking, the gig economy is part of a bigger economy. And what it really is saying is that there are people who work temporarily on something that is more or less cyclical, all right? And that's fine, right? But I think we need to start thinking about, oh, well, you know, this is the value of this space. This is the value of this economic output. And this is what I'm putting into it. And this is what I'm getting out of it, rather than I just making a little money, you know, or just doing a little hustle, or just doing a job, you know, or setting up my lights. You know what I mean? We get to the point now where, you know, smaller operators and, you know, consultants and musicians and artists and everybody, you know, needs to start, because things are different. Let's just be fair. That's why we're having this conversation. You know what I mean? Things are not where they were in 2019 or 2020 Carnival, right? Things are different. So one has to really consider where we are now and what the future is going to hold if we continue to do the same things.
Thanks, Gaba. I think, and I want to bring Douglas into the discussion here as we look into the last 9 minutes or so of the panel. And the idea, there was a question that came in earlier, and I was like, okay, this is not a panel about design, but I want to ask the question to Douglas, and then if you could frame that, your response in the context of the people who work in the gig economy. It says, how is a bikini with feathers and beads a costume? And how can it be our culture when so much of it is made in China? So there's this threat of somebody else outside the country creating our work. What about the persons in our gig economy? And you, Douglas, you were able to highlight some of those people. How is this, the season in particular, what has happened this year, it affected them, but also there's the external threat of our work being created outside as well.
Well, that is a very broad statement and question, of course.
I know, yes.
I would say it in this context. We import food. We could have done it here as well locally. You know, there are many reasons why, let's say, the costumes, the bikini, the feathers would go to China, and that's another topic. The question comes into the whole gig economy. How do we contrast it as our culture? And we make masks here from years ago from, I mean, when I was a kid and Granny and all of them, they used to play mask. But things have evolved. I think everybody in this panel will agree that in every aspect, things do evolve, where our culture is being, I don't use the word lost, but it's going to be refocused onto the area that needs the best suited. And we can't do every single thing here locally, although we would believe, you know, as Melissa was saying, if you will, it will happen. But there are still some avenues where it would not happen the way we would think. One of it is major, the cost factor, you know, so that context of taking our culture overseas and that external threat, taking it away from us. There is some level of, you know, justice in saying that question. But from where I stand, things have evolved so much where some people will comment, mass is not the same. Mass has turned into a parade of sexy bikinis and et cetera, and only feathers. The answer is yes. You know, there's no way hiding it. But there are hundreds of thousands and people that want it to evolve. And not everybody is comfortable wearing the 100-pound garment and they represent something else, because their things have evolved. And that's the basis of all carnival. Everything has evolved to some form of matter. If we decided to do things locally here for the whole gig, as Nigel and Carver would say, then we'll find the efforts of mediocrity once again will raise its ugly head. It's like they will do things mediocre. We want things done in a certain time frame. We have to keep certain budgets and stuff like that. And then it exposes everybody to this whole thing about budgets and the shipping and all of that. So some materials here are not available. That's a fact. That's a whole nother topic when it comes to suppliers. Everything is manufactured away. It's a different pricing structure. Our culture is not just the bikini and the feathers. It's everything leading up to that carnival aspect. That day, we have tents, we have the pan, you know, thousands of people go to pan and go to the tents and listen to the soca and go to the fetes and all that. We are reaching the point of we're doing things virtually. Lamar said it best. We've been doing this for a long time, but nobody really noticed. You know, it was taken for granted. You know, so some of the points we will all agree with in different aspects, but it came back to that first question. How does the grassroots man get involved on that whole level? The point is, we just have to do it. We have to collaborate. We do have to work together. We do have to get things going on the right track. Whatever, how that is, once again, if it evolves into something totally different, then so be it. Then you're gonna hear another voice said, well, it wasn't like how it used to be, and And that's what it's gonna initially come down to. What we're willing to accept now for change, to take our carnival and the design aspect is, you know, it's a topic that a lot of people don't like to touch, but I'm very blunt when it comes to it. We all try to be very creative. You would see women, men, bands across the world mimicking one carnival or the next. Yet still, you would see the other carnivals being true to where they started off. You know, I would bring up Brazil. I love their carnival because it's all heritage. The way they create the whole thing for the year, it's all in-house, it's all internal. But they're true to themselves. They have maintained their style throughout. Whereas Trinidad and some regions that have born out of Trinidad's carnival design process evolve into what we see today, the skimpy mass, you know, and it's the mindsets of people who want to play this, the business side of our culture. So that question was a very, you know, it's a two-way answer for that, because you can give them the politically correct answer and you could also be truthful. You know, our culture is bigger than everybody here is perceiving it. Is somebody is affected and everybody is going to feel it at some point. The smaller gigs, as you say, will temporary work and then are happy for the rest of the year. As a professional like me, this is my sustainable income where we do it year round. So we have to evolve. I have to collaborate. I have to look forward to the creative aspects of movies and other theater productions in Europe and in the States and stuff. But there's some people are just, you know, maybe so relaxed that they're comfortable, hoping that Carnival comes back in the way we are. So this whole thing about the foreign loss of our creatives, I am now embarking on trying to get young minds and young people to get back into the art form, learning to wire bend and sew and do the feather work and all the mass work that comes into it. And the problem is we just don't have enough people interested in this industry. So we have to kind of rejuvenate and get them back into it so that we can keep our culture, keep our heritage the way we know it as, so that everybody will benefit in the long run. And that's my take on that word pivot. I think it starts back here. Now we have the time to get back into learning the processes, do things differently. Nigel said it best, you know, just move ahead. We have to learn to get involved in other sectors and not just be mediocre at best and satisfied with what we have and say, you know what, I've done enough.
Thank you so much, Douglas. So, well, I think, Douglas, you answered my closing question. So as we wrap up panel, I just want to say thank you so much. This has been a really deep sort of discussion, very focused discussion on the topic, and which I like. And I'm sure there's a lot we could extract and we could send forward when the university is doing its final report on this. But what I have is, for everybody, you have one sentence to give us. The big question, what now, right? What now for the Carnival gig economy? Could you give our listeners, our viewers, your big what now? Right, so now we need to do this. Now we need to have that. Starting from anywhere. Nigel.
I'll jump to what Carver said. Two things.
One sentence.
Evolve or die.
What is it?
Evolve or die.
Evolve or die. Okay.
Collaboration is the only way we can survive.
Okay, great. Evolve or die. Collaboration is the only way to survive. Okay.
I don't think I quite said that, but yeah, that was the intention.
Melissa?
I'd say continue to create prolifically.
Continue to create prolifically. Nice. Lamar?
Speaking directly to the small business persons in the sector, be mindful of your mental health, identify supplementary income, know your value in the marketplace, and develop new skills.
Nice, develop new skills, wonderful. Carver?
I would just say, you know, you have to create your own opportunities, because the sector itself is doing what the sector will do, but you have to create opportunities for yourself. So work on doing that.
Nice. So I think we have, I mean, out of this discussion, one of the things that really pointed, that really could place more focus here for the gig economy is that we need to collaborate, but also the big pivot here is shifting of skills. Looking at what I could do now in this in my original space, but how can I acquire more skills that will move me into a different area, into a different realm? And some of those skills come with talking to somebody else, exchanging ideas. It's not just only about the creative product at the end of the day, but what is the intellectual property? What is the technical skills? What are the entrepreneurial skills that we need to start diving into and expressing as best as we could as we move forward? So I think there's a lot of opportunity. Whilst this particular period was the best thing to happen to us in Carnival, because you saw really who had it, who was basically separate the sheep from the goats in this case, and really get a sense of who could really do the job, who could really survive in this industry. You know, evolve or die. That's the now that we're dealing with. Evolve or die and continue to create prolifically, learn new skills, and collaborate as best as possible to get yourself going in this new era of Carnival, but not only that, of Trinidad and Tobago's culture. It's been a wonderful experience just discussing with you all and guiding this discussion. Thanks again to the University of the West Indies and the Department of Creative and Festival Arts for this wonderful seminar on Panchayat, the mass in we. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Debik. And of course, I'm going to broaden it. It's actually Faculty of Humanities and Education, which has been sponsoring. But that's great. You know, we both came out Department of Creative and Festival Arts. I'm not vexed.
I have a bias for DCFA.
Yes, thank you, everybody. Yeah, so this discussion, of course, was meant to be the antithesis, bite up my tongue, about the bigger things in Carnival. We wanted to concentrate on the gig economy, whatever that means. And you have all come to it in your own different ways and beautifully led by Mr. Debik. Thank you very much, everybody, for accepting the call to be on. And as we do, as we update our reviews on follow-up symposia, we hope we'll have you all back as well to discuss what may have happened, because, you know, there's this never-ending present. So we don't know where COVID is going to lead us. And 6 months from now, we may be the same. 6 months, things may have changed. We never know what's going to happen. But thank you for agreeing to be on this afternoon. We're going to a 15-minute break, our last break of the Panchayat. And when we return, we'll be talking about the other part of the future, which is about youth in Carnival in all of their manifestations. Thank you, everybody, and we will see you back at 3:45. Take care.
The loss of Carnival means to me, it means a lot. Right now, I'm home and sad and dreary and moody, you know, where I would have been either in a band or around a band or on a truck playing pan and enjoying myself. Taking part in Carnival is a big thing this time of the year. It's a stress reliever, and you know it takes away a lot of, you know, anxieties going through this process of the Carnival season, and not having it, you know, it leaves you home frustrated and feeling empty, you know, taking away a lot from your socialization. But I'm missing it real bad.
First of all, I got into Blue Devils since before I could actually remember myself as a kid. I am one of the few kids who actually was actually intrigued by the dancing and the pan and everything. And I used to go outside and I used to get hit with wings and stuff like that. And this was just at 5 years old. It's a generational thing. The community of Parmin is a Blue Devil based community, I would say, and we represent Blue Devils to the fullest when it comes to that. So when you talk about Blue Devils, automatically you think about Parmin. I love performing for people, entertaining people, and seeing that we were handed down this heritage, this tradition from the elders. And they had their part. This is my thinking, that they had their part to portray the Blue Devil mass and pass it down to the younger generation, which is us, and I believe we have our part to do by taking it and passing it down to the generations to come. We are just friends in Parmin, everybody's friends and family, and most of us were in different bands. And they decided, here what, we doing things for people, we should play our mass in Parmin, and we should call ourselves the Next Level Devils, because we all have that drive, that passion, the same passion, and we're going in one direction, which is to promote the Blue Devil culture to go as far as possible. So you'll definitely be seeing more and more of the Next Level Devils, because we do unorthodox things when it comes to our Blue Devil traditional masquerader. We are very professional when it comes to the art.
Blue Devils, Next Level Devils.
COVID did affect us when it comes to performing for crowds, right? But when it comes to being a Blue Devil, there's no way you could stop that, because that is not just putting on beads and stuff like that. This is something that is in you, and it doesn't matter if you're clean and you're just beating a rhythm on your foot or on your chest. You will feel that vibe because it's a spiritual thing, you know. So traditional mass is way more than just putting on blue and just getting on wild, and it is not affecting us when it comes to showcasing Carnival and carrying on that tradition.
Hi, my name is Wayne Leasing, and I have a background in media studies and mediation, and I've been using Carnival in my life for a long time. Because of this, I don't think of Carnival as being one particular time of the year. For me, Carnival is an ethos, it's a way of life, and I use it in my work all the time. For instance, I just recently wrote The Revenge of King Jab Jab, so I've been working as a Carnival playwright, and I've been doing that for many years. And as well, I use it in my work at the prison, in the Brown Cotton Outreach MSP, Maximum Security Prison, film and theater program, where we use Carnival and the Carnival characters as an avenue for the participants in the program to express themselves in a culturally relevant manner.
The loss of Carnival means to me, it means a lot. Right, my home and sad and dreary and moody, you know, where I would have been either in a band or around a band or on a truck playing pan and enjoying myself. Taking part in Carnival is a big thing this time of the year. It's a stress reliever, and you know it takes away a lot of anxieties going through this process at the Carnival season. And not having it, it leaves you home frustrated and feeling empty. Taking away a lot from your socialization. But I'm missing it real bad.
First of all, I got into Blue Devils since before I could actually remember myself as a kid. I am one of the few kids who actually was actually intrigued by the dancing and the pan and everything. And I used to go outside and I used to get hit with wings and stuff like that. And this was just at 5 years old. It's a generational thing. The community of Parliament is a Blue Devil based community, I would say, and we represent Blue Devils to the fullest when it comes to that. So when you talk about Blue Devils, automatically you think about Parliament. I love performing for people, entertaining people, and seeing that we were handed down this heritage, this tradition from the elders. And they had their part. This is my thinking, that they had their part to portray the Blue Devil mass and pass it down to the younger generation, which is us, and I believe we have our part to do by taking it and passing it down to the generations to come. We are just friends in Parliament, everybody's friends and family, and most of us were in different bands. And they decided, here what, we doing things for people, we should play our mass in Parliament, and we should call ourselves the Next Level Devils, because we all have that drive, that passion, the same passion, and we're going in one direction, which is to promote the Blue Devil culture to go as far as possible. So you'll definitely be seeing more and more of the Next Level Devils, because we do unorthodox things when it comes to our Blue Devil traditional masquerader. We are very professional when it comes to the art. COVID did affect us when it comes to performing for crowds, right? But when it comes to being a Blue Devil, there's no way you could stop that, because that is not just putting on beads and stuff like that. This is something that is in you, and it doesn't matter if you're clean and you're just beating a rhythm on your foot or on your chest, you will feel that vibe, because it's a spiritual thing, you know? So traditional mass is way more than just putting on blue and just getting on wild. And it is not affecting us when it comes to showcasing Carnival and carrying on that tradition.
Hi, my name is Wayne Leasing, and I have a background in media studies and mediation, and I've been using Carnival in my life for a long time. Because of this, I don't think of Carnival as being one particular time of the year. For me, Carnival is an ethos, it's a way of life, and I use it in my work all the time. For instance, I just recently wrote The Revenge of King Jab Jab, so I've been working as a Carnival playwright, and I've been doing that for many years. And as well, I use it in my work at the prison, in the Rum Cotton Outreach MSP, Maximum Security Prison, film and theater program, where we use Carnival and the Carnival characters as an avenue for the participants in the program to express themselves in a culturally relevant manner.
The loss of Carnival means to me, it means a lot. Right, my home and sad and dreary and moody, you know, where I would have been either in a band or around a band or on a truck playing pan and enjoying myself. Taking part in Carnival is a big thing this time of the year. It's a stress reliever, and you know it takes away a lot of anxieties going through this process at the Carnival season. And not having it, it leaves you home frustrated and feeling empty. Taking away a lot from your socialization. But I'm missing it real bad.
First of all, I got into Blue Devils since before I could actually remember myself as a kid. I am one of the few kids who actually was actually intrigued by the dancing and the pan and everything. And I used to go outside and I used to get hit with wings and stuff like that. And this was just at 5 years old. It's a generational thing. The community of Parliament is a Blue Devil based community, I would say, and we represent Blue Devils to the fullest when it comes to that. So when you talk about Blue Devils, automatically you think about Parliament. I love performing for people, entertaining people, and seeing that we were handed down this heritage, this tradition from the elders, and they had their part. This is my thinking, that they had their part to portray the Blue Devil Mass and pass it down to the younger generation, which is us, and I believe we have our part to do by taking it and passing it down to the generations to come. We are just friends in Parliament, everybody's friends and family, and most of us were in different bands. And they decided, here what, we doing things for people, we should play our mass in Parliament, and we should call ourselves the Next Level Devils, because we all have that drive, that passion, the same passion, and we're going in one direction, which is to promote the Blue Devil culture to go as far as possible. So you'll definitely be seeing more and more of the Next Level Devils, because we do unorthodox things when it comes to our Blue Devil traditional masquerader. We are very professional when it comes to the art.
Welcome back, everybody, wherever you are, whether it's evening for you, whether it's perhaps morning for you. We are broadcasting on the web via YouTube from the University of the West Indies in St. Augustine in Trinidad. So welcome back. In a moment, we'll welcome our final activity, our final roundtable of our Panchayat, the Mass in We, reclaiming the people's space. And we want to be reclaiming the people's space, so we are going to reclaim it for the youth in Mass so they can take it forward. Our Youth in Mass Roundtable this afternoon will be moderated by Mrs. Celeste Johnson-Olivier, who is a lecturer at the Faculty of Humanities and Education, University of the West Indies at St. Augustine. As usual, we'd like to invite you, our audience, to interact with us, send comments, send questions via our YouTube chat, via Facebook, or via Twitter on hashtag #TheMassInWe. So now we hand over and invite Mrs. Celeste Johnson-Olivier to start off our last of our roundtables this afternoon, the Youth in Mass. Mrs. Johnson-Olivier.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you ever so much for joining us. We have a very distinguished panel, and we hope that it will be a fun time and an educational time for us all. Our first panelist I'd like to introduce is Ms. Rosalind Gabriel. She is a band leader, costume designer of Children's Carnival for over 45 years. She currently is the Commissioner for Mass on the board of the National Carnival Commission. She's the president of the Trinidad and Tobago Carnival Bands Association, and she is also an award-winning citizen who received the Hummingbird Medal Bronze for her work in culture in 2007. Our next panelist is Ife Allen. Ife, in 2015, was the National Calypso Queen. She's currently now one of the directors of the National Youth Association Committee, the deputy director of the Butler Institute for Lifelong Learning, the manager of the Generation Next Calypso tent, the acting principal of the new Butler Institute, a hardworking lady, Miss Ife Allen. Our next panelist will be Kenrick Noel. Kenrick is a music teacher and presently the district music coordinator. He in the Ministry of Education. He is a carnival judge for Panorama, Downtown Carnival, and Tuco in Tobago. He's the chairperson of the board of managers of the Youth in Steel. And secretly, I know he does more things, but didn't want to tell us. Next, we have Enrico Cameo. Enrico is a musician, has been a musician for the past 22 years. He teaches guitar to youth. He is the content coordinator for the Copyright Music Organization of Trinidad and Tobago. He is the de facto president of PAGOSA, to be renamed ADOPS, which will be the acronym for Association for the Development of Performing Students. He's the father of 3 very successful children who have held titles in both Calypso and Soca from 2011 to the present. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you the Committee for Youth in Carnival. Welcome, welcome.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So one of the things that I wanted us to talk about is your reason for working with youth and where you see yourself in the future. Ife?
Okay, all right. So I started off working with youth from a very young age, being involved in the Sandy Grande Police Youth Club. So from a very young age, I knew that youth development was a major part of me. I had a passion for the arts and would always pass on that knowledge to my peers. And it started there, and then I moved into secondary school because this was I've been at the primary school age, into secondary school doing the same thing, writing for my peers, calypsos that is, and then moving on to becoming a part of national organizations such as NJAC and ENIAC and NACC, and all of these beautiful organizations who we know about who have been involved in culture and the development of youth. In fact, today they are celebrating their 51st year as an organization. So we can also say kudos to the hard work of that organization over the years, particularly as it relates to youth development. So it's really my passion for the arts that has driven me over the years to be involved in youth development.
Ms. Gabriel?
I would like to tell about my experience as a young child, maybe 7, 8, running to the street corner to see mass passing on Arapita Avenue. And the sights that I saw in those days, those are what I would call the glory days of mass. I saw George Bailey, I saw Edmund Hart in those days, I saw Irwin McWilliams, and the sights of the mass in those days really captivated me. And some of the sights that I saw then, I could still see now. And getting into junior mass was a natural progression for me because as a young person growing up, we were not really allowed to go and play mass. And so the first chance I got having my own children, they were in mass from the age of 2. So getting into junior mass, I mean, I have done adult mass too, but getting into junior mass was a very natural thing for me because the kids would wear everything that you give them. They're not leaving home a piece. And if they did leave something home, they were very upset about it. So junior mass for me was a way of making sure that I teach a generation of children what my thoughts of how a costume should look. I tried it from the educational standpoint by giving them themes that would teach them about Trinidad and Tobago. And so the junior mass for me would always, and working with children, always held a very special spot in my inside. It's a passion.
Thank you. Enrique Cameo, please.
Yes, name Enrico Camejo, musician as was said earlier for over 20 years. And music is definitely my passion. People are my passion as well. Of course, with the gift of music, you have to pass it on. You can't keep it to yourself. With my children, I remember singing to them in the womb, singing the alphabet, and I'm saying that all my children should be musical. At least that is a gift given to me by God that I have to pass on to them. I started playing music from age 6, playing the piano. At that time, we didn't have a piano, so I would draw out notes, the piano on a piece of paper and play that and pretend I'm hearing the notes. I do not know if that is what helped my ear to develop, but over the years, it went to guitar because we had a guitar at home, and those who know me know the story. I used to bang up that guitar, and then eventually it had just 3 strings, and I started learning a 3 strings guitar until, of course, being involved in choir in church, got the guitar fixed, and then I went on to be lead in the choir, and then on to musical entities. My first band was a band called E Major, all right? And then from there, many of you know E Major. I went to soca after that. I went to Cali and learned under people like, excellent guitarist, Arthur Marcial, and went on to play with so many bands over the past 20-something years. I'm now with Bungie Garland, Fear and Lions, also showing Winchester. I play with a number of bands. I also travel the world with Pilgrims United as their musician. We go all over Jerusalem, Egypt, Africa, wherever have you. And my passion for this, for children, started when my first son, when my father died. He and his grandfather were very close. And the principal told me that he's not himself since his grandfather died, but he's very energetic, and he actually performed in a competition, not a competition, in school, and blew away the teachers and the students. And he said you should get him involved in the arts. He attended his first ever competition, the National School Soca Monarch, in 2011, and ended up winning that. First time he ever entered a competition in his life. From there on, the rest of the children followed. There's been history. My daughter is 2-time Junior Calypso Monarch. Stefan, my other son, is 5-time the most successful in the school soca monarch, 5-time school soca monarch. Of course, Sergio is doing parang and stuff. And I have just, with all the children who were there, who would speak to me when we go to the various competitions, I would share with them. It was nothing that, okay, well, it's my children competing against you, so I'm not going to. You share the information, you share. I also teach guitar, and it's just that gift of music. That is my goal, to pass it on to the youth, to continue, the wonderful musicians that have spawned from Trinidad and Tobago, to carry on, of course, that local culture. Our pan, our soca, our calypso, all genres, that emanate from our Twin Island Republic. So, music is my life. Of course, so all the people from St. Margaret's who said that they would take in. That was my first school. I taught guitar there. I taught at Holy Name, and it just goes on. I will take up the whole hour if I continue to.
Not hearing.
Yes. I'm not hearing you,
Mr. Noel, please.
Yes.
Yes.
Unfortunately, unlike everyone else this afternoon, I didn't have a choice. My mother was a primary school principal, and my father was one of the founding members of the steel pan movement. So when you put a musician with a teacher, my life became a music teacher. And that is why I have spent the past 20 years, both Trinidad and Tobago, sharing my passion with my pupils. It doesn't matter the platform. I remember getting plenty licks as a Pentecostal. The first year I went to Judge Panorama, you're going straight to hell. Okay, but at least I'll have a musical drive all the way down. It was just having the passion expressed, what music means to me as an individual, to be able to share that with whosoever has a listening ear. And of course, we know that the young people are a lot more apt for change than some of us who are a little more seasoned in our desires and our designs. So working with the youth became second nature. Teaching became second nature. Music was always first passion, and therefore my life in itself was handed to me on a musical score.
Lovely, lovely.
Well said.
Yes.
Yes.
COVID-19 dramatically affected the children's participation in Carnival this year. what would you like to do in terms of looking ahead in the unfortunate instance if something like this did happen again? What would you like to see that the children still have an outlet in some way to express themselves creatively?
Should I go? Should I go first?
Yes, yes.
Take the first, yes.
Yep. Well, this year, as far as I know, three virtual competitions came about, which is something very, very new for us. So Red Cross Society, they had one, and 2 or 3 members of the TTCBA had virtual design competitions.
Yes.
This was, I mean, for us, very, very new. And it got off to a slow start. But I do believe that with the advancement in technology, such as the platform we are on here, I mean, I don't think last year this time I even knew about this platform, but that we have decided to engage in learning this technology and using it to the advantage of the mass. So much so that without even waiting, we have already planned a session in May. We are planning it now, an online tutoring session in mass construction. And we don't intend to move away from this at all. The technical side of it to be able to advance mass making. And I'll give a little example. Now in schools, there are a lot of workshops to do with traditional mass. The NCC carries this out. And on Carnival Friday, there's a big traditional parade that usually passes through town. But the big vacant position that we see is that there are really no workshops whatsoever teaching conventional mass making. And so we would like to plug this hole that we see, because nobody's actually teaching the children how to construct a costume that is not like, say, Dame Lorraine or all the traditional. So we would like to create a nursery, so to speak, or a bed where the young mass makers could be identified, because right now we see none. So unless you belong to a mass family, like how it was explained, Mr. Noel was born into music. Unless you come from a family like that, you're not really going to start to make mass, and unless it's taught to you. So our aim is really to try to get the carnival arts into the school system. The aim of the TTCBA is where we would like to go, so that we could have an assurance that a new generation of mass makers will be born, because a lot of us are getting on in age. And so therefore we need to make sure that there's a generation coming up who could do what we would like to see happen with mass.
Nice.
Yeah. Can I come in now?
Yes, of course.
Okay. All right. So I just want to take off of one of her points as well, in terms of the next generation of cultural activists, promoters, innovators, because it's the industry, and if you have to develop the industry, you have to, from a very young age, you have to prepare them. You have to give them the tools, the knowledge of these various art forms, and I think we don't do enough as a society. For example, if you ask our young children, many of them did not know who Singing Sandra was. You know, they were hearing, some of them were hearing her songs for the first time, which is not something that is development that will help the society or the Caribbean to move forward. You know, so when you're talking about developing young people, it's a holistic development we speak of, not just because children learn through doing, and we hardly speak of how much they learn being on a stage. They're on the stage, but they're developing confidence. They're learning about history. They're learning about issues that the society is facing and how to solve them. And it's trial and error, because every time a child enters the stage, they're actually thrown into a scenario and they have to work their way through it. And so we create problem solvers, we create critical thinkers by putting them on a stage. And beyond the stage, when we're talking about moving into that teenager, young adult phase now, we're also setting them up for life, because now they'll be learning skills that they can actually become employed. And we talk a lot about crime within the society and the fact that it don't have jobs, and a lot of our young men and young women are turning to crime for an income. And here it is, we have an entire industry, and we are not looking at, okay, can we involve our teenagers in programs such as these so they can see the broad range of opportunities that exist within the arts, within the carnival arts. Tuners, songwriters, calypso performers, promoters, you know, and these are things that we need to begin to shape within their mind. So it's like you're creating the taste for our local culture, and at the same time creating these industry leaders amongst our youth, you know?
Yeah. Enrique, I saw you light up, so go ahead.
Yes, I want to take a slightly different perspective as we talk about youth in Carnival, and I'm going to talk about the music. This year, we were not able to have, Tuco was not able to have the Junior Calypso Monarch competition. Also, ENIAC was not able to have any of the, and ENIAC also has a very detailed program for children where they have the jewels up to age 8, I think it is.
Yeah, so we have pioneers from 5 to 8, then we have jewels from 9 on to 14, and then we have the juniors from 15 to 18, then stars from 19 to 25. It's a whole...
Wow. No more Pathfinders? The
Yes.
Pathfinders is changed?
Junior Pathfinders, yes, like 15 to 18. Yeah.
Yes. This year, we only had the, no, we didn't have anything. We just had, thank God for Mr. Joey Rivers. He had a Calypso festival to try to keep the Calypso in the art form. I know Mr. Brian London, he had given me a post and he had told me to tell the youths about an extempo competition they had, a virtual extempo competition. But besides those two things, there was nothing really in terms of music for the youths in the carnival. But, you know, I don't only want to talk about the COVID, because the thing is that this issue, the issues with youth and song has been happening before the COVID. And please forgive me if I express here, but we're going to start to get a little heated now. You know, you would find that I'm not talking about ENIAC. ENIAC, kudos to them and for what they have been continuing to do for the children. But you find other organizations, and also to Tuco. In fact, Calypso actually is in very good hands. When you go to a Calypso competition, a junior Calypso competition, and you hear the quality of the Calypsos, you would say, but these young people could mingle with the big ones. Some of the Calypsos are of quality because, of course, there's lyrical content, there's melody, there's expression, there's metaphorical expression. It's really, the Calypsos are really, 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 really good. In terms of the soca, the Ministry of Education has tried to support soca by having a competition. Before that, the organization in charge of the International Soca Monarch used to throw the School Soca Monarch, a competition where my children have won 9 titles in that same competition. It was really good. They had workshops, and it taught about the soca genre in collaboration with the calypso and so forth and so on. Over the years, the support for that had started to disintegrate really badly, to the point that we know that there was no competition in 2018 for the soca genre. In fact, it was the Ministry of Education came quickly and said that no, soca must be represented in the carnival, and they had a junior calypso, a junior soca competition. They couldn't use the name National Schools Soca Monarch because that name didn't belong to them. It belonged to the organization that throws the International Soca Monarch, right? I'm not calling the name, right? Then after that, we had a competition in 2019, and then 2020, no competition. And it even goes as far as to say that the children have been neglected. There was not even any. I said I wouldn't speak about it, but no, the winners of that, like unsung heroes, they're like on crowned prince and princesses, because that whole winners row did not, for all their hard work, for all the work they did to bring out a wonderful show, it's 2 years running, have not been paid or given any prize money or any incentives or anything like that. They have just been left on the wayside, which is poor. And this, what I am saying is that I'm finding that when it comes to the youth, to the music, that not much effort is being given as to the adult competitions, the senior competitions per se, or the senior shows, right? We have a lot of youths that are very talented. They're very lyrical. In fact, there are a lot of composers as well, of our youth, young composers from age 9, 10, young children composing, and there's no outlet for them to express themselves. So yes, we had COVID, we started the lockdown in March of last year. I remember the date. It was 2 days before my birthday. It was the 24th of March. And you see the effects of what was happening before. It shows up here. There was absolutely nothing on a big scale except for in terms of soca and calypso for the youth. I know if Tuco Junior Committee, they are excellent. If they could have, they would have had a competition. I think my organization adopts the, as it was said, the Association for the Development of Performer Students. We would like to work with these organizations to develop virtual shows for the children so that they can perform. And I mean, though COVID millions were killed because of COVID and so forth, and it's really a bad thing. I don't want to say there's a good in it, but really and truly now, because of COVID, it's open now the space for us to go virtual, for us to go worldwide with our youth and with their talents and with their creativity. Because when a child comes to perform, they come with all their dancers and their skits. And it's really very creative and very entertaining. And it helps them, it grows into everything that Ife was speaking about in terms of growing them, holistically in this society. There's more I want to say, but I know that question is coming later, so I want to end right there. Yeah.
Please, Henrik.
Well, I would like to tie up the panel by putting commas and semicolons in everybody's sentences and phrases thus far. I always thought that COVID was a blessing in disguise. It allowed for us the mundane and the boring to stop, and allowed an avenue and a vacancy for the new, that new normal that we old people afraid of. Yeah, I'm taking ownership of the age, to allow our youth that opportunity to express themselves and to develop themselves and to forge the way forward. Now, Ms. Allen spoke about the holistic development, but you must also understand that within the school system, within the societal system, there needs to be a paradigm shift where all subject areas matter. Yeah. You cannot have a holistically developed child if the visual and performing arts areas in your school is only good enough when you have a fundraiser to make school look good. You cannot only have music being performed when they ain't good enough for business, they ain't good enough for science, they ain't good enough to even do the compulsory math and English. All right, send them across in the music room. We need to have, as adults, as parents, as administrators, as human beings, see the child for what he or she is good at and develop that. Many times I would have sat at school and helped children prepare the applications for even scholarships to go to the US or go to Canada to pursue their passions. And they would ask you, what do you do at school? And of course, the children who would get the application forms for the scholarships would be the only academic children in the school, because the boy who played in pan and the young lady who could do the wonderful needlework or could do excellent work in beauty shop by YTEP or CVQ courses would not be given first preference. But strange enough, in the first world countries, they are looking at the holistic developed child. They're not looking at the purely academic alone, because when it's time to balance out there, you have to be able to function. You cannot just simply say, I have a 1 in maths, I have a 2 in literature, I can do this, that, and the other. And then at 2:30 or 2:45 in the afternoon, your life has no other purpose. So that for me, and I remember years ago, there was a discussion about remote learning. We were looking at it as those lower classes who were not able to come to school. The whole world lower class now, because nobody can go anywhere. So that the virtual learning has simply replaced the remote learning, and we are getting the information out. So let us continue to motivate our young people. Let us continue to simply take a step back, parents and adults, and observe what they generally gravitate towards, what they naturally blossom in, and see how best we can support that. Because that is why we had young people featuring as finalists for the virtual Soca Monarch Finals Fantastic Friday this year. Even though the Prime Minister said no carnival, he mean no carnival on the road. He ain't mean no carnival in the house. So that we still have the young people who said, hey, I will take this opportunity to shine. And they did excellently. I was able to comment on the virtual steel band shows that would have been held for the medium final and large final competitions this year. And again, you were able to partake in something just in a different platform, just in a different space, but with the same fever, the same fervor, the same fine dined attitude that, yes, this is my culture, this is my spirit, this is me, just in a different platform.
Excellent. We have a lot of passion, and this is great. And what I would like for us to focus on at this point, you are the game changers. You are the ones who work with the youth, who will be the ones learning excellence from you, and then their expectations will be raised. What can be done to support these children who have the inclination to become the pantuna, the costume designer, the musician? What would you suggest in terms of getting us in that right frame of mind so that a child can boldly say, why can I not be instead of the other? And I'm talking about every child cannot be a doctor and a lawyer. Our society needs culture. And when you say culture, we flock to the museums, we flock to the opera houses to hear and see the arts. So we know it is an integral part of, but it cannot be used when convenient. So I'm asking you to give us your view, your suggestions, what would you say in terms of what definitively needs to be done? Because I am remembering Ella Andel, the missing generation, and we do not want to have a missing generation.
So I would like to say here that definitely COVID has given us all I should say, a new lease on the way we see things, because it's given us chance to think and to innovate. So we have, and when I say we, I'm talking about the association that I head, have so many ideas of things we would like to do that we honestly, honestly didn't think of before. The problem we have to be able to do these programs, even the online ones cost, is the fact that an announcement was made, there's no carnival in 2021. And with that, everything shut down, even the budget. There's no budget for us to be able to teach this craft or encourage the young ones. And it's not a time where we could have fundraising ventures. It's not that time as yet. And so really and truly, the biggest problem we have right now to carry out our developmental programs is, where are the funds coming from?
Yeah,
I would
that's
like to draw the attention to the series that the TTCBA did this year, the Mass Makers, and one was shown here in the introduction. Well, I went out on a limb to get that series done, and of course there is I got some sponsorship, and there is some outstanding, but the don't have a clue where the money is coming from, because the budget for all the interest groups have been slashed.
Mm-hmm.
Well, in fact, it's non-existent. There's none. And so we have a lot that we would like to do, but right at this moment, we are not sure how we can do it.
I want to support that point strongly, because ENIAC, but Mr. Enrico was just speaking about all of the various programs that ENIAC hosts. And the amount of programs that we host, you can't host one without the other. You have to cater for all of your groups. And even over the last, let's say, 3 years or so, we have, or even 4, we've had to reduce drastically the amount of groups, the amount of competitions that we host. We did not host Stars of Tomorrow. We did not host the Junior Pathfinders, as you mentioned. We sort of merged competitions in order to cater, but the support on the whole has not been there. The support for these programs has not been there. We have been hosting songwriting workshops, even workshops. If we are doing an emancipation competition, we do a workshop on emancipation, so whatever we're doing, we try to have an appendix to that, some sort of workshop to train participants. And you can't do the work that you would like to do because you just don't. And I mean, persons would volunteer to teach. We've had psychologists talk to them about anxiety, being on the stage and different things. You cannot even give a stipend. You have to give a little gift or some, so you have to, because you're barely making ends meet to even get your prizes. So it's really, really in poor taste for our young people, and they're looking at it and they're judging it as well. If we feel that they are not seeing, they are seeing that, okay, I'm putting out all of this effort, making the sacrifices, but there are no rewards, there's no encouragement, there is no investment, into what I'm doing and what I'm offering. And that's something we forget, that these young people, by their messages, they are offering the direction that the society needs, sometimes even more so than the songs we hear from adults. So we're not really seeing the value in the messages coming out from our young people. We're not appreciating the value. We're not showing appreciation on the whole in terms of how we're investing in their future. We're not doing it. And I just want to also add, the New Butler Associate College over the last academic year went into a partnership. We have a program called the Save One Scholarship Program, which is for underprivileged youth who did not acquire their full CXC O-level certificate. And we opened it up and we said, okay, we're going to do student plus something. So we don't approach it from a negative, we approach it from a positive, in a positive way. You have ability as a panelist, it's student plus panelist. You have ability as an athlete, it's student plus athlete. And we had 25 panelists in that program, which we partnered with Panchayat. Again, Panchayat wants to see the program running, but Panchayat is not, we would feel they are getting the kind of support that they need, but they are not. So they along with us, struggle to keep these children in the program just to make ends meet. And at the end of the day, those students did extremely well. Nobody's speaking of that. Those students played for Panorama and still did their SBAs, and in COVID wrote their exams and still passed their subjects. You know, so we have to be, and we see that as being the backbone, being the support for our young people. Okay, I'm showing that I have potential as a panelist. Let me make sure that child have their basic foundation. They can read, they can write. These are things we don't speak of. They are social factors that prevent our artists from reaching where they need to reach. But where is the support? Where is the support to ensure that that young man and that young woman gets what they need to get to go to the next level? So I'm very passionate about this. So I'm just, going to pass to the next speaker.
I'm going to carry on from your point right there, because
that we're not doing enough.
Yeah, we are not. We speak about the programs in school, getting the various, because really and truly, the schools through the education system would be the fastest way to reach the children, because it's the most organized group. Through the Ministry of Education, you will get a wide diaspora of children in the schools. But it goes even deeper than that. It starts with the parents. It really, really, really starts with the parents. And I mean, we all know, we tend to put academics first, right? Academics is the main thing. That's getting that paper, that degree, that master. I mean, and I mean, it's a stupid argument, because there's also degrees and masters in the creative arts, in mass making, in pan arrangement, musical degrees, right? Now, our industry in the Caribbean is not set up as in the USA's and so, but barring that, it starts with the home, with the parents, with us now putting all this focus and not really observing the child and see what they are passionate about, not only academically but creatively. I remember when Sergio started, and Sergio would talk at my, he would tell everybody that story. He would talk at my pants and say he wants to perform. He probably see me performing with the various bands, Kalian, Blue Ventiers, Traffic, whatever, Surface, whatever. And he would want to perform. And I and all fell in that trap over 11 years ago. Tell him focus on his schoolwork not up to par, and so forth and so on. And as I said, it's only when the principal of his school, Sacred Heart Boys at the time, said that, let him get an outlet. The principal of an academic thing, who told me that? Imagine that. Let him express himself. He's very good with the arts, with singing and performing, and look at what happened. And now he is right now in his final year in UE, right? Doing his final semester and looking to carry on his masters. And he's an excellent performer. So you just have to give them the support in whatever they have to do, not only academically. And and now moving from that point, it also goes to the support of our corporate Trinidad and Tobago and the government for these arts, for music, for our pan, for our mass, for our things there. You would see that they tend to, of course, as I said before, put the finances, put the funding, and invest in the bigger competitions, because that's what the people are into and stuff. It's time to invest in our children. It's time for us to see. A lot of people haven't seen the quality of the junior calypso competitions, the junior soca monarch competitions, the mass, the pan. it is enjoyable, and you know, we have to embrace them and make them feel good about it. And we have to, you know, you make it's very holistic, you know, you make holistic human beings, future people of our society. Right now, you realize that there's a music that's coming up. It's called Zest, and there's another form of it called Trinidad, right? Trinidad, and you find that the youths now, a lot of people are gravitating towards that. It's because in our local culture, they're not getting the forum, they're not getting the environment, they're not getting the support, and we are not doing enough to, I mean, except for the few, we are not doing enough to really educate them in our culture, in our music. A lot of people do not know who Penguin is. You'll be surprised, a lot of people would know Sparrow, and then when they hear the song, they say, yes, I know that song, I know that song, I know that song. A lot of people would know Sunderlal Popo. You know, they will not know great composers or great pan arrangers. They will know about Spree Simon. Nothing. We are creating this lost generation in terms of our culture, and we have to do, you know, some more to be holistic with it. Not only the academics and so, and the corporate Trinidad and Tobago too. You need to get involved. We need to come with us, come and meet with us, and let's plan proper programs to have our youth grow up so that we continue that legacy of the beautiful culture which is Trinidad and Tobago, our beautiful music, our arts, our culture. Yes, I will move on.
I would like to throw a monkey wrench into the thoughts processes, however.
Yes.
We are all faced with this moneyless or lack of budget syndrome. But that in itself is a setup, because so many times the bureaucracy of the day wants to see how much you can actually get away with without a budget.
That's true.
So then they can literally cut that out of the budget for subsequent years. Well, you had a whole competition last year with $300, so you don't need our next $1,000 again ever in life.
Exactly.
And that is poor. Another aspect, and I'm jotting down as each of you so passionately share, the social factors prohibiting performers in school environments where we don't develop the other skills of our actors or dancers or musicians. It's because as soon as you see a child who could read and write, you pull them out of the band room. As soon as you see a child who looks as though, yes, if I take you out of that drama jersey and put you in a shirt with a tie, you could probably pass for a sixth form student. You tend to segregate the forms of education or the platforms of education within the school system, within the very school system. If you have a principal who for himself or herself is passionate about football, the PE department gain all the props, gain all the support, gain all the push. If you have a principal who don't care about anything much but just the paperwork, and you have a vice principal who's nudging along the way of poetry, you might find your speech band getting a little help out, but you know it's the language department that's going to get the shine. So it also depends on the passion of the administrator of the day. And that transfers from the school setting to the political setting to the community setting, because whatever you think is important for today is where you put your effort, your energies, your support into.
That's it. That's
so
correct.
We as the passion pushers, I'm marking that down somewhere, that being on a jersey. I am the passion pusher for PAM. For the arts, the visual and the performing arts, we have to ensure that for our young people who are looking at us, who are being discouraged when we throw our hands up in the air and say, well, boy, look, I fed up here, so let me go back and teach a class. Let me go back and sit in a meeting. Let me be a secretary instead of being a mass designer. We have to remember that we are leading this leg of the legacy that they will pick up that baton and continue to run with. I remember I got a Bluetooth bus head in a function when I said, and I am saying it again, we have youth groups who have won trophies and titles that their parent groups never got in all of the pillars of Carnival, Pan, Mass, and Kaiso, so that our young people are already on the right track. We just need to recognize their worth and support them along the way.
We just received a comment in support, but Carnival is academic. Carnival can teach physics, engineering, design and tech, financial management and budgeting, business management, performing and visual arts, marketing and promotions.
Yes, it can. Yes,
Correct.
it can. Yeah.
Yes. Only
That was
from
my
the
first
mindset.
comment actually when I said that on the stage there are so many subjects that the child is learning, but we just don't make the connection. They're
That
learning
is it.
social studies,
That
they're
is
learning
it.
English, they're learning research, they're learning how to design because they have to organize the props and where to put it and do set design, and they're learning so many subjects while being involved in whether it be in mass or calypso or dance. They're learning all of these things, and it's also the place of reinforcement because
Yes.
okay, I'm teaching a subject in school, but now I'm making sense of the whole picture because I'm approaching a whole performance which has a beginning, a middle, and an end, and has a storyline, and has, so they're bringing concepts together and making sense of the world through the arts. You know, so there are so many things that they learn from being involved in the arts, but we just don't make those connections, and we keep them a lot. Sometimes we have there are those that also still speak of carnival arts in a negative way. There are many persons within the society that still do that, even though carnival contributes to so much of our well-being as a society, to the well-being of our citizens. But we don't speak of the hotels that make how much ever money, or we're not speaking of those things. So you are benefiting every day, but yet you sometimes speak it in a negative manner for young people, and then they don't make the connections in terms of the positive value that carnival adds to us as a society.
There's so many other skills to learn as well. There's time management. There is public speaking.
Yep.
There are a lot of young Calypsonians I remember from both ENIAC competition as well as the First Citizens Tuco Junior Calypso Monarch that went on to be public speakers, that went on to speak so eloquently and be able to express themselves. You know, it develops them. It really is more than we give it, value. And it really, I really think the youth, we know the youth is our future, but we just say it. We need to live it. We need to express it.
Yes.
But we also need to be honest in that I cannot think of an administration, past or present, going back years, that has really treated our culture or given it the respect, the arts. I cannot put my finger on one administration that I could say really respects the culture. I think that our culture gets pushed to the background all the time. Oil and big business takes precedence. And if they would only open their eyes and see what our culture could do for this country, if it is given what it needs, it needs food, it needs watering, it needs to be respected.
I don't think the NCC would like to hear you say that, Roslyn.
No, but no, it is a fact. I mean, we have to call a spade a spade.
Yes.
I would like to continue in Ms. Gabriel's venom this afternoon and also say, remember or understand that educators tend to teach in the same way in which they learned. And therefore, many of us, and I'm saying us because we are all in the capacity to educate someone else, would lean towards that niche of the learning curve that for which we feel most comfortable. And unfortunately, Carnival is just an event in this country. Carnival is not a way of life. Carnival is not a scope of industry, a scope of employment on the holistic mindset of Trinidad and Tobago. Let us abuse the national instrument for a moment, if we could. Why is it that the steel pan is not located in every government building? When you walk in, you don't see a tenor pan or a 16-piece or a little quartet somewhere in the lobby. Why is it that when the elevator is going up to the various floors, you don't hear pan music being played? Why is it when you go from school to school, the only way you got, I remember the statement well, a present of pan is 2 tenor pans that was given for CAC exam that is scrapped to go back into SCA. This is our national instrument. And yet in many times it is still treated as a dustbin outside when you're having a bonfire and you don't want to burn your Rubbermaid bins. Why is it that if this is what we want to delegate or demonstrate to the world is still ours, even though others treating it better than we treating it ourselves, it's still ours, we don't care. But yet still you want to take 2 months out of 12 and broadcast that the greatest show on earth can only be found in the same place that before Christmas, we really care about the soca. And as soon as Ashwensha reach, we're going right back into reggae.
My dear passion pushers, would you believe we are 2 minutes away?
No way.
2 minutes away from
We've just begun. Just begun.
This is it is excellent. And we have a comment, just something for you to mull over. I don't know if we'll even have the time to respond. It came from someone who said, can we look at linking young people involved in Carnival in TNT with young people here in the UK? Exchange of cultural opportunities, seeing we are in the virtual space now. So what I would suggest is if we
beautiful thought.
Yes,
beautiful
if we can
thought.
get something concrete in terms of the source of some of these comments, and you are interested, maybe we can link you together and you can thrash it out a little further.
Yes, I just want to say shortly.
Because this opportunity given us the opportunity for new audiences.
Yes.
Definitely through the virtual medium. New audiences, a lot of persons who migrated to the US, migrated to Africa, migrated to other parts of Europe or the world. They are craving for home, you know, and this is an opportunity to link, and even persons beyond, persons who are West Indians who would like to experience our culture. So we have a lot of markets that we can, and I must say they want to see their children.
Yes.
They want to see their children performing.
And this is why I said this platform is the way of the future, because we are reaching so many more people than we did before. So definitely, this is the way to go. We have to make use of this technology.
But it's been happening because Tuko, one of the prizes was you go Barbados in the Junior Calypso Monarch, which is huge, and you perform. My daughter went there once already, and the stadium, the Kensington Oval was filled to capacity, and this was not the main one. This is the junior. So exchange of culture of the same sort, it is good. We're supposed to be able to send our monarchs to WIADCA, the West Indian Carnival, Brooklyn, to perform, to England, and so and exchange, and they grow with that. And what I'm seeing now among a lot of the youths is that unity they didn't have with the older generations, they have it now. They have it. There's a lot of unity. So it will be even better, which is what it's supposed to be. The younger generation is supposed to improve on the older. So we have the opportunity with virtual, with COVID, but the positives of COVID, the virtual diaspora, the world thing there. Let's get on it. Let's do it. We can do it. Let's organize. Of course, one last thing. Young people, you have to do your diligence, your due diligence. If you're doing music, you have to learn your notes, your scale. You have to know your music. Don't just jump it and say, well, okay, I'm the best. Right now, some of our young people are not the quality is not there. And we didn't get to really touch on that too much, but that will be another forum. The quality is not there, and we need to have that quality. Yes, I will end right there.
Well, Mr. Camejo just made a final closing statement for us all. So
thank you, Enrico. Thank you.
We found another phrase to, we're not the panel family, we are the passion pushers. So
yes, we are.
I thank you very much. And there is some information I will share with you about the exchange comment, and we will keep going from there. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you.
Great pleasure. All you distinguished guests, you all are all wonderful, and we hope to do this again soon.
Yes.
Mr. Johnson, excellent moderator. Thank you for having us.
Yes, Madam Olivier.
Bye, panel family.
Before y'all disappear, let me just you all thanking the moderator. You don't even know how much you're thanking the moderator. It is this moderator. She is a member of our planning committee. And she is the one, when we were just finished with everything, she said, but what about the youth? We need to have a panel for the youth. So she not only put this, she is the one who created this, and we ran with it. Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
You all were wonderful. Sorry, you're not dead. You are wonderful. And a pleasure to have you and to listen to you this afternoon as we close off. And this is the way that we should end. This is what I've been telling people. We're ending with the youth. We're projecting to the future. Yes. So thank you all very, very much for offering us this particular close. So in speaking to the worldwide, as we close off today, I want to ruminate that we are now officially closing our Panchayat after 3 days of robust presentations, roundtables, and film and video screenings. The experience has reinforced our beliefs in Carnival. Among things, it's about Carnival's history, its spirituality, its creativity, its reach, and of course, from our last text, its universality. When the Faculty of Humanities and Education team started considering this as a symposium, the organizing team discussed among other things, the perennial underpinnings of tension between the traditionalist and contemporary wings of Carnival in just about every sphere. Out of this came our 3 days appropriately themed Mass, Music and History, and Resistance. And again, I have to say, sadly, we are concluding our 3 days of poignant presentations and roundtable debates. We at the Faculty of Humanities and Education of the University of the West Indies at St. Augustine would like to express our profound thanks to all of the persons who answered the call for papers and presented. It was my own personal pleasure to hear from the mix of seasoned practitioners, and for those who were doing it for the first time and said, oh my gosh, I'm so nervous, I'm going to, and then they presented brilliantly. We'd like to thank all of the industry practitioners like yourselves on this last roundtable, and all of the other roundtables who also consented to be a part of the respective roundtables. Some of those roundtables became quite passionate, like our last one today, and also on day 2, and also on day 1. They're the mix of persons, and I thought people were quite polite overall and great, but they disagreed and said, yeah, we're going to disagree. Overall, we'd like to thank the various organizations who contributed films and videos for screenings throughout our Panchayat. Thank you all. You will see yourselves reflected in the closing credits. Finally, we're indebted to those persons who were neither panel presenters or film and video presenters or roundtables, but for those persons who answered our call to send heartfelt videos about the loss of Carnival and what it means to them. We screened each of those 1-minute videos over and over of people just speaking from their heart about the loss of Carnival. This entire production would not have been possible without the support of the Dean of the Faculties of Humanities and Education, Dr. Heather Cato, the collaborative support of the many wings of the Faculty of Humanities and Education, and of course, our broad broadcast support and our broad support from the Office of Marketing and Communications at the UE St. Augustine. Through them, this entire Panchayat will be archived at the University of the West Indies and is still available for further viewing on the UE St. Augustine YouTube channel. On behalf of the Faculty of Humanities and Education at the UE St. Augustine, we are signing off and saying goodbye and good continuing discourse. Thank you.
Aye, aye, aye. If you hear them all in Jamaica, all in China, all in Africa, a Trini girl ballin', she live America. She said, oh, la corona shell down the canker. Yeah, she ball, long time.